Hello. Welcome to the void. Surprise! Did I scare you? Might have to turn this down just a tiny bit. But yeah, we're working on Chalu again. If I can find my pen. Hello! Hello, honey. Actually, I don't know what to call you. Do you prefer honey rabbit or you want me to call you something else? Ah, big squished. Honey is fine. Okay, cool. I just had to make sure. What in the hell? Ah, okay. So it's like 9 something p.m. And I was wondering, while I was working on this, uh, I'm probably not going to talk a lot. Like, I'm not going to really pay attention to the chat. So, I got this. If it will show. Ah, there we go. We can just watch some of these videos. Well, I'm not really paying attention.
Do you think that the original intention and the original ride is gone, or do you think
it's gone? It's completely gone. The story, the message. See, Epcot Center was supposed to be an inspirational park. The Imagination Pavilion showed you where everything else in Epcot came from, where everything in the world came from, because it all comes from the imagination, from creativity, and so that's gone. That is gone.
It's gone. It's just completely gone. Epcot has disappeared off the face of the earth. Is that Nene Baby?
On October 1st, 1982, the second park at Walt Disney World opened to the public. The then named Epcot Center was the third Disney park to be built, and the first to stray away from the Magic Kingdom style. The Imagineers took Epcot in a different direction than Walt Disney's original experimental prototype community of tomorrow, choosing to create a theme park reminiscent of a classic World's Fair. While Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom promoted the idea of fantasy and the power of story, Epcot would showcase the importance of technological and cultural progress. In the Future World section of the park, pavilions were planned themed around the major concepts supporting society, such as transportation, energy, communication, technology, and the environment. However, there was an outlier. A large building featuring two
Never
large
been
glass
to
pyramids, named the
Orlando,
Imagination Pavilion.
but I feel like the Journey to Imagination thing would have been something that I would have loved to have ridden.
Its development had started nearly a decade prior.
Walt Disney's pledge that Disneyland would never be completed now rests with a new generation of designers, like Tony Baxter.
I started with Disneyland back when I first
Tony
in my first year of
Baxter.
college, and I was employed out
We
there
stand Tony
as an
Baxter.
ice cream scooper. And it wasn't that I wanted to scoop ice cream, but I really wanted to work at Disneyland.
In the mid-1970s, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad was entering development.
Baxter, I went to go get foods. What'd you get? Did you bring enough to share with the rest of the class?
The mine train through nature's wonderland, a Frontierland train ride featuring animated animals. This took up a lot of the area's land, and the plans for Big Thunder still left plenty of space for other attractions.
Disneyland is around 80 developed acres. In addition to that are these 30 acres up here, 35, that have nothing in them.
Baxter didn't want to leave this section of the park unutilized, so he created an extension to Big Thunder's story that would provide a wonderful blueprint for a new land to be named Discovery Bay. Since Big Thunder Mountain had gold within it, Baxter concocted a story of what the lucky miners would do after finding their fortune. The man that survived the mine's collapse was Jason Chandler, a young innovator that would continue to head west with his wealth, founding Discovery Bay and funding the inventions of the explorers and scientists that resided there. This steampunk dream would feature attractions such as a Nautilus simulator and underwater restaurant, a dark ride shooter inside of a fireworks factory, and an attraction called Professor Marvel's Gallery of Wonders. This animatronic show was to
Gallery
feature
of
the unique
Wonders.
carousel theater
That sounds
rotating show
awesome.
building that other Disney attractions, the Carousel of Progress and America Sings utilized. The compelling inventor Professor Marvel would put on a musical showcase
Like
featuring
an
his
8-pack
wacky
of
experiments
monsters and
and
at least 6
fantastic
bags of
animals,
Chex Mix
one of
sitting
which was
with
his trusty
this.
pet dragon.
Do you own a
Discovery
bodega?
Bay.
And what do you have so
And
much
it's kind of
food?
a once-only place in time. It's a Victorian.
Also, why do you
place
have so
that
many
during the
monsters?
turn of the
You're not
century
planning
was
to
kind of
drink
place
all
that
of those in
Jules
one sitting,
Verne
are
or
you?
H.G. Wells might have inhabited. So you'll actually be able to, for
I took a
instance,
can in
board
a
the
bag.
Nautilus and have a very elegant meal down below the water while you're being serenaded on the pipe organ and looking out at all the scenic wonders of the ocean floor from those overhead windows. This is just one of the adventures that might go
I would
into
love to
this.
dine
Like
underwater.
I said,
Thank
a
you, Tony
flight on an
Baxter.
aerial suspended monorail
I don't have
with
to
something
get
that
out of
looks
my
like a
room.
dirigible
Understandable.
and a time machine.
The Discovery Bay concept was announced in
As long as you don't drink
1976,
all of those
but it
monsters and
unfortunately
eat all
never
that
came to
Chex Mix
fruition.
in one sitting.
Disney had a lot on their plate as they neared the new decade, including the construction of
Not
Epcot
tonight.
and their
Okay,
first park
good.
overseas, Tokyo Disneyland.
I knew
This
people
and the
back
failure of the
like
1974
in
film,
middle
an
school who would
adaptation
just
of
like
Jules Verne's
eat
Island at the Top of
like
the World, is
copious
most likely the
amounts
reason
of
the Discovery Bay does not rest along the rivers of America
Takis
today.
and
Baxter's
just
concepts were
drink
too
a bunch
unique
of
and interesting to be
monsters
forgotten,
during
and he attempted
lunchtime.
to implement them
And that
into
was
his
their
repertoire.
lunch like every day. I don't understand how they did that.
As development on Epcot began, Baxter was given the opportunity to design the Land Pavilion, which was to be sponsored by a logging company. Baxter's design put an emphasis on agriculture and mankind's usage of resources, all while displaying the beauty of Earth's nature. The show building was comprised of 7 towering crystals, 5 of which would feature different environments that guests could walk through. The pavilion's main attraction was to be called the Blueprints of Nature, a suspended dark ride that took guests on a hot air balloon ride over the different habitats of the world. The finale of the ride would
Lucky's
lift
are
guests
okay,
through
wouldn't
the
eat 'em
largest
every day.
crystal to give them a view of the
I'm not that much of a
habitats
fan of like
surrounding
spicy
Pluto.
food, which is
This was
ironic
Baxter's
because
attempt
I'm
to salvage the
Spanish,
concept
but
for
you
a
know.
Discovery Bay attraction, the Western Balloon
Thanks for
Ascent,
hanging
that
out.
would have allowed
Enjoy your
guests
lurk.
breathtaking views while
We're
transporting
both
them
working
fantasy.
on it.
The original Land
Enjoy
Pavilion
your
was
lurk,
another
honey.
brilliant concept by Baxter, but
I'm
once
curious
again,
to see
it
what
was not to be. The land
art
lost
you're
its
working on
sponsor,
though.
and Kraft Foods quickly replaced them. Kraft was more interested in a pavilion focused on agriculture and food production, and Baxter's concept was scrapped in favor of attractions such as Living with the Land and the now defunct Kitchen Cabaret. Of course, Baxter wasn't about to
Why?
let his ideas die, and his third attempt was the charm.
Model things. Ah, I see.
Hello.
I should probably
We're
work
having a
on my
wonderful
model at
time.
some point.
And best of all, we'll be saving
I've
all
designed
of it to
like
enjoy
3
again
different
and again.
models.
You can too with a
One for
Brownie
my
movie
brother
camera
and
like
2 for
this.
me. And I
I was
just
just taking a picture of
I
Dave and
I
Ricky on Tom
can't get
Sawyer's
my
Raft.
head. I can't wrap
Now
my
this
head
one of
around
Ozzy
how to make
enjoying
models
himself
yet.
in his own way. That picture will be a big hit at our house.
You can get a Brownie movie camera for only $32.50 or as little as $3.50 down. Remember, Brownie movie cameras are made by Kodak, and the surest way to better movies is to insist on that name.
You want a camera the size of a general PC in the
Kodak,
in
a
in the
longtime
palm of your
sponsor Disney
hands?
Parks, was set to sponsor the pavilion located directly south of the Land Pavilion. The topic had not been chosen for the pavilion, and Kodak just wished for something imaginative. This caused Baxter to consider reviving another concept.
Just be
for Discovery
creative,
Bay,
man. Just be
Professor
creative.
Marvel and his pet dragon, who would lead guests on a ride signifying the importance of imagination. Baxter and his team were aware audiences would not enjoy a lecture on the concept, so they did their best to create a world of fantasy that would inspire guests to use their own imaginations. The ride was able to use some of the steampunk-era designs left over from Discovery Bay, and they even snuck a few hot air balloons and fireworks in there as well.
I can't seem to
Baxter
draw
tweaked the
feet or
story of
hands
the
properly.
professor
Same
and
thing with
dragon to
heads.
the memorable Dreamfinder
It's all
figment.
about practice
Dreamfinder would be
and
a
finding
friendly,
what like
bearded man
method
with a
works
Santa
for you.
Claus-esque jolliness to him,
Because honestly,
and
there's
Figment would be a
tons of
pink
different
dragon that
methods.
Dreamfinder had conjured from his creativity. Baxter
For
recalls
like
that he got the
drawing
idea for
hands
Figment from an
specifically.
episode of the television
What the
series
hell?
Magnum P.I., where a character whose lawn had been chewed by a goat was told that it was a figment of his imagination.
And don't tell me it's a figment of my imagination. Figments don't eat rare
Pen's
tropical
acting all
flowers.
weird.
Mine have been
But
decimated.
yeah, there's different
That should
different
have been
methods for
enthralled
how to
by
draw
the world,
hands
as it
and
was
stuff.
easily recognizable,
Same
yet
thing with
not
heads.
fully
Yeah.
utilized in any major way at the time.
Uh,
The late Imagineer X Intencio and others also had a part in bringing the figment that
yeah.
audiences
It just
found when the
it just
attraction
depends
opened
on
to
like
life.
what you're most
With its two
comfortable with,
tiny
I guess.
wings, eyes big and yellow, horn of a steer, and a lovable fellow. After the ride's topic and characters were created, the Imagineers created various sections of the Dark Ride, each focusing on a different medium that imagination helps create. The original theme song of the ride was recorded by frequent Disney songwriter Robert Mullen.
Let's all take a journey into imagination.
Sounds like a song my dad would listen to.
Goes far beyond our world of space and time.
But this was rejected, and the even
Damn
more
it.
frequent Disney songwriters, the Sherman Brothers, were hired instead. They composed the theme song, entitled One Little Spark, that had different variations sung throughout the ride. The attraction was to originally have 2 steep drops to add some excitement to the ride system, but these were removed during construction. The attraction also featured a unique variation to the classic Omnimover ride system used in many Disney attractions. This version included separate 4-car trains that could move at different speeds independently from the other trains at different points in the ride. The attraction was to have fog machines to give the illusion the guests were floating on a cloud, but these did not last long as the fog would have damaged the sets. With the elements designed and construction beginning, Journey into Imagination was already showing its brilliance. But Epcot's opening day was approaching fast, and the Imagineers were far behind schedule.
Hey everyone, welcome to the incredible You Can't
Barbie.
Be Anything series.
Shut up. Silencio, Barbie.
As we talk about tomorrow, here's a bulletin for you. There is no imagination crisis in this country, especially here at Disney World. We've gathered
Can I just freehand the outline and attack the details?
Just to prove it.
That's fair.
Brian, good to have you here at Epcot.
The best part about doing art is that it's subjective. As long as it looks good to... I was about to say as long as it looks good to you, that's all that matters, but sometimes you are your own worst critic, so I guess it just depends.
Sounds, colors, ideas, anything that sparks the imagination. And I store these sparks in the Journey into Imagination Pavilion. And the guests and I recombine them into new ideas and new inspirations.
I am left to assume that you do not dream alone.
I typically draw like objects and cartoonish animals. Again, that's fair. Everybody specializes in something different.
I'm very proud of you. You see, I threw together the 2 tiny wings, the nose of a crocodile, the horns of a dilemma, and all the calm and reserve of a small child's birthday party.
The Imagination Pavilion began construction a mere 15 months before Epcot's opening. The pavilion was to feature 3 main attractions: the signature Dark Ride, its post-show, and the 3D film Magic Journeys. Per Kodak's contract with Disney, one of these 3 attractions was required to operate on opening day. Journey into Imagination was experiencing a few snags with construction on top of the already short window the team was given to create the ride. Journey's post-show, the interactive playground ImageWorks, featured state-of-the-art interactive technology. The Imagineers hadn't worked out all of the kinks in the complex walkthrough attraction, so it wouldn't be ready for Epcot's October 1st opening either. Finally, the 3D film Magic Journeys, also using groundbreaking technology to create 3D effects, was running behind schedule. The Imagineers were out of options. Something had to be open at the pavilion. Their solution was to shoot a short promotional film using the strolling Dreamfinder, played by Ron Schneider, who was still developing the popular walk-around character at the time. The short film was to play in the Magic Eye Theater and was to show a preview of the unfinished Magic Journeys.
Figment, my impatient young friend, you can't rush creativity. Takes time to do things right.
And is it now for a
What was that voice?
journey?
Golly, you're right. Better hurry along.
How long have you been drawing for? I've been drawing since I was a little bean size, like 5 and 8. I really got around to it like 9 to 13. That's a good question. I think the earliest that I can remember, I think I've been drawing like almost my whole life, but the earliest that I can remember like really getting into drawing was when I was in 4th grade, which I don't exactly know how old you are in 4th grade, especially in the American system. I think I was a year younger than some of the kids there too, so yeah, that was ironically 4th grade was when I started getting into anime, so that's when I really wanted to like draw as much as I could.
The glasses?
Now, Figment. And all our friends in the audience, too. With special glasses on, now we can all enjoy a preview of Magic Journeys.
However, this film was not used, because less than a week before Epcot's opening, Magic Journeys was ready. 2 months later, ImageWorks would open the pavilion's main doors.
Recorded that
Visitors would
entire
walk past the
thing,
queue for the
went
unfinished dark
through
ride, make their way
the
up
trouble
stairs,
of
and be
doing
given
his
a
own
view of
stunts,
Epcot through the glass pyramids.
and yet it
They
wasn't
could then
used.
enter the playground of the future.
That's really
There
funny.
were a variety of activities in which guests could interact with the technology. This included Dreamfinder School of Drama, an attraction that allowed guests to star in a movie with Dreamfinder via a pre-recorded film and blue screen. In these films, Dreamfinder was played by the then young Imagineer Joe Rohde. Guests were given the option of 3 films: Enchanted Travelers, Wily Wizard the Cranky King, a fantasy, Deputies and the Return of Sagebrush, a western, or Acrobatic Astronauts in Galactic Getaway.
My biggest motivation
During
was
the
my dad.
2013
He passed away
D23
around
Expo,
6 years ago,
Tony
and
Baxter
remembering
gave a
his work he
presentation
did
on the
with
former
realism.
attractions at Disney parks.
Tried to do the
Included
same.
was
My
an early
style is
test
kind of
of the
like
Western
cartoonish
overlay of
realism.
Dreamfinder School of
I can
Drama,
do both.
starring
I'm just more
Baxter
comfy
and
with
his
my own
Imagineering
style.
team.
I can't draw manga for the worth of
Joe
it.
Rohde, in case we have audio.
It's really cool that your dad used to do realism. I think it's kind of the opposite for me, because my mom used to paint, but she used to paint like Disney Aristocats. And I don't even think she did it like all that often. She just did it as a hobby sometimes, I think. Can't draw manga for the worth of my life. Eh. Again, it just depends.
You were all 12. This was pretty advanced, though, even up in the
For 1980 to sandwich a lifetime video between a foreground plate and a background plate and do it every 4 minutes all day long was pretty advanced. We shot this all at
You have a Discord or anything? I can show you the things he's done.
Hollywood.
If you go to my
Disneyland and all the costuming came from Disneyland costumes.
I'm not exactly like comfortable to show my Discord, but if you go to my Twitter and you send me a DM, I can look at it. My Discord's mainly used for like friends and business stuff, so
Guests could also manipulate giant kaleidoscopes mounted on the wall. The electronic Philharmonic allowed guests to conduct an orchestra by waving their hands within a sensor. On the other side of this was the dressing room for the strolling Dreamfinders. The Magic Palette allowed guests to draw in pictures on computer screens. Probably the most famous part of ImageWorks was the entrance to the sensor maze, the Rainbow Corridor. This was using a lot of promotional material and also
my brain would have gone nuts at that.
These are just a few of the interactive attractions.
Just the Rainbow Corridor. It's like,
the lineup
wow.
was updated and changed throughout the years. The pavilion was also known for its array of fountains located in front of the entrances. The jumping and leapfrog fountains provided the perfect introduction to the tone of the pavilion as guests approached it. 5 months after Epcot's opening, Imagineers were putting the finishing touches on the dark ride. Figment and Dreamfinder had already been introduced to guests through promotional material, strolling actors, and the various attractions in ImageWorks. But with the grand opening of the ride approaching, they were about to become legends.
Legends!
Where do you come from originally?
I come from somebody's imagination. We're all wonderful and incredible.
I probably should make my own Discord server at this point.
He hasn't been programmed.
At some point. Not at this point. I'm not making it now.
Absolutely right. Somebody was telling me that about a character named Dreamfinder who lives in the Imagination Pavilion.
That is correct, Master King.
And he is the latest creation, I hear, and a real expert on the subject of creativity. You suppose I could meet him?
Your wish is my command, Master K. Dreamfinder, this is Master K and Drew. Drew and Master K, meet the keeper of the sparks of imagination, Dreamfinder.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you for the follow, Cuteness the Gaming Clown.
And good right arm, Figment.
I understand.
I was so taken aback by the sound.
I would think that would be terribly interesting.
Right you are, right in there. Imagination's everywhere. The visions once inside your head exist inside that place instead. Imagination is my game.
We just turn that down a little bit so I'm not... It doesn't jump scare me again.
Real great for you and me.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Want to go inside?
I sure do.
Journey into imagination has Dreamfinder and his impish friend Figment, whisking you through words, sounds, colors, and facts that lead you to new ideas and thoughts. After Figment and Dreamfinder, you're left to test your own skills of imagination.
On March 5th, 1983, 4 months after ImageWorks opened, Journey into Imagination would debut. Guests lined up and faced long wait times to embark on their flight of fantasy. Guests entering the pavilion were immediately confronted with the loading station. After boarding, they would encounter a projected
I love
silhouette
the
of Dreamfinder on his
confronted
elaborate
with the
flying
boarding
vehicle as the
station.
Dreamcatcher. The vehicles then
Like it's a
enter giant
challenge.
turntable, with the cars turning to face the center, where the Dreamfinder himself welcomes guests by singing One Little Spark and introducing Figment. This turntable was the most unique element of the ride. The Omnimover vehicles locked into the scene, moving along the circular path perfectly with the Dreamcatcher. There were actually 5 identical scenes created, all playing simultaneously. This means 5 Dreamfinders, 5 Dreamcatchers, 5 of everything was encompassed in the carousel. Walls separated the sections, as the effects and sounds from the scenes ahead and behind would have bled into one another. This long scene lasted around 3 minutes before guests exited the turntable and headed into the Dreamport to deposit all of the ideas that
What have I
Figment
done?
and the Dreamfinder had created. The Dreamport featured wacky measurement tools and odd contraption used to capture the sparks of inspiration. Guests then entered the art section, a beautifully sculpted room in which the Dreamfinder and Figment used their imaginations to create works of art, with Dreamfinder holding a giant glowing paintbrush. The murals and sculptures were brightly lit with changing colors. After the guests twisted through the art section, they would enter the realm of literature. Here they encountered Dreamfinder playing an organ made of letters. He sang as he wrote a mystery novel. This area is much more dark
Did
and
I mess
sinister
up?
than
What
the
happened?
previous section, but this is only because Dreamfinder has imagined it so. A fun effect in this room was Figment holding 3 blocks spelling cat, with the projection behind him changing from a cat to a bat as he turned the block to spell the new word. The next section was Performance, a much more lively area featuring Figment in a tuxedo and Dreamfinder conducting a light show. Next was a dark, futuristic area for science.
I'll send them to
with
you now
Figment
and you
dressed
can
as a
look at them
futuristic
whenever.
astronaut.
Thank you.
Dreamfinder was in a lab coat
I
doing
do
research by
appreciate
viewing
it.
educational films. There was also a projection of an animated Figment, his body size being manipulated as he learns the power
Sorry
of
if I don't
dreams. Guests then entered
really
the final
pay
show
attention to
scene.
chat.
The vehicles rotated around
Since
Figment,
I'm
accompanied by videos playing
a
puppet
little
versions of himself using
preoccupied.
his imagination in different ways, singing the chorus of One Little Spark alone for the first time. Guests then see Dreamfinder for the final time, behind a giant camera filming Figment, inviting guests to use their imagination at ImageWorks. Guests then disembark and exit the ride. Journey into Imagination was one of Disney's longest and most elaborate dark rides of all time. Dreamfinder and Figment would become a highlight of guest trips, and make frequent appearances in special events and television specials. There was something for everyone, between the state-of-the-art technology and effects, the beautiful sculptures and artwork, the lovable Dreamfinder and Figment, and the unforgettable Sherman Brothers song. It was truly one of the greatest rides ever produced by Disney. And it all
Yay.
started with Tony Baxter's One Little Spark of Imagination.
And yet,
However, on October 10th, 1998, Epcot's beacon of creativity and wonder would be extinguished. The closure of Journey into Imagination perplexed guests, and its replacement turned that confusion into full-on outrage. How could this have possibly happened? And what, or who, was responsible?
The story continues on Yesterworld, where you can watch the second and final part to the history of Journey into Imagination, picking up right where Kevin.
Previously
Kevin!
on Defunctland, I explored how Tony Baxter took an idea from his never-built Disneyland expansion, brought it to Florida, and turned it into one of the most beloved dark rides of all time. Learn of the creation of and relive the magic behind Journey into Imagination in part 1 of this 2-part crossover between Defunctland and Yesterworld.
yay!
The story continues here, after the
What the
attraction
fuck?
was suddenly closed on October
up, Joe
10th,
Biden.
1998, and we're now going to explore what led to Journey into Imagination's closure, and its controversial alterations to not just the attraction, but the pavilion itself, as well as the ultimate fate of Figment and the Dreamfinder, and what traces of the beloved attraction still exist today.
I hear my brother playing D&D next move. I'm sorry for like trying to be the center of attention. I
fully
just find it really
understand
interesting
why
to find
Journey
out fun
into
little facts about
Imagination was
artists and how they got
closed
into
and how its
their when they got
replacements
into
came
it.
to be,
No, it's
you have to
completely
go
fine.
back 5 years to
I enjoy like
1993, when
again
Horizons
I
lost
enjoy
General
the same
Electric
thing.
as
Like
a
I enjoy
sponsor,
hearing
as without a sponsorship
like
and Disney
the
in the
experiences
middle
of other
its Euro
artists and
Disney
stuff.
financial troubles and cost-cutting initiatives set in
I'm
place by Michael
interested.
Eisner and Paul Pressler. By
It's completely
1998,
okay, honestly.
Horizons was hanging on by a thread after having initially been closed in 1995, only to reopen the following year and kept as a placeholder for the temporary closure of Universe of Energy and the construction of Test Track, and would be the first example of just how reliant attractions and pavilions were on Epcot's sponsorship model, in which mega corporations would use this integration to promote their brands or products, and in turn have
If I share a little
to
bit of
put up
my
the
journey on
cash
art,
to
then I'll
keep
be
their
able to pull them
investments
in
up
and
to
see how
date.
they got into
The
the
same
same
was
thing. You
true,
know,
if
share a
not
little, get a
even
little.
more, for the
Yeah,
Kodak
yeah.
sponsored
Equivalent
Journey into
exchange.
Imagination.
Inside the glass pyramids of Journey into Imagination awaits some of the most exciting experiences in all of Epcot Center.
What is this
While
voice?
still one of Epcot's most popular attractions and pavilions, Disney had been pestering Kodak for years to put up the funds for an update or major refurbishment. But with the rise of digital media and photography, the once dominant film imaging company was struggling financially and had resisted further investing into the pavilion. However, with Epcot's upcoming Millennium Celebration as an attempt to breathe some new life into the theme park, which even Disney executives admitted had become woefully outdated, Disney finally put their foot down and invoked Kodak's contractual obligation to avoid being replaced.
You will do as we say.
No.
You have a contract!
Despite being one of their biggest sponsors, Kodak was in no financial position to properly fund the refurbishment. But with their rival
Why didn't they just find a
Fujifilm
new
having
sponsor?
lobbied for years to become a major sponsor in Disney's theme parks. So much so, it's rumored that Kodak was behind the cancellation of the Japan Pavilion's Mount Fuji coaster. Kodak agreed, but with one catch. They could only offer a fraction of the requested funds. And pressed for time and resources, Disney agreed to Kodak's terms. And the ride was closed in late 1998 to begin work on a new attraction to replace Journey into Imagination. And despite rumors of being based on Flubber or an adventure through the mind of a child, it would instead be inspired by the neighboring Honey, I Shrunk the Audience.
This year, Epcot is also the exhilarating center of the Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration.
Epcot in the new millennium already embodies all of our ideas and dreams for tomorrow.
On October 1st, 1999, despite being omitted from vacation planning videos, the attraction debuted as Journey into Your Imagination. And even before setting foot on the ride itself, it was clear this was not the refresh or refurbishment many had hoped for, as the once stunning atrium of beautiful murals inspired by imagination had been replaced by a new queue involving the premise of an open house at the Imagination Institute, an extension of the plot within the neighboring Honey, I Shrunk the Audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Imagination Institute, Dr. Nigel Chan.
In this new version of Journey into Imagination.
Okay, wait, this just reminds me. Have any of y'all been to Disneyland and like been to that been to the pavilion, not pavilion, but like the House of Tomorrow? I've asked like several people this and I can't remember, but wasn't there like a Peter Pan themed room where like it was just a bedroom and like you press a button and all of the stars light up, and there was like a pirate ship, like there was a pirate ship projection outside? Was that just me? Did I dream that? I remember that along with like a not a pad, but like it was one of those like play tables where like you would touch the tabletop and there would be fish swimming there would be fish swimming on a screen, and you would touch the table and the fish would react to it. Obviously it was all digital, but you know, at the time my baby brain was just like, wow. Does anybody else remember that, or was that just me? Am I just going crazy? I honestly miss that. They had like a karaoke thing. Like they had a stage with karaoke. I remember seeing that in a picture. I remember something about it. There was something about I went to that like a couple times as a kid. And I remember seeing stuff like that. Like they had like a section where people would play Rock Band or something to that effect. It was weird, but for some reason it felt kind of like a clubhouse and I just enjoyed it so much. And then when they took it away, I was just so distraught. I was so upset. But you know, they replaced it with with like Disney properties and stuff like that. So, and it had like the Iron Man suits and whatnot. I don't really go there anymore. I can't go there anymore. I live in Colorado now. But yeah. I'm honestly surprised that they took that away. I think they removed it, yeah. They removed it with it was like the House of Tomorrow, blah blah blah. They were just like this is what houses of tomorrow are going to look like, and this is what your room would look like, and this is what the kitchen would look like. And I thought it was so cool. And the Disney execs were just like, nope, we're turning it into a movie theater. God damn it. It's the same thing that they did with Muppet Vision, and I was upset that that got replaced as well. But anyway.
Eric Idle reprises his role as Dr. Nigel Channing, and in addition to a series of painfully unfunny video segments about the various labs you'll be touring, he tells you of the Imagination Institute's newest invention.
It's the Imagination Scanner, developed right here at the Imagination Institute. You'll be scanned twice, at the start of your journey, and then again after you've completed a series of perceptual exercises.
If it hadn't already, by the time you reach the new loading platform, the horror of these new changes finally sets in, as the once magnificent and iconic turntable show scene introducing the Dreamfinder and Figment had been replaced by what lay before you, the loading platform itself.
How? When?
Evidently, with Kodak only putting up a fraction of the funds to renovate the attraction, it was decided to quite literally cut the attraction in half by roughly 35 to 40%, altering what was once a 12-minute experience into about 5. But believe it or not, that was far from the most controversial change to the ride, as while Dreamfinder and Figment had been icons of the attraction and considered the unofficial mascots of Epcot, every single Dreamfinder animatronic had been removed, and this new version contained not a single appearance or reference to his existence, with every single Figment animatronic also being removed, and was virtually erased from the attraction, with the character only appearing in the queue and a brief cameo on the ride, as a figment of Nigel Channing's imagination. And to add insult to injury, the catchy and memorable tune One Little Spark was non-existent, leaving virtually nothing of the cherished elements of the original. As far as this new experience itself, shortly after boarding the attraction, you arrive at the Imagination Scanner, only to find out that you have none.
Well, as you can see, there's not much going on upstairs, imagination-wise.
Dang.
That's just perfect for our experiments.
After being back
Asshole.
insulted, what follows is a mostly uninspired and
What a
lackluster
jerk.
experience, void of any of the magic and wonder
Imagine
of
a
the
kid
original,
being on that
and with
ride.
the exception of a single
And they're just like,
genuinely
hey, by the
impressive
way, you
illusion,
have
the
no
ride is a stream
imagination.
of stagnant show
Like, what the
scenes
fuck?
and cheap visual and audio gags as you travel room to room. And while on paper these concepts might
No way
seem
my
like a
my
golden
imaginary
idea,
friend
without the
says.
budget to
How dare
fully
you?
realize them, Journey into Your Imagination felt more like an above-average carnival ride.
I think it's pretty average.
Approaching the end of the journey, you were retested with the Imagination Scanner, and wouldn't you know it, the results are off the charts.
Fantastic! Look what your imaginations have created.
And if fans of the original attraction hadn't already felt their hearts shattered to pieces, the voice of an all-too-familiar character was sure to do the trick.
Quite clever.
But the pain isn't over, as upon exiting the attraction, you get to see just what took the place of the gutted portions of the ride, the new ImageWorks What If Labs. Even worse, as many of the experiences were less than innovative, you might have been tempted to go upstairs to the original ImageWorks, only to find the elevator behind a wall, the stairway roped off, and both escalators caged up, as allegedly, when a Disney attraction closes for a period of 6 months or more, OSHA inspects and reevaluates whether it meets current safety standards, and in the case of the original ImageWorks, it did not. So without additional funds from Kodak to bring the original ImageWorks up to code, it was simply abandoned.
What could possibly be against safety
It should
regulations
come as
and a
no
freaking
surprise that these changes and new incarnation were less than well received, with both Kodak and Michael Eisner criticizing the new incarnation. But despite these complaints, the attraction remained.
Why is he
However,
criticizing
around
it?
a
He's
year
the
and a
one that
half later,
greenlit it.
in mid-2001, Epcot lost its third sponsor in less than a decade, and with Kodak still being unhappy with the results of their investment and guests considering it Epcot's worst attraction, it was decided to try to restore the ride back to some of its former glory, only this time Disney would foot the bill themselves, and Imagineers were given a modest makeover budget. However, as the tragic events of September 11th had caused tourism to plummet, the budget was cut to an estimated $8 million, the equivalent of remodeling a 2,000 square foot home for just $400. Regardless, on October 8th of 2001, just 2 years after opening, the Imagination Pavilion's main attraction was again closed. And just 6 months later, the ride reopened as Journey into Imagination with Figment.
You can go anywhere you can imagine on a journey into your imagination with a friend named Figment.
There's something
Upon
fun about
entering the retitled attraction,
pleated
while the
skirts.
queue featured a few new alterations, the biggest differences could be found immediately after setting off and approaching where the imagination scanner had previously insulted your creativity.
Hello, on your tour, you'll see how the 5 human senses can help capture your imagination.
Oh, can I go too?
Absolutely not. This is one of our discoveries, the figment of imagination.
Yeah, I know all about the senses.
Right off the bat,
What is
the
that? What?
reinclusion of
Jesus.
Figment and the theme One Little Spark was a welcome improvement. However, the rest of the ride was hit or miss. As while it did feature new show scenes, many elements of Journey into Your Imagination still remained, and were simply retrofitted within the plot of exploring the human senses, of which only 3 of the 5 are actually part of the ride, more than likely due to budget constraints. But perhaps the biggest change and only real highlight of this reworked attraction would be its grand finale, in which a room full of Figment sang the theme One Little Spark with its original lyrics, several of which paid homage to the original Figment animatronics and puppets used in the film finale.
Ew.
While many agreed this version was a slight improvement, it was a far cry from recapturing the magic and wonder of the original, with some criticizing Figment's new portrayal as a nuisance and a menace, compared to his childlike innocence of the original. However, it was only meant to be a temporary solution that would ultimately be rectified with Project Gemini, a proposed $350 to $500 million overhaul of Epcot's future world that would have included drastic aesthetic changes as well as new attractions and experiences. Unfortunately, while then President Jay Rasulo loved the proposition, CEO Michael Eisner would only approve parts of the overall project, such as an initially planned alternate version of Soarin' over California and a Little Mermaid attraction that evolved into Nemo and Friends, ultimately leaving Journey into Imagination on the sidelines, as a shadow of its former self. In 2010, Kodak ended its sponsorship with the Imagination Pavilion and its attractions, leaving many to wonder whether it would meet the same fate as the Wonders of Life Pavilion, Ellen's Energy Adventure, and Horizons, all of which fell into disrepair and limped along for years without a sponsor until their eventual closure or replacement. However, presently, for better or worse, this has not proved to be the case. And when looking back at the original Journey into Imagination, as far as what happened to the iconic ride elements, most, if not all of the Figment animatronics were thankfully spared, and are either in Disney storage or in the possession of collectors, with some having been put on display over the years since the attraction's closure. Even the puppets used in the ride's film finale surfaced in an online auction in 2008, and while more than likely not an original, in the queue of Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout, Figment can be spotted in a frosted cage as one of the collector's items. Less is known about the fate of the Dreamfinder's animatronics, though in Disneyland Paris's Phantom Manor, you can find an animatronic which used the same mold as the Dreamfinder. However, a large portion of his floating vehicle, the Dreamcatcher, can be found in Epcot's Disney Gear Shop, with its various extensions also becoming prized possessions of collectors. Even traces of Journey into Imagination's original structure can be found if you know where to look. including the escalators used to enter and exit the original Imageworks, which up until 2016 was used primarily for conventions and company meetings before being converted into a Disney Vacation Club lounge, retaining much of its original structure. And for a short time, members could get a glimpse into the abandoned sections which have remained for the past 2 decades, but was quickly covered up by the end of the year.
Epcot is a reassurance that we are part of something great. If we can dream it, we can do it.
Today, while the character of Figment is more popular than ever, the future of Journey into Imagination with Figment is uncertain. But as it's clear big changes are coming to Epcot in the following years, we may yet see an attraction worthy of replacing the original Journey into Imagination. So what about you? What do you think could replace Journey into Imagination with Figment? And if you haven't already, make sure to check out part 1 on Defunctland. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Finally, you managed to get away when...
I get this question a lot. Did you grow up going to a lot of Disney parks? Or Universal? Are you from Orlando? Or Anaheim? Maybe you grew up in Ohio and went to Cedar Point or Kings Island. The answer to all of those questions is no, none of the above. I grew up in Kansas City. There are no big resorts or beachside amusement parks. To be honest, nothing is in Kansas. There's a good amount of wheat, prairie, livestock, a surprising lack of buffalo despite the song. In fact, I've never even seen one, and if I did, it would technically be a bison.
We ain't got
There's
shit in Kansas
cornfields
City.
and windmills and weather vanes and an occasional tornado. You've seen the first 20 minutes of The Wizard of Oz. It's basically that. While my few vacations to Disneyland and Walt Disney World were what initially sparked my interest in theme parks, there was something closer to home that kept me interested in the medium between my trips to Disney. It was a small regional park called Worlds of Fun. And while in this season of Defunctland we have gone to Florida, California, Ohio, Illinois, the UK, Paris, Japan, and much more, I wanted to take our travels to today's destination for personal reasons. Because there is no place like home. Even if all we have there is Worlds of Fun. And even if we don't technically have that, since Worlds of Fun is on the Missouri side of Kansas City, not the Kansas side, nothing is in Kansas. Born on August 2, 1932, Lamar Hunt was raised in Dallas, Texas. A member of a family of oil tycoons, with his father and 2 of his brothers possessing obscene wealth, Hunt was set for life. After graduating from college, he attempted to purchase a franchise in the National Football League, but his bids were unsuccessful. Frustrated, he concocted a plan that was a bit more convoluted.
Imagine
He would start his
graduating
own
from college and
professional football
immediately
league.
just being like,
This
I
idea
need
would
to
develop
purchase
into
a
the
company.
American Football League, which would hold its first season in 1960. This allowed Hunt to get exactly what he wanted, a team under his ownership, the Dallas Texans. His team would become one of the most successful teams in the league. However, the same year that the AFL held its first games, the NFL would expand with the addition of more teams, including the new Dallas Cowboys. It was immediately clear that both the Cowboys and the Texans could not be profitable so close to one another, and Hunt made the decision to relocate his team to another city. He eventually decided on Kansas City, renaming the Dallas Texans to the Kansas City Chiefs. Hunt would continue to be involved in the city over the next decade, helping fuel its population and economic growth in the late 60s. Around this time is when Hunt and his business partner, Jack Stedman, first conceived plans for a new entertainment project in the Midwestern city. It was a brand new theme park, to be named Worlds of Fun. Construction on Worlds of Fun began in 1971 and cost an estimated $20.5 million to build. Located just north of downtown Kansas City, the new park was not far from the city's already existing amusement park, Fairyland Park, which had opened in 1923. The park boasted a few impressive rides and coasters, but Hunt and Stedman seemed confident that their new park would easily best the aging Fairyland. Worlds of Fun was designed by famous park designer and Kansas native Randall Dwell, the man behind many amusement parks, including Kings Island and Astroworld. Worlds of Fun was themed after Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, and the park was to be split into
Jules
5
Verne.
main areas: Africa, Americana, Europa, Scandinavia, and the Orient. Worlds of Fun was to have a variety of carnival rides and a few coasters. One of these thrill rides, Schussboomer, was a wild mouse coaster located in the Scandinavia section of the park. This was one of famed coaster designer Anton Schwarzkopf's Wildcat models, which Worlds of Fun bought used. There was also the Zambezi Zinger, located in the Africa section of the park. This coaster, another Schwarzkopf creation, was an extended jumbo jet model with an electric spiral lift hill. These two rides, along with a small children's coaster in the Europa section of the park, were the only coasters that were in the initial plans for Worlds of Fun. But they, along with the park's other attractions and a concerted effort toward theming, were expected to draw crowds. Hunt was so confident with the park's future success that he drafted plans for a larger entertainment complex, with hotels, restaurants, and other entertainment options surrounding the park. After 4 years of planning and 2 years of construction, Worlds of Fun was ready to open its gates to its first season of guests. Worlds of Fun opened on May 26, 1973, and the park was an immediate success, with large crowds attending its opening and ensuing inaugural season. The park blew its competition out of the water. Less than 5 years after Worlds of Fun's opening, Fairyland Park would close down. While management would cite storm damage as the reason for the park's closure, it was clear that the opening of Worlds of Fun had a heavy financial toll for the over 50-year-old park. Towards the end of its run, Fairyland would use the not-so-subtle slogan, "Where fun is still affordable." Fairyland's closure was great news for Worlds of Fun, and Hunt's Park would continue to expand and add new attractions. Unfortunately, the 1973 oil crisis put a halt on Hunt's plans for an entertainment resort, most likely due to both the ensuing economic slump and his wealth's close relation to the oil industry. In 1976, 3 years after Worlds of Fun's opening, a new coaster would be constructed in the Americana section of the park. To coincide with America's bicentennial, an Aero Development corkscrew coaster named Scream Roller debuted. Aero Development, the California-based amusement park ride designer and manufacturer, had been dropped by the Walt Disney Company 5 years prior, immediately after assisting with the construction of Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom. Its founder sold the company the next year, with a few staying on in consulting roles, as the company shifted its focus away from Disneyland and Walt Disney World and began focusing solely on regional amusement parks. The steel coasters that Aero produced were a hit among park guests, and Worlds of Fun's Scream Roller was no exception. However, the coaster was nothing special, as Aero had manufactured the ride type many times, placing similar, if not identical, coasters in various amusement parks throughout the world. After the success of Scream Roller, Worlds of Fun reached back out to Aero in hopes that they would build another coaster. But this time, the ride that Aero would deliver would be one of a kind.
I thought I'd seen it all, but this was the big one. It didn't seem like any part of Kansas City I knew. It seemed strange. Thousands had been lured here before me in breathless wonder. You can't explain that feeling that draws you to the unknown. Unknown, but getting closer with each nervous step.
Orient Express opened on April 4th, 1980, to the delight of both park guests and coaster enthusiasts. The coaster was located in the Orient section of the park, which at the time only had a few flat rides, which were actually just vehicles for bad puns, hence the bamboo slur. There was also a dolphin show in this area, which really proves how mistreated those animals were. Having a dolphin show in Kansas City is like having a bird show underground. When entering the Orient section, guests would walk through a tour gate. They would then make their way toward the back of the area, finding the large Orient Express and passing under its entrance. The giant red coaster was intimidating, and the queue featured a rare chicken exit, where guests could duck out of line if they became too nervous to ride. After boarding the train, guests would exit the loading station, go through a short tunnel, and climb the first hill. A short bank to the right would lead into the ride's biggest drop, plunging guests 115 feet toward the ground. Another hill and bank to the left would send guests into the ride's first inversion. After this, guests would turn right back around and enter the ride's second interlocking loop. The train would then enter an element never before seen in a roller coaster. The Orient Express was the first attraction to feature a batwing element, then dubbed the kamikaze curve and sometimes referred to as boomerang. On the Orient Express, the train turned sharply to the left, briefly suspending guests upside down before leveling out, dropping, and entering the reverse of the previous element, sending the train back in the opposite direction than the one it entered. After the kamikaze curve, the train would bank sharply to the left, then speed over a small pond, doing a 360-degree bank turn before returning to the station.
At Kroger Health, our healthcare experts can provide COVID-19 boosters, vaccines, and testing.
That's nice, dear.
The entire experience was around 2.5 minutes, and the ride would reach speeds of over 50 miles per hour. The Orient Express cost $4 million to build, and it was expected to bring an additional 130,000 guests to Worlds of Fun in the first year of its operation alone. The park took a huge risk with the investment. Its debut was at a time when the number of coaster enthusiasts was growing exponentially, and smaller theme parks were pressured into installing larger attractions. The goal for a regional park was to have a signature attraction that held at least one or more world records. This would draw the attention of both the casual guest and the dedicated coaster fan. Orient Express was not the tallest or the fastest, but at the time of its opening, it was one of only 2 coasters in the world to have interlocking loops, the other being the Loch Ness Monster at Busch Gardens in Tampa. This, along with it being the first coaster to implement a boomerang element, was enough to draw public interest, and news of the coaster's debut spread, not just across the United States, but across the world. Luckily for Worlds of Fun, the coaster was made with high capacity in mind, and it was much needed when the ride opened. The Orient Express could cycle in and out around 1,800 guests per hour. The ride would continue to draw crowds over its first few years of operation, and it would fuel Worlds of Fun's growth throughout the 80s. In 1982, a new water park titled Oceans of Fun opened directly next to the park. At 60 acres, it was the largest water park in the world at the time of its opening. A year later, in 1983, Scream Roller would be renovated into Extreme Roller, with new stand-up ride vehicles designed by Arrow. This made Extreme Roller America's first stand-up coaster, another win for Worlds of Fun.
Where do I sit? You don't.
Unfortunately, the
Where
new
do I
ride
sit?
type took
That's
a
the
toll on
neat part.
pre-existing
You
track,
don't.
and Extreme Roller would convert
And
back
over
to a
your
sit-down
kneecaps.
coaster after just a year. The opening day coaster Schiss Boomer was removed around this time as well. The Orient Express, now 7 years old, was still the park's signature attraction, and it had operated efficiently and without incident since its opening. However, this streak would not last long. On June 15, 1987, a train entering Orient Express's station slammed into another train that was still boarding passengers.
Ooh.
9 guests were injured in the incident, 8 with neck injuries and bruises, and 1 with back discomfort. Firefighters quickly arrived to the scene, using ladders to bring guests from the elevated track down to the ground, while other guests climbed from car to car to reach the station. The exact cause of the accident was not revealed, but it is suspected that the high-capacity procedures were to blame. Employees were known to override brakes and manually push trains in and out of the station on busy days. A year later, in 1988, Extreme Roller was removed. While its closure was disappointing to many fans, Worlds of Fun would debut a new coaster in 1989 that would make them forget all about it. The Timberwolf was a wooden beast. It was the park's longest coaster, and coaster enthusiasts celebrated its debut. It would also be the last coaster to open under Hunt's management. In the summer of 1995, Hunt and his company would sell Worlds of Fun and Oceans of Fun to the popular regional theme park chain, Cedar Fair. Hunt's company claimed that the deal was to transfer their focus away from the theme park industry and to ensure Worlds of Fun's prosperity. Cedar Fair wasted no time in making the park their own, and the new owners would remove the Zambezi Zinger in 1997 and construct the 205-foot-tall Mamba to debut in 1998. The new coaster once again distracted fans from the removal of a classic, and the ambitious steel coaster would quickly become a favorite of park guests. Worlds of Fun now had 3 major coasters to draw fans in: the Timberwolf, the Mamba, and the Orient Express. Unfortunately, the reign of the Big Three would be much shorter than Cedar Fair would have hoped. On July 17, 1999, the 2 rear cars of a train on the Orient Express derailed as it slowed into the station. The passengers in those cars were left dangling 35 feet in the air. The rescue took 2 hours, as guests were carefully removed from their seats and lowered to the ground. Rumors quickly spread that 2 people jumped into the dangling cars in fear, but this was never confirmed by authorities or park officials. In total, 13 guests were taken to the hospital, but all were released without serious injuries. Inspections after the accident showed internal fatigue on a metal support. The unusual fracture was unlikely to be spotted during inspections, as it wasn't noticeable from the outside. Even if it had been seen, there was no guarantee that a thorough inspection would have taken place. At the time, Missouri was one of 12 U.S. states that had no inspection regulations for permanent amusement park attractions. Despite the incident,
of
the
course,
Orient Express would continue to operate into the 2000s, but the over 20-year-old coaster was showing its age. As with many Aero steel coasters, the ride experience became more rough in its later years, and the recent incident had clouded the reputation of the once groundbreaking coaster. Despite all of these warning signs, fans were shocked to hear that the coaster would not reopen for the 2004 season, operating for the last time on October 26, 2003.
They were shocked?
There was no announcement prior to its closure, and the coaster was already being dismantled at the end of the 2003 season. The park's official announcement, a few days after the ride's closure, stated that extremely high maintenance costs for attractions in the area are what sparked the decision. During the announcement, Cedar Fair announced the addition of a new coaster, Spinning Dragons, to be placed on part of the Orient Express's former site. The new attraction would be a spinning coaster, the second of its kind. It would have rotating cars, with 4 inward-facing guests spinning on an independent axis throughout the ride. The coaster was not nearly as
Why? Give me 1 second. Okay, let me just turn that down a little bit. Jesus. That scared the shit out of me. Honey, why would you do this?
ambitious as the Orient Express, and it reached the short max height of 54 feet and only lasted around a minute and a half. The new coaster would debut on April 17, 2004, and unlike the opening of the Timberwolf and the Mamba, the addition did not distract fans from the Orient Express's closure. Luckily, Cedar Fair had another ride up their sleeve, and just 2 years later in 2006, the inverted B&M coaster Patriot would debut, utilizing more of the land freed by the removal of the Orient Express. The new coaster excited fans and drew in larger crowds. While dedicated fans were still upset at the Orient Express's removal, the investment in the $14 million coaster was widely celebrated. 3 years later in 2009, a new wooden coaster, the Prowler, would debut, receiving praise from enthusiasts and positive reactions from park guests. Sadly, this was the last new coaster that Worlds of Fun has introduced. Now in 2018, nearly a decade after the opening of the Prowler, Worlds of Fun has stagnated, retaining only 6 major coasters: Prowler, Timberwolf, Mamba, Spinning Dragons, Patriot, and Boomerang, a Vekoma Boomerang coaster that had been added in 2000. Worlds of Fun is not Cedar Fair's first priority, nor should it be, but having been 9 years without a new coaster, local park goers can't help but feel ignored. It is a far cry from the years following the debut of the Orient Express, and with a lack of variety and no foreseeable additions, fans are becoming more and more nostalgic for the fallen coaster. Worlds of Fun has not forgotten about the former ride either, and on top of continuing to sell merchandise related to the ride, there are a few remnants worth mentioning. One is the use of the Orient Express's chicken exit sign in the queue for the Timberwolf, and another is the utilization of the Orient Express's former queue and ride tunnel, which Worlds of Fun now uses as a Halloween haunted house. As we continue our travels on this exciting season of Defunctland, it's important for all of us to recognize how special our common interest in theme parks and themed entertainment is, especially considering how different our places of origin. For many, you grew up near Walt Disney World and Universal Studios, or maybe Disneyland. Some of you grew up near Busch Gardens Williamsburg, or Kings Island, or Alton Towers. For the unlucky few among us, your home park was Nara Dreamland, or Astroworld, and for those like me, it was Worlds of Fun. No matter your home park, even the underwhelming ones, there is some unique art to be found there, or at the very least, some interesting stories. And while there might be nothing in Kansas, it is true that there is no place like home. Now, how do I program these things to Epcot? The year was 1996, and the Walt Disney Company was in a very peculiar place. Walt Disney Studios was riding high, as they were in the middle of the Disney Renaissance. A return to form had yielded a plethora of box office success, while the rest of the company appeared to be in a state of disarray. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the president of Walt Disney Studios, was forced to resign by CEO Michael Eisner in 1994. This was because Katzenberg had demanded that Eisner appoint him to president after the death of Frank Wells had left the position vacant. Many prominent Disney shareholders and board members did not want Katzenberg as the president of the company, and Eisner, who saw Katzenberg as hungry for power and acclaim, did not feel comfortable promoting him. After he left, Katzenberg would form rival animation studio DreamWorks SKG and would sue Disney for promised royalties that he had never received. The lawsuit would be settled a year later in 1997, with reports saying that Disney paid Katzenberg almost $270 million. In 1995, Eisner had appointed Michael Ovitz, the founder of the world-renowned creative arts agency, to the position of president. For a variety of reasons, this did not work out. Eisner would dismiss him from the company just over a year later in 1996. Ovitz would walk away with a severance package of nearly $140 million. During all of this, Eisner himself would cash in stock options of nearly $600 million. Money was flying all over the place at the Walt Disney Company, but none of it was going to the company's other major division. Disney Parks had gone on a roller coaster of its own during the preceding 5 years, and Eisner's proclaimed Disney decade was not going as planned. Many ambitious and creative projects were scrapped by the mid-90s. Disney's America was announced, and then canceled. Disneyland's elaborate Tomorrowland renovation, Tomorrowland 2055, was announced and then canceled. Disneyland's second gate, Port Disney, was announced and then canceled. Disneyland's other second gate, Westcott, was announced and then canceled. Epcot's New World Showcase pavilions and renovated Future World pavilions were announced and then canceled. A bunch of Indiana Jones attractions, a bunch of Muppets attractions, and a bunch of Toontown attractions all were announced and then canceled because of one bad egg. Euro Disney. The resort just outside of Paris, France had gone way over budget and failed spectacularly, causing a domino effect throughout the company. Euro Disney was not the sole reason that all of these projects were canceled. For some, there were many other causes, but the failure was always part of the decision, and more often than not, it was the deciding factor. Whether for financial reasons or personal hesitation, Eisner slammed the brakes on the Disney decade, but he still felt pressure to capitalize on the strong brand that the studios had created. Plus, the United States was experiencing an economic boom during this time, allowing families more leisure spending. All signs were pointing Eisner to an expansion of the parks, but Euro Disney, Disney's America, and the other failures were still on his mind. This led him to what seemed to be a brilliant compromise. In 1996, Eisner created a new subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company named Disney Regional Entertainment. This division would plan and execute Disney entertainment venues throughout the United States. With this, the company would be able to profit off of its successful properties in an interactive setting similar to the company's parks in Anaheim and Orlando. However, what Eisner was planning was no Disneyland. He had something much cheaper in mind, and something much more 90s.
Yes.
In the early 90s, things were going good. Disney was making money as every company should. Little Mermaid, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast hit so big, they wanted to take them east. They tried to expand, but Euro Disneyland fell real hard. It did not go as planned. They were out of money, they were out of luck, but Eisner had an idea to pick the company back up. Move into the malls, ruin the brand, cancel all your plans. It's defunct land, cash in all your stock as quick as you can. Close some more rides, it's defunct land.
Defunct Land is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
The
Why did that
1990s,
guy sound like
the Wild
Pitbull?
West of themed entertainment. Apart from the recent developments of the theme park industry, local entertainment was booming throughout the United States. Shopping centers that had existed for decades were being transformed into miniature amusement parks, with niche stores and small attractions taking over. Themed restaurant chains were sprouting up all over the country, with the usual suspects being Rainforest Cafe, the Hard Rock Cafe, and Planet Hollywood. The most unexpected of the new developments might have been the rise in indoor children's play places. These were a mix of tubes, slides, ball pits, nets, stairs with steps taller than your body, socks with holes in them, vomit, disinfectant, those net bridges that your feet would get stuck in, a kind of terrifying helicopter thing where the mean kids would jump up and down and it would shake a lot. The open slides with only like one hill, which was just a waste. I mean, I climbed all the way up there. I'm gonna take the tube slide. And rug burns. So many rug burns. McDonald's opened its first indoor play place of this kind in
not very
1987.
pleasant memories
This allowed
of
parents
play
to dine
places.
while their children played, and the concept was met with glowing reviews. McDonald's would continue to add play places to their restaurants, and others would quickly take note and expand upon the idea.
Running swing here? I don't think so. Climb and slide here? I don't think so. Then where? I'm going DZ at Discovery Zone, where I can cut loose and be on my own.
DZ is made just for me, a place where I can really cut loose. It's all here.
Jump and tumble here? I don't think so.
I miss Chuck E. Cheese.
Discovery Zone opened its first location in Kansas City, Missouri in 1989. The facility featured an elaborate play place, a ball pit, a rock wall, an arcade, a maze, and a variety of other activities for children. Discovery Zone was a popular venue for birthday parties and group day trips. It also advertised itself as a good place for kids to engage in fun fitness activities. The company would quickly expand, opening 39 more locations until being purchased in 1992 by wealthy Chicago businessman Donald Flynn. In less than 3 years, the chain would expand to 340 locations. McDonald's had noticed the competition, and in 1991 had created their own chain of indoor amusement centers named Leaps and Bounds. McDonald's would not be able to keep up with Discovery Zone, and would sell all 48 Leaps and Bounds locations to the company in 1994. Around this time, Blockbuster Video, who owned about 20% of Discovery Zone, would up its stake to 50.1% and
Wait,
would assume control
Blockbuster?
of the company in 1995. In hindsight, this was akin to Radio Shack investing in Toys R Us. What, too soon? The rapid expansion of Discovery Zone would prove unsustainable, and the company wouldn't make it to the 21st century. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in 1996, and would do the same in 1999, this time ceasing operations. Over 100 locations closed immediately. This brought a flood of horror stories of children showing up to the center for their birthday party, only to be greeted by a note on the door informing them of the closure. Some of the franchised locations remained open, and 13 fun centers, along with the Discovery Zone name and logo, were purchased by the company's main competitor, a powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese.
There he is. It's the rat. Did they ever establish if he was a rat or a mouse? I'm pretty sure they said it was a rat, right? And if that's the case, why would they have a rat as a mascot for a pizza place? I feel like that's just a bad idea.
Started by Atari founder Nolan Bushnell, Chuck E. Cheese's opened its first location in San Jose, California in 1977. Bushnell had always had a respect for the Walt Disney Company and their theme parks.
Oh, hi,
and he wanted to
Nemo.
create an elaborate entertainment
Thank you for
experience of his
stopping
own.
by. I
He would combine
appreciate
video
it.
games, animatronics,
I hope you're
and
having a
pizza
good
into
day.
a restaurant called Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater. Bushnell would expand this restaurant into a chain, and by 1984,
Thank you for the well
the company
wishes.
had
Have a
over
good day.
250
Eat
locations.
good food.
Unfortunately,
Make good decisions.
this same
Look
year,
both ways
Pizza
before
Time
crossing
Theater
the
would
street.
declare bankruptcy due to debts acquired through expansion, the declining interest in arcades, and in some cases, multiple restaurants that were located too close to each other, virtually
success is
splitting
just
the
a pizza
potential
cake.
profit of an area.
Shut
the
up.
remaining locations would be quickly bought by rival chain Showbiz Pizza Place, which was started by a Chuck E. Cheese franchisee in 1980. Showbiz Pizza did not rebrand any of the Chuck E. Cheese restaurants.
I gotta go to bed,
and the
but if
two
you
chains
stream
would
this weekend,
eventually
I'll
be
come
merged
visit.
in 1990,
I'll try.
with Showbiz Pizza Time Incorporated choosing to go all in on the Chuck E. Cheese
Have a
brand,
good rest.
abandoning
Sleep well.
Showbiz Pizza's animatronic band, the Rockafire Explosion, in the process. Throughout all of the financial issues and restructurings, there were still over 250 operating locations in 1992, with all of them being renamed to Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza before dropping the pizza from its title in 1995. On top of their arcades,
No pizza,
animatronic
just
shows,
Chuck E.
and pizza, Chuck E. Cheese's began investing more in indoor play places to compete with McDonald's and Discovery Zone. It was around this time that the Walt Disney Company took note of the success of these companies. While they might have been late to the game, they expected to fit right in. After all, Discovery Zone had been described as an indoor Disney World, and
I'll
Chuck
try
E.
to visit
Cheese's
when I
used
can.
Disney
No,
as a
it's-
major
it's
inspiration
totally fine
during
if
its
you
development.
can't.
If Disney utilized the same
Just
concept,
jump in whenever.
implementing their attention to detail and intellectual properties, they could dominate the new market.
What the hell? Oh, more ads. Good.
The Cousins RV Sports and Travel
Oh,
Show.
good.
was
I
such a
wanted a
huge hit,
Colorado
it's been
ad.
extended
Oh,
through
thank
Saturday
you
with
so much. Shut up.
In 1996, Eisner appointed Art Levitt to the president of Disney Regional Entertainment. Levitt was the perfect person for the job, and it wasn't the first time that he and Eisner had done business. At 28, he was a salesman at a Los Angeles furniture store. One day, Michael Eisner himself walked in looking to purchase some items for Disney. The fact that the CEO of one of the world's largest corporations was concerned with something as small as furniture was a true testament to Eisner's micromanagement. Levitt and Eisner apparently hit it off, and he was quickly named Director of Corporate Projects and Executive Assistant to Eisner. During his first tenure with Disney, he would also become an executive in
After
charge
being
of
a
overseeing
furniture
Walt Disney
store
World's on-property
employee?
resort and entertainment locations, including the
I feel
Disney
like that's a
Village
little bit of a
Marketplace and its
big
Pleasure
jump,
Island
don't you think
nightclub
there,
district.
Eisner?
Levitt came up with the idea for an ESPN-themed restaurant to be placed on Pleasure Island. In 1993, Levitt left Disney to head Rank Leisure USA, a company that operated multiple Hard Rock Cafe locations. Just 2 years later, he would return to Disney, equipped with new expertise on location-based themed entertainment. After becoming the president of Disney Regional Entertainment, he would head the creation of 3 national chains for the Walt Disney Company.
Oh boy.
The first was their attempt at a children's indoor amusement center
What?
to be named Club Disney.
Eh.
Club Disney is a now little-known
Thanks for the
project
3
of the Walt
months,
Disney
Domo.
Company. Disney intended to build the amusement centers in suburban malls throughout the country. The spaces were designed for weekend visits,
We're
school
watching
field
Defunct
trips,
Land.
and birthday parties. It would also house family workshops,
I don't even know what this
such
is.
as Poo Robics, which was described as a 10-week parent and child stretching and
yes,
exercise
this Chuck E.
program
Cheese.
led by the beloved and befuddled Honey Bear. The complexes featured play places, educational demonstrations, animation tutorials, karaoke, and kid-friendly computer games in a lab called the Mouse Pad. The e-ticket attraction of Club Disney was of course the play place. These varied from location to location, with some being themed to a specific franchise, such as The Lion King or Hercules, while others were not themed at all. The play places had varying names, such as
It's
the
the
Jungle
Canadian
Climber,
A,
the Courageous Climber, and the Supercalitoontastic
Yeah, but to me it just looks like you're
Time
going,
Toaster.
eh.
Other attractions were a room themed to Peter Pan where guests could see their shadow, a swing themed to Tarzan, an activities area called Herc's Gym, motion-detected musical instruments on the Aristocat Music Wall, which sounds very similar to an attraction that used to be in Epcot's ImageWorks, an area for children under 3 called the Pooh and You Corner, a storybook time, and a variety of arcade games. At some locations, there was a Little Mermaid-themed area, where kids could, quote, peek through the portholes of a sunken pirate ship and find a treasure, or chat with a friend on a cellular telephone. There would also be periodic dance parties themed to different Disney properties. These included the Lion King Limbo, the Mickey Macarena, and the Roger Rabbit Bunny Hop. Some locations had a room called the Applaudville Theater, where guests could dress as Disney characters and participate in a fashion show. There were also educational activities called Ed Ventures, and monthly activities, such as science demonstrations themed to Flubber. As with Chuck E. Cheese and Discovery Zone, a major focus of Club Disney was its elaborate birthday parties, with children getting to pick from a few options, such as Disney Princess Tea,
I don't remember
Toy
the last
Story
time I
Search
had a
Party,
birthday party.
Pooh-rific, Hercules Hero Hurrah, and 101 Dalmatians Bow Wow Bash. Some locations had a magician performing tricks as Merlin, and the cake for the parties was catered by the Cheesecake Factory. A child could only enter Club Disney with an adult, and both were given a special wristband with a barcode, so no child could leave with a different adult than the one they came with. This was to ease the minds of parents, to allow the kids to roam free.
You see
within
how
the
well that
complex,
worked in
and
that
to
one
ensure
Five
that no
Nights at
parents
Freddy's
treated
minigame.
Club Disney as a daycare center. The clubs also served Mickey Mouse-shaped pizza. Admission was $8 for kids and $4 for adults, which would be about $12 and $6 respectively when adjusted for inflation. There was also a large gift store called the Clubhouse Shop. One mother reacted to Club Disney's announcement by proclaiming, "Disney has invaded our lives, but I think the children enjoy all of it." The opening day of the first location, which was part of a new mall in Thousand Oaks, California, began with a ceremony featuring Michael Eisner, Mickey Mouse,
I mean, the
and
kids
Goofy.
don't care.
The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that over 10,000 visitors would show up on opening day. And surprise, he was a little off. When Club Disney opened its doors on February 21st, 1997, only 1,000 visitors showed, proving that no one had learned anything from Euro Disneyland's opening. One sheriff was quoted saying, "We were expecting a lot more people. Maybe because Disney advertised that tens of thousands were going to be here, it scared people away." Of the opening day
Stupid
crowd,
aces.
10 or so were protesters accusing Disney of paying Haitian workers 28 cents an hour to make Pocahontas-themed pajamas. The demonstrators were probably also disappointed that more people did not show up. Still, parents and children seemed to love the new complex, and 4 more would be built. Another in California, 2 in Arizona, and 1 in Colorado. Disney representatives
there
had
was
been
one in Colorado?
enthusiastic of the chain's success, claiming
no,
that
they
they
were
were going
planning
to
to put
open
one in
another
Colorado.
100 clubs, quote, as fast as we can build them. While reviews were positive, Club Disney was not without its critics. One of the higher-end malls that Club Disney had moved into accused Disney of ignoring the complex's theming standards by implementing their cheesy design. Also, parents complained about the price of admission, especially the necessity for a separate adult ticket, as they were not participating in the club's activities and were required to be there. Club Disney also proved that Disney was best off not teaching anything ever, as the Ed Ventures activities were the most highly criticized of the complex, with many accusing them of being a mere tactic to convince schools to sign off on field trips. In the end, Disney did not follow through with the plans for expansion, but not for these small complaints. The company was impatient with the
It's gonna be
investment.
lurking playing
And less than
Hollow
3
Knight. Good
years
luck
after
with
the
the art. I've
opening
been
of the
really
first
enjoying the game.
location,
The art looks
Disney
good, by
decided
the
to
way.
cancel the expansion and shut down the
Thanks.
complexes. Club Disney was not the cash cow that the company
You
had
like
hoped
went
for.
back and
And
forth
being the
between
late
talking
90s,
about
Eisner was
my
not
art
in the
and
mood
talking
to
about
play
the game that I
long
got
game.
confused.
The company was cutting costs across the board.
But I get
and
what
Club
you were
Disney
saying.
became another casualty
Enjoy
of the
the
financial
game.
issues.
I've never played
the chain
Hollow
was
Knight,
closed on
but
November 1st,
maybe
1999,
that's gonna be a
having
game that I
never
play on
expanded
stream.
past
Who
its
knows?
original 5 locations. This was around the same time that Discovery Zone ceased its operations, leading many to believe that indoor play centers were just a fad of the 90s. As Chuck E. Cheese's would prove, there is some longevity to the concept, so long as you innovate or evolve. As for Disney Regional Entertainment, Club Disney would be the smallest of their 3 projects. Another regional chain Levitt would create was based off his original idea for an ESPN-themed restaurant, now possible
What is
thanks
that
to
Mickey
Disney's
silhouette? What the
1996
hell?
acquisition of ABC.
It's your mother. Hi.
Hi.
Mother.
How are you guys holding up
I
without me?
require
We were just
sustenance.
watching a little TV.
Have the kids driven you nuts yet?
We've been keeping ourselves entertained.
Jess said she'd help you with the dishes tonight.
Well, the kitchen is spotless and dinner was great.
Wow, you should reward yourselves. Take them somewhere fun. That will have a huge impact on the league.
She knows.
The complexes were part bar, part
It's
restaurant,
Souls-like 2D
part
platformer,
arcade,
I would
part
recommend.
gift shop, and part
I've-
broadcast
I
studio.
know,
It was
like,
such
what
a
the
hit among
game
sports
is
fans
and
that
how
there
it
were
plays. I
apparently
just
points where
never
guests
played
would have
it.
to be dragged out for staying an excessive amount of time. The ESPN Zone would also put on the ultimate couch potato competition, a sitting competition that challenged participants to watch TV without falling asleep or getting up, only allowing a bathroom break every 8 hours. One year, the winner watched TV for 3 straight days. ESPN Zone would debut in Baltimore on July 11th, 1998. The brand would grow to a total of 9 locations, many of which would close in the mid to late 2000s, mostly due to the recession, and the only remaining location, at Downtown Disney in Anaheim, closed June 2nd, 2018 to make room for the Disneyland Resort's new hotel. In between Club Disney and ESPN
That's gonna be
Zone
weird.
would be Disney Regional
I
Entertainment's
remember
most
seeing
ambitious
that
project.
ESPN Zone,
It was
like,
the
since
main
I was a
reason
little
that the
kid.
subsidiary had been
It's gonna be
created.
weird
It
walking
was
past
the
that and just
Imagineers'
seeing a
most
hotel.
puzzling concoction. It was Disney Quest.
Disney Quest.
th 1990.
Okay, I'm gonna real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna run an ad. And if you're still here by the time I get back, congrats! You win a Veterans Award. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I just need to pee. Anyways, be right back. And we're back. Just like that. Did you miss me? Probably not. Anyway.
The video game developer Sega announced plans for a new ambitious project. Their goal was to create location-based themed entertainment centers, a hybrid of amusement parks and arcades, and place them throughout the United States. On September 28, 1995, the video game developer Sega announced plans for a new ambitious project. Their goal was to create location-based themed entertainment centers, a hybrid of amusement parks and arcades, and place them throughout the United States. The concept was simple enough. Instead of putting arcades into malls, they wanted to put malls into arcades. In order to do this, they would create state-of-the-art games and attractions, and insert them into complexes complete with small shops and food courts. Sega had tested the idea in Japan in the mid-80s and reactions had been positive. The industry seemed promising in the United States as well, with chains such as Dave & Buster's finding success with a similar concept. Sega had the resources to physically build the indoor amusement centers, but it couldn't hurt to partner with a company that could drive the project creatively. They would find a partner in a familiar entertainment company that starts with a D. That's right, DreamWorks. Sega and DreamWorks announced their partnership to create a chain of indoor amusement centers named GameWorks, with filmmaker Steven Spielberg providing significant creative input. GameWorks would grow over the next 2 decades, opening over 30 locations both in the United States and around the world. The chain sounds a lot like another venture attempted by an even larger creative force. The Walt Disney Company and its subsidiary, Disney Regional Entertainment, would develop an indoor entertainment center for families named Disney Quest that would debut in 1998. However,
Sounds
Disney
like a
Regional
brilliant
Entertainment was not
idea.
even created
That
until
totally
over a year
won't go
after the
wrong.
GameWorks announcement.
Absolutely
So
not.
did Disney copy the idea? It's certainly not the first
Yes.
time they've mimicked concepts under the helm of CEO Michael Eisner. The question is,
The answer is yes.
why?
You don't need to
Out of all of
ask.
the entertainment concepts sprouting up in the 90s, why GameWorks? Most of the locations and attractions that Eisner imitated posed a direct threat to the amount of tourists that would be visiting Disney's parks. But GameWorks wasn't stealing any business from Disney. The locations hadn't even been announced. So why expand into an emerging, volatile market and take on a company that has more experience and resources in that field? That risk does not seem to make sense from a business perspective, but it makes perfect sense if you look at it from a completely different angle. Who founded GameWorks? Sega and DreamWorks. Who founded DreamWorks? Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, the former head of Walt Disney Studios that had constantly butted heads with Eisner and had been ousted from the company a year prior. Disney Regional Entertainment was in part created as an easy way to expand the Disney Parks experience to smaller cities throughout the United States. But there was something bigger going on here. Eisner was spiraling, and he was taking the Walt Disney Company down with him.
He's gone mad. Mad, I tell you! Love this chip tune of the Fantasia theme, or Phantasmic. Is it Phantasmic? I don't know my Disney tunes. That's a lie. I don't know my my Disneyland tunes.
Fly over Mars. Take a trek through a prehistoric jungle. Tour a house that has not yet been built. It's called virtual reality, and as Jay Shaver found
It's called
out,
virtual
all it takes
reality.
is a special helmet and a glove, and you're off.
You're gone, John. Your history.
It's a computer-generated world where you see and move and feel. Will real life ever be the same?
Though it had been implemented into specialized use for fields such as medicine and engineering since the 1970s, virtual reality technology wasn't seen as ready for consumers until the 1990s. One of the first commercial uses of the technology would be the insertion of virtual reality pods into arcades, malls, and movie theaters. These had horrible graphics, constrained movement, high costs, and generalized filth. The system in one game could easily cost around $50,000 to purchase, and generally cost the consumer around $5 to play, which would be closer to $100,000 to purchase and $10 to play when adjusted for inflation. With the high costs involved, VR cafes began to open across the country, allowing patrons to try out the latest in VR technology. While excitement
but
around
VR
VR
cafes in
remained,
Japan
the boom of
makes
VR
sense.
arcade games tapered off by the mid-90s. By then, the idea of VR had caught the attention of video game console producers, such as Sega and Nintendo,
I
both
guess
of
now
which
that it's
attempted
not
to create
exactly
VR
a
headsets
big
for
budget
home
constraint, it
use,
makes
both
sense in
meeting
America,
less than
but
ideal
still.
results. By the late 90s, the future of the medium was bleak, but GameWorks, and therefore Disney, saw potential. and virtual reality games and simulators would be the main attractions of both of the planned complexes. On June 20th, 1995, Disney announced that the Walt Disney World Resort Shopping District, the Disney Village Marketplace, would receive a major renovation. In September of 1997, it would be renamed to Downtown Disney. In its 20-year existence, the marketplace had already undergone a few major expansions.
Yay,
the most
Downtown
notable of
Disney.
these was the addition of Pleasure Island, an elaborate-themed nightclub district that
Yeah.
debuted in 1989. This divided the complex in two, with the other section being named the Marketplace. These two sections saw their theming slightly adjusted in order to fit the Downtown Disney renovation, and a new area, named Downtown Disney West Side, opened as well. This new section would include a
going
Cirque
to
du
the
Soleil
West
show,
Side.
a Planet Hollywood, and a ginormous indoor theme park. Disney Quest opened its doors on June 19, 1998. There was little build-up to its debut, and the structure was nearly finished a year prior to its opening, with Disney refusing to confirm or release any information, not even announcing its official name until a few months before. The public and the press were confused on what exactly would be inside of the large building when it opened, and Disney Regional Entertainment seemed the most confused of all. The subsidiary's president, Art Levitt, acknowledged that the team was having a difficult time describing Disney Quest. It was more than an arcade, but it wasn't really a theme park either. When questioned in the months leading up to its opening, Levitt and other executives referred to the complex as the ultimate interactive
It's an
adventure,
apartment
which means
complex
almost
with
nothing if you
games
think about it.
inside.
Disney provided a few press releases and promotional material,
Oh my.
but overall, the debut of Disney Regional Entertainment's flagship concept was surprisingly quiet. Still, in the summer of 1998, a large crowd gathered to enter Disney Quest for the first time, not sure what to expect from the new experience.
Hello, I'm Michael Eisner. I'm here in the virtual reality studio where Disney Imagineers are creating a whole new world of storytelling. Tiny TV screens inside this headset actually allow you to step into the world of Aladdin on a magic carpet ride. It's called virtual because it's a world which only exists inside a computer. Reality because unlike film or television, you see not just what's on the screen, but what's above, around, and behind you. And you control when you return to the real world. I wonder where the exit is. Oh well, welcome to the wonderful world of Disney.
The building was a huge 5-story, 100,000 square foot blue box. On the front and back of the building, there was a large set of Mickey ears with Disney Quest in large
It's
print.
a
The building
big
had no windows,
blue
adding to the mystery surrounding its
box.
contents. Concept art for the complex gave the building a slightly different, more
Fascinating.
three-dimensional style, also incorporating a proposed monorail track to the downtown Disney complex. Exterior ticket booths were located to the left of the entrance. Guests would enter on the ground floor, a simple yet elegant lobby. There were bronze busts of famous Disney characters placed throughout the room. The centerpiece was an artificial sky, with supercalifragilisticexpialidocious surrounding the trim of the faux window. This was the setup to the illusion that the elevators were actually flying you to a new land. It was a subtle and fun touch. At the end of the lobby were the turnstiles to get on the elevator. Once through, guests boarded the highly themed lifts, named the Cyberlators. These featured an en-route show, starring the genie from Aladdin. This 45-second video explains to guests that they are being transported not just to the next level, but to a new location entirely. After this, the elevator doors opened, and guests entered Disney Quest. Like the classic castle parks around the world, Disney Quest was designed with a central hub, known as Ventureport. Upon entering the main area, guests could see a structure that appeared to be a futuristic telescope. Connected to Ventureport were 4 bridges, known as gateway branches, leading out to each themed zone. These were Replay Zone, Score Zone, Create Zone, and Explore Zone. The Replay Zone, located on floors 3, 4, and 5, featured Midway on the Moon, a classic arcade where guests could play games like Pac-Man, Air Hockey, Skee-Ball, and Tron. An attraction called Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters also resided in this area. This was much different than the Buzz Lightyear dark rides that can be found at Disney parks throughout the world. Disney Quest version was an attraction that combined bumper cars with dodgeball. Each vehicle contained 2 guests. One would drive the car, and the other would fire dodgeballs at the other vehicles. The next zone was Score Zone, also located on floors 3, 4, and 5. The main game in this area was the Mighty Ducks Pinball Slam. Guests would stand on platforms and lean in different directions, controlling a virtual pinball on a large screen. Another game in the Score Zone was one of Disney Quest's premier VR attractions, Ride the Comics. Guests would don large visors and hold motion-detecting sabers, swinging them violently as they fought villains in a digital superhero world. There were multiple bays, made to look like spaceships. The last attraction in the Score Zone was Invasion, an extraterrestrial alien encounter. An extension to the Magic Kingdom attraction that had opened 3 years prior, Invasion continued the world building the extraterrestrial alien encounter began. In the game's story, a space outpost filled with American colonists is being invaded by alien monsters. In a moment of desperation, the President of the United States enlists the help of L.C. Clench, the chairman of Excess Tech, played
Clench.
once again by Jeffrey Jones. In a pre-show
What a
video,
name.
Clench describes his new military technology, the XS-5000, that requires a pilot and multiple gunmen to operate. After the pre-show, players would enter the XS-5000 and be teleported to the planet. Operating 2 joysticks, the gunman had the ability to shoot lasers or missiles, as well as capture colonists. The pilot would navigate the ship around and eventually back to the teleporter, and also trigger the ship to jump to get out of tough situations. The immersive experience used 3D graphics and a variety of multi-angled screens. During the 4-minute game, players would run into some familiar-looking monsters, with grotesque designs similar to those found in the Magic Kingdom attraction. The third themed zone was the Create Zone, located on the 2nd floor. This area featured the Animation Academy, an interactive demonstration similar to those found at other Disney parks. In that, participants were given a tutorial on how to draw Disney's animated characters. One difference was that Disney Quest's version utilized digital touchscreens, while the others used paper. Due to this difference, the Disney Quest attraction was only able to accommodate 18 guests at a time. Other attractions in the Create Zone included Radio Disney Songmaker, which allowed guests to create their own original song by mixing different styles, sounds, effects, lyrics, and more. Sid's Create-A-Toy, a Toy Story-inspired area that let guests combine different toy parts to create a new one, and Magic Mirrors, which allowed guests to take a picture of themselves and manipulate it into a cartoon. The most popular attraction in the Create Zone was Cyberspace Mountain. Cyberspace Mountain was a simulator ride in which guests could design their own roller coaster. It began with a tutorial presented by Bill Nye the Science Guy, explaining to riders how to properly construct their coaster. Cyberspace Mountain allowed guests to ride their creations in a simulator car capable of tilting, turning, and even flipping them upside down. A more advanced version of this concept would later appear in Disney parks as the Sum of All Thrills, a 2009 addition to Innoventions in Epcot. The last zone was the Explore Zone, located on floors 1 and 2. Guests could get to the area either by the stairs or from the 3rd floor Aladdin-themed Cave of Wonders slide. However, this was closed after less than a year of operation. The Explore Zone had 3 large attractions that were technological marvels for their time. The first attraction was Aladdin's Magic Carpet Ride. This attraction was another VR game that required a headset. Guests would sit on a motorcycle-like seat, and after putting on the headset, would find themselves magically transported to Agrabah. Guests would ride on the magic carpet while attempting to release the genie, who was trapped in the Cave of Wonders. The second attraction, Hercules in the Underworld, was a 3D attraction that took guests on an adventure with the characters from the film. Groups of players, each with their own joystick, steered Pegasus and the heroes in an attempt to defeat Hades. The third immersive attraction was the Virtual Jungle Cruise. Guests would board an inflatable raft, sitting on top of a large pad in front of a screen. The game started in the Jungle Cruise at the Magic Kingdom before a virtual skipper sends guests to the age of the dinosaurs. The skipper accidentally drops the device that controls the time machine, and guests paddle down the river in an attempt to grab it. The pad below reacted to the players' paddles and the flow of the water to maximize realism. A less immersive attraction in Explore Zone was Treasure of the Incas, which had guests drive toy trucks through a maze in order to win prizes. The drivers operated the vehicles on a screen, and a teammate that could see the top of the maze would yell directions at them. Disney Quest also had a few restaurants that guests could eat at. These counter-service eateries were Food Quest, the Wonderland Cafe, and the Cheesecake Factory Express, a smaller-scale Cheesecake Factory concept exclusive to Disney Quest. Once guests had explored the entire complex, they would walk down a spiral staircase and exit through the first floor gift shop. Despite the lack of marketing, Disney Quest at Downtown Disney was a success, sucking tourists and shoppers through its shiny new gates. However, Disney Regional Entertainment was not surprised or impressed by the crowds it initially drew. After all, it was located within the Walt Disney World Resort, catering to a dedicated, if not captive, market. In fact, it seems that Levitt and Disney Regional Entertainment didn't view Disney Quest Orlando as the chain's official debut. It was a mere test for the planned regional complexes, and the next Disney Quest to open would be given the fanfare one would expect from Disney.
Hi everybody, I'm Janet Davies.
And I'm Jim Rose, and welcome to one of the most incredible places in Chicago this year. It's called Disney Quest, and it's located on the corner of Ohio and Rush in Chicago, just 1 block west of Michigan Avenue.
JR, right behind us is a 5-story building that is an indoor interactive theme park. It is full of high-tech virtual reality games and gadgetry.
The way she says it's like she's never been to a theme park before.
Pure fun, good family
It's
fun.
it's
and I
a
guarantee there is no place in the
theme
United States like
park?
this except in Orlando,
Is that how you say
where
it?
the original Disney Quest is.
Before Disney Quest Orlando opened, Disney Quest Chicago was announced. This would be the first of hopefully many Disney Quests throughout the world, with Disney projecting around 30 locations. Disney Quest Chicago opened a year after Orlando's, debuting on June 16, 1999. The complex, located on the corner of Rush and Ohio, was given a large opening celebration, with an entire television special documenting the ceremonies. The building was similar to Disney Quest Orlando in that it was 5 floors, but it was slightly smaller at 90,000 square feet as opposed to Orlando's 100,000. Having Disney Quest in Chicago was an ambitious step for Disney, but it was also a decision that made perfect sense. Chicago was the third most populated American city, and it was also the birthplace of Walt Disney. It was far enough away from both Orlando and Anaheim to deliver Disney to an entirely new market. And GameWorks was set to open a location just outside of the city in the summer of 1999 as well, but that was probably just a coincidence. The main goal of Disney Quest Chicago was to become the Magic Kingdom of the Midwest. Due to the lack of space for the Chicago location, some of the features and games were forced to have fewer stations, but the main layout and attractions remained the same. While many locals were excited to have a Disney theme park come to their backyard, experts and journalists were more skeptical. Apart from the criticism of the complex's cheesy architecture not fitting in with the surrounding area, they weren't sure whether Disney would see a return on the investment. Interest in both GameWorks and Disney Quest was dwindling fast. The ever-changing landscape of technology was diverting consumer focus to the internet and home consoles, and while the public was eager to experience both indoor amusement center concepts, the chances of locals becoming regulars was falling by the minute. This meant that Disney Quest Chicago would have to rely more on tourists, which did not bode well for a large-scale regional expansion. While critics lacked confidence in Disney Quest, Disney had far too much. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that around 3 million guests would visit Disney Quest per year. However, this would have been nearly
Why
impossible,
are they trusting this
as
guy
proved by
still?
this quote from a 1999 article from the Chicago Tribune. The average length of stay is in the 2.5 to 3 hour range, so to cram in 3 million visitors a year while maintaining some crowd control, Disney Quest would have to stay open about 17 hours a day, every day, and remain at full capacity the entire time. Apparently, no one had learned anything from the opening of Club Disney, which learned nothing from the opening of Euro Disneyland. In late 1998, Disney had announced that a third Disney Quest would be built in Philadelphia. This location would have been located on the popular Market Street as part of an ambitious redevelopment of the area. The city was thrilled to be chosen by Disney, and by the time of Disney Quest Chicago's debut, the space was being cleared in preparation for construction and was set to open in the summer of 2000. However, production delays pushed the project back to the summer of 2002. In late 2000, both Disney Quest Orlando and Disney Quest Chicago received a brand new attraction. Hercules in the Underworld was replaced by Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, which featured large screens surrounding a miniature pirate ship that guests would board. Each player would have a physical cannon that would fire digital cannonballs at enemy ships. A more advanced version of the game's technology would later be used in Toy Story Midway Mania. Players would also encounter a serpent that looked very similar to the Lego model that opened at the Downtown Disney Lego store in 1997. Guests playing the game would have to defeat the Jolly Roger, which was not an easy task, and the majority of players would lose the game, with their boat sinking into the water. It is worth noting that both the Pirates of the Caribbean and Aladdin Disney Quest games were designed by Randy Posh, a virtual reality specialist and professor famous for his talk and book, The Last Lecture, which he produced before passing away in 2008. The new Pirates of the Caribbean game temporarily reinvigorated excitement in the Chicago location, which had already waned in its 18 months of operation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Disney Quest Chicago surprisingly did not live up to Disney's unrealistic expectations, and Disney announced that it would close the location on September 4, 2001. The official reasoning was that the complex was simply not generating enough revenue for the company to justify paying the expensive rent of downtown Chicago. Also, the complex was diverting a massive amount of time and money that Disney and the Imagineers could be spending on more promising and more profitable projects. On top of this, reviews of the Chicago location had not been stellar. The lines were long, the price of admission, $16 for 2.5 hours of games, was too expensive for many, and the complex did not deliver the Disney magic that the theme parks could. Disney Quest Orlando complemented the resort well, but Disney Quest Chicago, alone in the heart of a busy city, felt cold and corporate rather than warm and colorful. Along with the announcement that Disney Quest Chicago would be closed, Disney Regional Entertainment announced that Disney Quest Philadelphia would be scrapped. Disney essentially abandoned the prime real estate in the middle of construction, leaving only a large plot of dirt. Locals coined it the Disney Hole. and to this day, it has not been developed further than a paved parking lot. This, along with the closure of Chicago, slightly tarnished Disney's reputation in both regions. Despite the cancellation of all future plans for Disney Quest Orlando remained open, receiving little attention from the company and little to no updates. Apart from the closure of the Cave of Wonders slide and the addition of Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, the Treasure of the Incas interactive maze game would be closed after a few years of operation. Cell phone frequencies caused interference with the remote-controlled trucks, and on one occasion, one of the vehicles burst into flames, which is terrifying considering that this occurred in a building that had no windows and a main transportation system of a magic elevator.
I'm just imagining.
The space was eventually filled with Let's Go Jungle.
I'm just imagining this little RC
the Magic
car
Mirrors
just
attraction
like
closed in 2005
just like
and was replaced
slows
with
to a
additional seating.
crawl,
perhaps
and
the
then
most
just out of
disappointing
nowhere
removal
just
was
goes
the Cheesecake Factory Express around 2008. In 2011,
just
the
starts, like-
Cyberlator's screens were turned off, and they became just regular elevators. A few years after
it
this,
just- I
to
don't
help
know
promote
why.
the
The
film
thought
Wreck-It
is funny to me.
A large structure of the title character as well as multiple Fix-It-Felix
I don't
games
know,
were
we're
added
just-
to the complex. These, along with a few minor additions and a few major closures toward the end of its lifespan, were the only changes Disney Quest
it was
Orlando
open
saw.
back when
The
Fix-It
subsidiary
Felix,
Disney
or
Regional
not Fix-It
Entertainment
Felix, Wreck-It
lasted
Ralph
until
came out.
2010,
That's how old it
when
is.
it closed 5 ESPN zones and sold 2 more. The branch dissolved, with Disney Quest being absorbed into Disney Parks and Resorts. The indoor theme park was left to die, with Disney giving discounts on tickets and sometimes offering them for free with certain vacation packages. Finally, on June 30th, 2015, it was reported that Disney Quest was going to close at the end of 2016 to be replaced with a new NBA-themed attraction. However, 2016 came and went, with Disney Quest staying open the entire year. It wouldn't be until January 30th, 2017 that Disney would announce that Disney Quest's final day was to be July 2nd. To commemorate the closing, pass holder discounts made ticket prices, which had increased slightly in its nearly 2 decades of operation,
45
exactly
$45 bucks.
$19.98,
Jesus.
as a tribute to the year that it opened. After 19 years of operation, Disney Quest closed its doors. The building sat abandoned for 1 month, until demolition began in August. Construction has begun on the NBA Experience, which is set to open in the summer of 2019. The closure of Disney Quest Orlando, along with the recent closure of Anaheim's ESPN Zone, brought an end to the ventures of Disney Regional Entertainment, with every location of all 3 chains now defunct. But what about Michael Eisner? He seemed to be largely absent from the development and debut of Disney Quest, unlike other projects, such as Euro Disneyland and Disney's America, where he was on the front lines promoting and explaining the new parks. He did endorse Disney Quest in newspapers and a few television interviews, but it seemed to be less of a priority for him, and certainly not one of his passion projects. When the initial concept was pitched to him in the mid-90s, he told the Imagineers to, quote, "kill the project. Why should we go forward with it? So what if we can make money?" The exact reasoning for the strong reaction and what eventually changed his mind is hard to say. Maybe it was as selfish as the announcement of GameWorks, in his desire to take on his former partner and new rival. Maybe it was as innocent as the Imagineers strengthening the concept and presenting the promises of the new technology. Either way, the lack of attention on Disney Quest was typical of Eisner's second era. 1994 was the watershed. Frank Wells' passing, Euro Disneyland's failure, the defeat in Virginia, and his own health issues had turned the ambitious, creative executive into an unfocused, fickle, and often angry CEO. The development of Disney Quest was indicative of the state of the company after the tumultuous 7 years since Euro Disneyland's opening, and it was a mere preview of the mind-boggling creative choices and shocking business decisions that the next 7 years would bring. Their renaissance was over, and Disney was about to enter the 2000s. Buckle up. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Everybody's waiting, capiche? Now don't be late, babe.
Yikes.
Meet Filmora 11, the video editor that can
Meet my ass.
It's the lighting. It's getting the lighting and you're just balance.
I think it's fantastic.
Mr. Eisner?
Oh, hi, Michael.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Eisner. Sorry to disturb you, but I'm delivering to you Mr. Barry Boswick and Mr. Richard Kind. If you'll just sign for them.
Really?
Yeah, right on there. Thank you very much.
I'm here to deliver you two people.
Hey, Michael.
Richard.
Hi, Michael.
Barry. So?
Yeah, we were told to meet the big cheese at the Disneyland Resort.
The big cheese? I'm not the big... I wish I was the big cheese. This is the big cheese.
Oh! Hiya, fellas! Gee, I've been looking for you all day. Well, I want to give you a personal tour of Disney's California Adventure. Ooh, what do you say we start with a ride on California Screamin'?
This just makes me sad and miss California.
So, Mickey, it's just you and me, and I love that ride, and I want to go on it with you.
Aw. Okay, boss.
Okay, boss. And you know, Mickey, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful theme park.
You betcha.
It wasn't. And now the story of a company in panic and the one CEO who just couldn't seem to catch a break. It is Defunctland. On July 17, 1955, Disneyland opened its gates to the public, and along with elaborate theming, it had an expansive, magical parking lot. Due to its placement in Anaheim, Disneyland's land was far from sprawling. This made the parking lot prime real estate for any kind of expansion, including a potential second gate. While a variety of concepts for a second park were proposed over the years, it wouldn't be until 1982 that the Walt Disney Company would seriously begin to consider it. On October 1st of that year, Epcot Center in Orlando, Florida's Walt Disney World opened. This created the Walt Disney World Resort as it is known today, and it made a multi-day vacation to the resort necessary if guests were going to explore all of the offerings. 2 years later in 1984, it was becoming increasingly clear that, despite Epcot's success, Disney as a company was not doing well. A string of box office failures from their studio and big budget projects for the parks had brought Disney to the lowest point in the company's history, and many feared a takeover. In a bold move by the company, then CEO and President Ron Miller was ousted, and Michael Eisner was brought in as the company's new CEO. Eisner had big plans for the company, the most notable of which were to turn the company's failing studios around, make the existing Disney parks more appealing to older audiences, expand internationally with the addition of a European park, and finally make Anaheim a multi-day resort with the addition of a second gate. In 1987, the Walt Disney Company acquired the Rather Corporation. Decades earlier in the mid-1950s, Walt Disney had asked oil tycoon and television producer Jack Rather to build the Disneyland Hotel, since Disney lacked the funds, having spent most of his money constructing Disneyland. Since then and up until Disney's acquisition in 1987, the Rather Corporation had owned the Disneyland Hotel and property near the theme park. The obvious next step after obtaining the necessary assets was to finally build a second theme park in the Disneyland Resort, and it might have been that simple, had Eisner not gotten distracted. Apart from the Disneyland Hotel, the Rather Corporation also owned the RMS Queen Mary, a retired ocean liner that was permanently docked in Long Beach, California. After Disney acquired the Rather Corporation, Eisner became interested in transforming the Queen Mary and surrounding land into a new resort called Port Disney. Port Disney was to feature hotels, a cruise ship dock, and an all-new ocean-themed amusement park called Disney Sea. Eisner pitted the cities of Anaheim and Long Beach against one another, trying to decide whether to build Disney Sea as the second gate to the Disneyland Resort or build it in Long Beach within Port Disney. The announcement was made in January of 1990, and Anaheim and Long Beach both worked with Disney in order to bring the new theme park to their city. However, the citizens of both cities were not thrilled with the Disney expansion, citing the issues the residential neighborhoods of Anaheim already faced due to the existing park. This, along with a variety of other legal, logistical, and budgetary issues, caused Eisner to announce in late 1991 that plans for Port Disney and Disney Sea had been scrapped in favor of an alternative idea that the Imagineers had been drafting. Due to the popularity of Florida's Epcot, Eisner and the Imagineers believed that a West Coast version of the park was the best idea for Disneyland's second gate. The park would have been almost identical to Epcot, with a few notable changes, such as a larger spaceship Earth, improved Future World attractions, and a much different world showcase, including a steel dragon coaster in the Asia Pavilion and a boat cruise around the entire world. Westcott was announced at the same time as the cancellation of Port Disney and Disney Sea in 1991. 1 year later, Euro Disneyland would open, which, for a variety of reasons that are too long to discuss here, failed horribly. The budget for the parks division was cut dramatically, and as ideas for Westcott grew, it became clear that the company could not afford such an expansion. But Eisner did not give up on the Disneyland Resort, and despite the issues, went forward with his plans for a second park. Eisner had a simple technique that he often used when he decided on new projects. The technique is known as jealousy. Whenever Eisner saw another company doing something successfully, he decided that Disney would do the same thing. Moreover, he would take the idea and do basically the same thing in basically the same place. For instance, after seeing the success of the amusement park zoo hybrid Busch Gardens Tampa in the early 90s, he greenlit Disney's Animal Kingdom. The park was just over an hour from Busch Gardens. After seeing the success of the Church Street Station nightclubs in Orlando, Florida, Eisner greenlit his own nightclubs in Pleasure Island at the Disney Village Marketplace. Pleasure Island was about half an hour from Church Street Station. So when Westcott was canceled and Disney returned to the drawing board, it wouldn't be long until Eisner was presented with a new idea. Since the Disneyland Resort at the time provided such a short visit to vacationers, many of the guests would go explore the other tourist offerings of California after their trip. Disneyland President Paul Pressler recognized this and pitched an idea to Eisner. If Disney could provide all the sights and attractions of the state of California within the Disneyland Resort, then guests would have no reason to leave and spend their money elsewhere. This concept would develop into the plans for California Adventure, a California-themed theme park to be located in the already California-themed California. Concept art for the park was released in 1996, a year after Westcott was canceled. The release stated that California Adventure would feature everything from soaring above Yosemite Valley to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood movie making. The original concept art from the park had a sense of serenity, and it seemed to be designed as an intimate, romantic tribute to California. In the Hollywood section of the park, there was to be a recreation of the theme building, the observation deck, and former restaurant at the Los Angeles International Airport, which was being renovated by Walt Disney Imagineering around the time that California Adventure was in development. This was to be the show building to one of California Adventure's signature attractions, Superstar Limo, a high-speed dark ride that would take guests on a wild paparazzi chase through Hollywood. As guests boarded the attraction, they would be greeted by Michael Eisner himself. Eisner would tell guests that they had to get to the big premiere at Grauman's Chinese Theater as soon as possible to sign a contract for their next film. But he warned guests that the paparazzi were all over town, and if they were caught doing anything to ruin their image, then Eisner would have to cancel the deal. The limo driver would then floor it in an attempt to get guests to the movie premiere on time. According to Disney historian Jim Hill, the ride system would have been a combination of a traditional dark ride and a family-friendly roller coaster. The ride would have also included a variety of jokes and gags. For instance, guests would fly past the famous Tail of the Pup hot dog stand with a large man in rhinestones creating sounds of flatulence. But as guests turned the corner, it would become clear that this was actually Elvis Presley squirting mustard onto a hot dog. The ride ended with guests reaching the Chinese Theater, only to have Eisner tell them that he would have to cancel the contract because they had been caught by the paparazzi. Then, a picture taken of guests while on the ride would be shown, cropped into a tabloid reporting on their limo chase. After this, guests would exit and walk the red carpet into the Chinese Theater, which was the gift shop and exit to the attraction, where fake Oscars, on-ride photos, and t-shirts would have been sold. The original concept of Superstar Limo was nothing groundbreaking, but it seemed that it would have been a fun dark ride that would have fit perfectly in the Hollywood section of the park. However, the mid-90s version of the attraction would not be the one that guests experienced when the park opened, and this time, it wasn't Eisner's fault. In August of 1997 in Paris, France, Diana, Princess of Wales, was killed in a limo accident. Her driver was supposedly fleeing from paparazzi when he lost control of the wheel. The tragedy captured the attention of the entire world, who grieved the death of the princess and the other passengers. As for Eisner and his team, they now had a big problem. Superstar Limo could no longer be a high-speed paparazzi chase, because it would now seem that it was some sort of twisted reference to the tragedy. The Imagineers scrambled, briefly considering cloning a Disney MGM attraction to the Anaheim Park. Top contenders were the Great Movie Ride, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, or Rock and Roller Coaster, which at the time was still in development. Of these, the Tower of Terror was probably considered to be the top contender, as Eisner was heavily pushing for the idea of a ride-hotel hybrid. On top of most everyone besides him thinking that this was a bad idea that logistically would be problematic, if not impossible, it was also clear that the budget for California Adventure would not allow for this, or any of the other potential attractions, which meant that the Hollywood section of the park would not have a ride on opening day. Or would it? Forced, whether by situation or executives, to write a treatment for an acceptable version of Superstar Limo, the Imagineers had a few solutions. 1. Remove most of the references to paparazzi. 2. Remove any high-speed element by having the limos inch forward through the show building. And 3. Add more setting-specific
Sorry
jokes
about
and
that.
gags.
My brother had
The
to
idea
talk to me
wasn't
about
good,
his
and the Imagineers
D&D
considered
session that
Superstar
just
Limo to be
happened.
dead. Unfortunately, if their job was to please the boss, they had done it a little too well. Eisner, who had been in the entertainment industry for decades, adored the inside jokes and Hollywood gags. He loved them so much that he greenlit the new, terrible version of the attraction. Imagineering, most likely baffled at what they now had to do, did their best to make the attraction work. This included scrapping the Chinese theater gift shop and adding the theater as a show scene in the ride in order to fill time. After budgets were slashed even more, the theme-building exterior was scrapped in favor of a cartoonish cutout look. This art style was also used within the ride itself. The only three-dimensional animated figures would be that of celebrities, but due to the lack of budget, these would have to be celebrities whose likenesses were cheap or stars that the Walt Disney Company already had contracts with. Also, these were not animatronics, but barely animated figures with minimal, unconvincing movement. At some point, Eisner realized that the ride was going to be bad, so he made a few quick changes to save face. First, he removed a reference to DreamWorks Animation that read Dream Jerks Animation, which referenced the ongoing feud between former president of Walt Disney Studios Jeffrey Katzenberg, who now worked for DreamWorks, and Eisner. Also, Eisner asked Imagineering to remove him from the ride, and the on-ride footage was replaced with the sleazy Hollywood agent barking orders at guests, proving that Superstar Limo foreshadowed more than one catastrophe. The retooled ride opened with California Adventure on February 8th, 2001. So was it as bad as they thought it would be?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Plaque psoriasis.
Plaque psoriasis. I don't know why that was so funny to me.
Here and around Hollywood Boulevard, there's lots of fun and interesting places to eat and shop, all geared to bring out the Hollywood in everyone. And if you've ever wanted to be a star, then you have to ride Superstar Limo.
The cartoon cutout exterior of Superstar Limo features a variety of landmarks from Los Angeles, such as Union Station, City Hall, and the Beverly Hills Hotel. One section features the world's shortest railway, Los Angeles' Angel's Flight. The railway, which was constructed in 1901, had recently reopened, but an accident resulted in the death of a passenger on February 1st, 2001, exactly 1 week before California Adventure and Superstar Limo would open. However, the prominent reference
it's
on
just
the queue's
bad luck
exterior
after
would not
bad
be
luck
removed.
for them, huh?
Another interesting feature was the flower bed that was decorated to look like a pool. After making their way into the queue, guests would find themselves in the baggage claim area in the LAX airport. The inside jokes to California and the entertainment industry would begin with a female announcer giving instructions to arriving passengers.
The white zone is for loading and unloading only. No schmoozing.
Further into the queue, guests would encounter television screens playing an entertainment news report featuring a horrifying puppet version of the late Joan Rivers. Rivers would describe Hollywood's next biggest star, who was set to arrive at LAX that day. The star turns out to be the guest entering the ride. In this queue area, there were more cartoon cutouts that helped foreshadow what a terrible experience guests were about to have. One example of this was a baggage carousel with packaged Oscars. After guests winded their way through the queue, they would approach the ground transportation section of the airport and board their limo. A sparkly, purple, cartoonish limo. A cast member guides them into their cars and tells them to enjoy their premiere. Guests are then sent on their way into their soon-to-be recurring nightmare. An announcer tells them to keep their hands, feet, and egos in the limo at all times. Ha! The limo enters a dark tunnel, and the guest agent appears on the screen attached to the ride's vehicle. Despite being a creepy, gross puppet, this turned out to be the most realistic part of the ride.
Now don't be late, babe.
The first showroom is Beverly Hills, and Regis Philbin pops out of the door, fanning himself with money. Next up, Melanie Griffith with Antonio Banderas, then immediately following Cindy Crawford. And this is just the beginning. The next show scene is the Sunset Strip. Here guests get to see Tim Allen and Jackie Chan. After this, guests enter a second tunnel and are reminded by their agent to not be late. The third show scene is Bel Air, where guests can see Drew Carey with a handful of star maps. Guests also run into sponsors trying to get them to sign advertising deals. A third tunnel features another reminder from their agent before the Malibu show scene. Here, guests encounter Cher, standing in the corner of the scene as if she doesn't want to be there. The limo then enters the studio lots, where guests encounter paparazzi, screenwriters, and production assistants, all represented through cheap cutouts. After this, guests arrive for their premiere, where none other than Whoopi Goldberg greets them. Guests are shown an on-ride photo of themselves before entering a final tunnel, where their agent tells them that they are a superstar. And that was Superstar Limo.
This looks like something that you'd see at like a carnival or something.
So now, everybody, I thought we'd go over to Superstar
Sometime in 2001.
Limo.
Yeah,
You know why?
Why?
It was a year after. No.
That's right.
It was 2 years after I was born.
California Adventure is right next to Disneyland.
Exactly,
Does
located
it
right
ever
next
drive you
Superstar Limo has
crazy?
an exact. The picture of me in Superstar Limo looks exactly like you just came out.
Really? It's
It's like a photograph.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Now, this is not a scary fast ride, right?
No, no, no. This is just like a scenic, like as if you were new in Hollywood and you want to become a superstar to ride in.
Yeah.
Come on, my darling, let's take a ride.
Yeah. Say hi.
See you on the way back.
Say hi to me. Yeah, this is a real easy ride to go on.
Yeah? Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. There's Regis Philbin. And that's my
Oh, see?
In addition to vivacious Melanie Griffith and dashing Antonio Banderas.
Wow.
And there's Hollywood beauty Cindy Crawford.
Oh, Cindy.
Cindy Crawford?
All right. Hey, there's Tim Allen.
Hold your sides, everyone. It's Funny Man Tim Allen. Come to Bel Air.
Look at that.
How about a map to your house, Drew Carey?
Isn't that Robert Zemeckis?
Hello, party. Hold your breath now.
Whoa! We got a picture of him.
Come on. Malibu, where the beautiful people become even more beautiful.
Pretend you're sleeping for the picture.
Pretend you're sleeping.
Why, the always entertaining Cher. Movie.
Wow.
Hollywood favorite, Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopee. All right, we're going to Sorrow, California.
There might be no better way to illustrate the reaction the public had to the ride than the on-ride photos. It is no surprise that the ride was received negatively, with guests complaining that they had waited a half hour to ride the cheap pop-up book. Superstar Limo was not the only issue. California Adventure as a whole was berated by the general public and critics alike.
But overall, the lines were so short at times out here.
I thought it was closed. This is outstanding.
The concept was bad, the execution was worse, and Superstar Limo was unforgivable. It is no surprise that on January 11th, 2002, less than a year after the park opened, Superstar Limo was closed. Management had no replacement in mind. They just realized that guests visiting California Adventure would be a lot happier if they never experienced the attraction. The building sat abandoned in the Hollywood Pictures backlot for 4 years. Rumors circulated of various redressings that the ride could undergo. Jim Hill reported that the Imagineers were considering retooling the ride into Goofy's Superstar Limo, where Goofy would drive guests through Hollywood, and the C-list celebrities would be replaced with classic animated Disney characters. To pull this off, Disney would take over 100 Disney figures that had been placed in Disney stores throughout the United States and move them into the new show scenes. Another idea was to reopen the ride as is, and over the course of a few months, introduce animatronics of the Muppets cast at various points in the ride. These characters would be wearing hard hats and be actively renovating Superstar Limo as guests rode through it. The Muppets would also be commenting on how horrible the current version of the ride was. The finished product after the transformation would be Miss Piggy's Superstar Limo. Of course, neither of these ideas happened, and the building continued to sit abandoned. It wouldn't be until after Eisner stepped down from CEO in 2005 that the Superstar Limo space would receive a new attraction. As the first step in what would become a $1.5 billion expansion and renovation of California Adventure, the new management team constructed the Pixar-themed Dark Ride, Monsters Inc. Mike and
even that
the
closed.
The simple Dark Ride would take guests throughout the events of the first Monsters Inc. film, and it was set to open on January 23, 2006. But that is not the end of Superstar Limo's story. Oh no, the ride very much lives on, in the absolute worst way possible. Since the Monsters Inc. Dark Ride was a quick fix for the park, coming a year before the major expansion, it didn't have the budget to bulldoze the space and start over. Quite the opposite, really. In order to save money, the Imagineers decided to utilize as much of Superstar Limo as possible. This included retrofitting the cutout exterior with door designs, which actually matched the film's intro animation, repurposing the limos into Monstropolis taxis, reusing the track layout and some of the tunnel sequences, and there was one more thing. Oh yeah, they stripped the C-list celebrity figures and dressed them into various animatronics throughout the ride. Some of these zombatronics are more obvious than others, and the Drew Carey and Jackie Chan figures are especially easy to spot. But don't worry, most, if not every figure in the ride was reused in some way. While the new ride has received mixed reviews, and its inclusion of the previous attraction's assets is unsettling to say the least, it is a far better dark ride than Superstar Limo. While Disney might wish they could erase Superstar Limo from the memories of the unfortunate park guests that experienced it, it is still important to remember the ride and the other missteps of California Adventure. The story is a good reminder that even a company as big as Disney can still get themselves into financial difficulty, creative gridlock, and even some pretty wacky situations. On the next Defunctland, Michael Eisner learns the differences between building a park in Tokyo and building a park in Paris.
We'll resort to the magic of Disney and hope that that, in the end, makes the dream come true.
Dun, 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 dun.
Battleface's trip cancellation coverage provides reimbursement for prepaid.
On September 30th, 2005, Michael Eisner officially left the Walt Disney Company. He formally resigned as a member of the board and as the company's chief executive. His successor, Bob Iger, had been running the company for the past 6 months as he transitioned into his new role. Eisner's departure was not front-page news. The climax of the events leading to his resignation had long played out, and all that was left was for him to pack up his things and go home. He refused questions from the press, and he only left behind a one-page career retrospective to be published in the company's newsletter. Those close to the executive explained that Eisner was not ready to give up his job at Disney, and that he was most worried about his legacy at the company. The second half of his 21-year tenure, especially the past few years, had certainly clouded what was one of the greatest corporate success stories of all time. How, then, did it come to this? To understand that, we'll need to go back a bit.
The big cheese. I'm not the big. I wish I was the big cheese. This is the big cheese.
Et maintenant, je déclare Euro Disney officiellement ouvert.
On November 1st, 1999, the government of Hong Kong announced that a deal had been reached with the Walt Disney Company to bring a Disney resort to the autonomous territory. Hong Kong was relying on the new resort to help the recovery of its struggling economy, and they were certain that a Disney park would increase tourism and create new jobs. The Walt Disney Company was silent on the matter, although a spokesperson had confirmed a few months earlier in March that Disney was considering expanding internationally into Hong Kong. If the plans were to come to fruition, it would be the company's third international resort after Tokyo and Paris. At this time, the Walt Disney Company still saw expansion as a viable option. Many in the company, including Eisner, felt that Disney had not properly capitalized off of the immense success of the studio's recent animated films. However, it wasn't from a lack of trying. The failure of Euro Disneyland in France and the inability to build Disney's America in Virginia had turned Eisner away from big-budget expansion projects in the parks. On top of this, Eisner struggled to secure a steady management team. The death of Disney president Frank Wells, the departure of Walt Disney Studios president Jeffrey Katzenberg, and the hiring and subsequent firing of talent agent and Eisner's personal friend Michael Ovitz had left Eisner as a lone wolf at the top of the company. All he had to hold on to was the most lucrative executive contract in the business, an extension as chief executive he had signed a few years earlier, guaranteeing his position at the company until 2006. With an annual salary of $750,000 and stock options with a projected value of $771 million, Eisner had significant insurance on his job, as Disney could not afford another high-cost severance package after spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the departure of Katzenberg and Ovitz. This would help Eisner greatly as Disney entered the new millennium. After Disney's acquisition of Capital Cities ABC was completed in 1996, Disney officially became the largest media company in the world, passing Time Warner. This also meant that Eisner now had to keep an eye on the company's film division, television division, and theme park division. Walt Disney Pictures was, in retrospect, ending its Renaissance era of hit animated films. Tarzan, released in the summer of 1999, would end the second half of Disney's most financially successful era. Disney's post-Renaissance would bring films such as Fantasia 2000, Dinosaur, The Emperor's New Groove, Atlantis: The Lost Empire, Lilo and Stitch, and Treasure Planet within just a few years. Some of these films were well received by critics and audiences, but all but Lilo and Stitch and Dinosaur were considered box office failures. The films slated for after 2002 would produce similar, if not worse, results, and the success of Pixar and DreamWorks Animation would demote Walt Disney Animation to third place. An outcome unimaginable, as the company had enjoyed a monopoly over the medium for over 6 decades. The company's new stake in the television business was not going as planned either. Eisner and Disney were having trouble putting together a successful primetime programming block, and ABC was relying on the newly produced US version of the British game show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, to compete in the ratings.
Who wants to be
One positive
a
was
millionaire?
Robert Iger, the COO and president of Capital Cities ABC. The young executive impressed Eisner, although we worried that Iger lacked the necessary creative skills to run a company such as Disney. Eisner would
million
become the president
pairs.
of the Walt Disney Company in early 2000. The position had been left vacant since the departure of Ovitz. Finally, the theme park division was not thriving in the way that many thought it should, and much of the expansion and renovations promised 10 years earlier to be part of Eisner's Disney Decade Plan had not come to fruition. Eisner had been able to add additional parks in both Orlando and
Nothing from the
adding
military.
Disney's Animal Kingdom to the Walt Disney World Resort in the spring of 1998, and beginning construction on Disney's California Adventure to create the Disneyland Resort in January of that year.
We are people
also,
of culture.
Plans for a second park in the Paris Resort were revived, and the development of Walt Disney Studios Park began. On top of these, a second park for the successful Tokyo Disneyland Resort was also in development. His most recent attempt at an expansion outside of the existing resorts was Disney Regional Entertainment, 3 entertainment chains to debut in multiple cities throughout the US. The flagship concept, the virtual reality arcade Disney Quest, had just opened its Chicago location in the summer of 1999. Now, with rumors of a third international park in Hong Kong circulating, it seemed that Eisner was ready to test expansion again. On November 2nd, 1999, the day after the news
Just
broke
realized
that a
you
deal
couldn't
had been
see it.
reached between Hong Kong and Disney, representatives from both parties officially announced that a Hong Kong Disney resort would be constructed. The treatment Disney received in France after the announcement of Euro Disneyland was quite different than the reaction they received in Hong Kong. While Disney had the support of a few French contractors and a few government officials, it seemed that the overwhelming majority of citizens aggressively rejected the prospect of Disney coming to their country. Hong Kong had the exact opposite reaction. They hailed Disney's arrival, treating them as an economic savior of sorts, lauding Disney and proclaiming that the theme park would rescue them from their prolonged recession. A few in the local media were skeptical, using the same talking points that Disney had to fight against any time they attempted to build a new park outside of Orlando or Tokyo. This could easily be compiled into a greatest hits by the opposition album. Now that's what I call a good reason to reject a Disney theme park. Here are a few. The government will spend taxpayer money to subsidize and incentivize Disney to come to the area. In the case of Hong Kong, estimates said that this could be around $2.6 billion, a commitment that Hong Kong officials used to lure Disney away from a park in mainland China. The employment benefits that the park will bring after the construction will be low-wage, part-time jobs. While discussed during the time of the Hong Kong Disney announcement, the consensus was that given Hong Kong's struggling economy that any jobs would be a good thing. Finally, that the positive economic impact promised by Disney is overstated, and that the subsidies given to the park will offset any financial benefit to come from it. The small opposition did bring up these points, but overall, Hong Kong seemed welcoming of Disney, expecting them to bring 1.2 million additional tourists and spark an annual GDP growth of almost 0.5%. The site for the park was to be located on Penny's Bay, a northeast section of Hong Kong's largest island, Lantau Island. After rumors of the new Disney resort began to circulate, local archaeologists went to the island to search for and remove any artifacts before Disney's arrival. Disney's new Hong Kong resort was set to open in 2005,
artifacts, quote unquote.
so development began immediately. This resulted in Disney's California Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris, Tokyo Disney Sea, and Disney's Hong Kong Resort being
Using
constructed
on-screen
at the same
keyboard
time.
because I'm driving
Eisner and
from
other
a tablet.
executives
My
were wary of
laptop
spending too
keyboard is
much
on
on
another
3
table,
of the
and I'm
4
laying
new
down on
parks.
my couch.
Disney Sea's
Fair
development
enough.
and construction was conducted by the Oriental Land Company, the independent Japanese company that pays Disney royalties and contracts its Imagineers. Finances were rarely an issue in Tokyo, unlike in the United States, France, and now Hong Kong. In 2000, Disney began clearing the land in order to build the park. The dredging upset local fishermen and environmental groups. They petitioned the government of Hong Kong to stop the development, claiming that Disney was in violation of their agreement, as the dredging had been killing many of the fish in the bay. Hong Kong shrugged off the accusations toward Disney, telling those concerned that the amount of fish being killed was generally in line with what they expected. The same year, Eisner commented on the troubling amount of air pollution in Hong Kong, which the government quickly assured him they were fixing. This would be the beginning of what could only be described as an awkward relationship between Disney and Hong Kong. On February 8, 2001, Disney California Adventure opened to mostly negative reviews. Visitors disliked the budget park, citing the lack of attractions and the terrifyingly poor quality of the existing ones. Executives were worried that the small park's main issue would be its limited capacity, but as it turned out, this wouldn't be an issue at all. Attendance
The
was poor out
responses
of the
might be
gate.
a bit
This
slow.
combined
Never
with the
mind.
potential of an economic recession sent
There's
Disney into
no,
a panic over the future of California Adventure and the 3 other parks
no
currently
pressure
in
to
construction.
talk. So if you
Despite
don't,
these
if you
concerns,
can't, or
it
if you don't
appeared as
want
though
to talk,
Eisner was
you don't
planning
have
for
to.
even more international expansion.
Never
In the
mind.
summer of 2001, an article released by the Beijing Evening News reported that Disney was planning to build a park in the capital city in time for the 2008 Olympics. This infuriated Hong Kong officials. If another Disney park were to open in China, it would destroy Hong Kong Disney's chances at attracting mainland tourists and becoming a premier vacation destination. After the outrage made its way to Eisner, he announced that Disney would not open another park in China for at least 8 years, that the company was 100% focused on Hong Kong, and that in the event that Disney did build a park in mainland China, it would most likely be in Shanghai and not Beijing, a clarification that seemed to prove Disney's desire for a new park. Later that year, the terrorist attacks of September 11th triggered an economic downturn, and the tourism industry saw the worst of it, with many across the United States and the world afraid to travel. On top of this, rumors circulated that Disney's theme parks could be a target for terrorists. This did not bode well for the struggling parks division and the company as a whole. Each division of the company seemed to be in major trouble. This brought more budget cuts at the parks and more projects in development being canceled. Hong Kong Disney was too far into development to be stopped, but the Walt Disney Company's financial struggles removed any possibility of a budget increase for the park. In 2002, the rumors of a park in Shanghai resurfaced, with Disney refusing to comment. Hong Kong officials and residents were once again outraged. By now, they were expecting half of Hong Kong Disney's visitors to be from mainland China, and the region had already poured $2 billion of public funds into constructing the park and improving surrounding infrastructure in preparation for its opening. Analysts estimated that it would take 13 years after opening for Hong Kong Disney to offset construction costs, and if a park in Shanghai opened during that time, there would be little to no chance of a return on the investment. The park was to begin construction the next year, and Hong Kong continued to beg Disney to not commit to a park in mainland China. Before the construction of the park began,
Disney,
workers still dredging the water surrounding the Hong Kong Disney site encountered something peculiar in the bay. Dozens of bombs buried in the ocean floor were now exposed. Local bomb experts were accused of underestimating the amount of shells and explosives left over from World War II. The bomb experts assured Disney and the workers that bombs that old won't go off, although they did mention that sometimes they do. Crews continued dredging, a bit more carefully than before. At the same time as this, an outbreak of the severe acute respiratory syndrome virus, known as SARS, took the lives of nearly 800 people, with the majority of reported cases coming from southern China. The disease eventually spread to Hong Kong in February of 2003, terrifying public and health officials. Travel was discouraged as containment efforts intensified, with Hong Kong at the center of the epidemic, which did not bode well for the Disney park under construction. Thankfully for the health of the people of the affected regions and also beneficial for the new Disney park, Hong Kong was removed from the World Health Organization's affected areas in June 2003, and the outbreak was classified as contained in July. This greatly impacted Hong Kong's economic recovery, and officials were banking on the Disney park to restore tourism to the region more than ever.
Kids can't be...
Shut up.
On November 20th, 2003, Roy E. Disney, nephew of Walt Disney, son of Roy O. Disney, chairman of Walt Disney Animation, and vice chairman of the Walt Disney Company's board of directors, resigned from his position. Stanley Gold, another Disney board member and an ally of Roy, resigned from his position as well. These two had one goal with their resignation: to take down Michael Eisner. In a letter addressed to Eisner and sent to the press, Roy explained his issues with the executive. He pointed to Eisner's conduct with the ousting of board member Andrea Vandekamp, who was vocal about her displeasure with the direction of the company. Roy accused Eisner of stacking the board in his favor and ousting anyone that didn't agree with his ideas. In the letter, he outlined 7 main reasons for his resignation and why Eisner should be removed from his position. Number 1, Eisner and Bob Iger's inability to develop successful programming for ABC. Number 2, Eisner's micromanagement of those around him. Number 3, the loss of quality in the parks. Roy mentions the theme parks built on the cheap, specifically citing Disney's California Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris, and the upcoming Hong Kong Disneyland. Number 4, the decrease in value of the Disney brand as a result of money grubbing and lack of creative direction. Roy claimed that the public perception was that Disney was always trying to make a quick buck. Number 5, the discouragement of creativity and art produced in the past few years. Number 6, Eisner's inability to build and maintain relationships with Disney's creative partners, emphasizing Pixar, which at the time was unhappy with the Disney partnership for a multitude of reasons. Months after this, Pixar would announce an end to their distribution partnership with Disney, turning many more against Eisner and Disney's management team. Number 7, Eisner's refusal to discuss succession. In the letter, Roy also specifically referenced the death of Frank Wells, and Eisner's inability to run the company without his partner, a common belief among employees that infuriated Eisner. This was the start of Roy and Gold's Save Disney campaign, an expensive and elaborate effort to oust Eisner and his management team through appealing to shareholders, and if it came to it, legal action. Roy used the legacy of his father and his uncle Walt to his advantage, urging shareholders to preserve the magic of the company. He specifically appealed to cast members and the smaller shareholders that invested in the company not just to make a profit, but to be a part of the magic that it creates. Eisner and management brushed off Roy's efforts as a political stunt, and many within the company believed Roy's issues were personal, and that by taking them public, he was only making matters worse for Disney. They also pointed out that many of the moves Roy and Gold cited as failures of management were decisions that they approved as board members. Roy admitted that he had given management the benefit of the doubt too many times, but that his campaign was to prevent the company from continuing its string of failures. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the alleged budget park was still being constructed, now being used as an example of mismanagement in the company years before its opening. The question sparked by Roy's allegations is, how do you build a budget Disney theme park? The parks are known for their spare no expense immersion and attention to detail.
The
This
people
results in
building the park
attractions
are just
costing
sitting
tens
there
of
just like,
millions of
well, what did
dollars to
we
build,
do?
and potentially billions for an entire park. How can you build a well-themed immersive environment cheaply?
Park literally
As
hasn't
Eisner
even been
proved,
built yet.
it
What
was
do you want
actually
from us?
pretty simple. It all comes down to choosing the right theme. If you want to build a faraway land with detailed dark rides that take you on adventures beyond one person's wildest dreams, then it's next to impossible to do it on the cheap. The key is to pick a theme that is easy and low cost to deliver to its full extent. For instance, choosing a county fair, a pier amusement park, or a carnival as a themed land in the parks is a great way to operate multiple rides without having to build immersive theming. Any poor craftsmanship or lack of effort fits that theme perfectly. Another example is theming a section of the park or the entire thing to Hollywood. This saves a lot of money when it comes to set dressing attractions. There's no need to build your roller coaster in a beautifully sculpted mountain. Instead, build it in a large tan box and spray paint studio in a few of the corners. It doesn't cost nearly as much, and it technically delivers on the promised theming of studios. In the case of Hong Kong Disneyland, how would one save money on something as crucial as the park's central icon, for instance? Certainly, there wouldn't be any way to avoid spending whatever is necessary to ensure that the center of the park is the most beautiful and well-themed section. Except, there was. The solution to the issue of the expensive icon was claiming nostalgia and creating a tribute to the original Disneyland castle, the smallest of any of the Magic Kingdom Park castles by a long shot. This would not be the only area where the company would save money, but being the icon, it would be the most obvious. This was the corporate mindset with which Hong Kong Disneyland was built. On March 3, 2004, the Walt Disney Company held their annual shareholders meeting in Philadelphia. Just a few weeks prior, Comcast had made a surprise bid to acquire the Walt Disney Company, catching both Disney and the media off guard. Disney was
Boo,
struggling, but
Comcast.
the company had just released a strong first quarter earnings report, and they were coming off of a successful slate of films in 2003. The seemingly random bid raised the stakes for the shareholders meeting. While Disney had expressed no interest in the merger, this strengthened Roy's argument to preserve the soul of the company, which would certainly be destroyed if it were absorbed into a large media conglomerate. At the same time, it provided management with a lot of options, including a potential graceful escape plan for Eisner should he approve the merger. Everyone was present at the shareholders meeting. Roy gave a passionate speech on his Save Disney campaign, which was met with thunderous applause and a standing ovation. Eisner's speech spoke of the company's success and its future, and he claimed that the points Roy were making were exaggerated or simply untrue. The applause he received was described as light. It then came time to read the re-election vote for the board of directors. Roy was hoping for around 20% of shareholders to withhold their votes for Eisner's re-election, which would have been a strong vote of no confidence in the chairman and CEO. Once the votes were tallied, Eisner jokingly tried to adjourn the meeting. After howls of protest, he said, quote, "I almost got away with that." The results of the votes were then read. For Roy, the news was far greater than he could have imagined. For Eisner, it was far worse. 43.4% of shareholders withheld their votes to re-elect Eisner to the board. An opposition vote of that magnitude was unprecedented, with only a handful of comparable examples in the history of corporate America. It was later revealed that over 70% of cast members voted against Eisner, indicating how pay cuts and budgeting in the parks was affecting the morale of the company as a whole. After the vote, Eisner was stripped of his role of chairman of the board, retaining his seat and his position as CEO. Eisner had suggested the idea of him resigning as chairman far before the meeting, but it was a strong indication that Eisner's days at the company were numbered.
Whoa, okay, Jesus.
All of us at the Walt Disney Company are thankful for having the opportunity to create for the people of Hong Kong and China a Disneyland of their own.
Is it just your
Chinese
goal
New
to
Year just
catch me
around
off
the corner.
guard?
I wanted to be the first one to say,
Because it's working.
Kung Hei Fat Choi. Thank you.
Later in 2004, it was announced that Hong Kong Disneyland would open on September 12, 2005. The company discussed Hong Kong's excitement for the new
I'm
park,
glad you find
and how it would
amusement in
focus on
my
bringing the American entertainment
unending
experience to
horror.
the region, closer to the strategy for Tokyo Disneyland as opposed to Euro Disneyland. Still, they were careful to incorporate the area's distinct culture, hiring a professional feng shui consultant to ensure that the park would provide a familiar and harmonious layout to its guests. The coming year was shaping up to be a big one for Disney parks, with both the opening of the Hong Kong Disneyland Resort and Disneyland's 50th anniversary celebrations. On September 10, 2004, Eisner wrote a formal letter to Disney's board of directors announcing his intent to leave Disney after his contract expired on September 30, 2006. The move was merely a formality, as it was clear that the board would not renew Eisner's contract anyways. He also endorsed Bob Iger as
They were
his
just
successor,
like, yeah, no,
although an
don't.
outside search was launched by the
The
board.
rabbit
Many,
craves
including
chaos.
Eisner, questioned whether or not he would
Understandable.
remain on the company's board, but after deliberation on the issue, it became clear that he would have a complete exit from the company. Roy and Gold continued their campaign, claiming that Eisner's resignation letter was a well-calculated move to hand CEO duties to his ally, Iger, and that he might still try to retain power in the company. They urged the board to end his contract a year early, removing Eisner from the company in 2005. The board refused the request, but they did
And they're
ensure
just
that
trying
a
to
successor would
usurp
be
him,
chosen
huh?
by the summer of the next year. On March 14, 2005, Disney's board unanimously voted to select Bob Iger as Eisner's successor. The selection process was quite controversial, with Roy and Gold criticizing the decision to appoint Iger and the lack of outside candidates. The search was made more
Like,
difficult by Eisner's
I get that he
insistence to
wasn't
be
a
present during
good
every
CEO, but
interview,
damn.
a situation that turned many potential candidates away. There was some good news for Roy and Gold, as with the announcement of Iger's promotion, it was revealed that Eisner would retire a year earlier than expected on September 30th, 2005, coincidentally 3 weeks after the opening of Hong Kong Disneyland. Iger would take over day-to-day CEO duties, while Eisner would assist him with the transition. In June of 2005, environmentalists objected to Disney's plan to serve shark fin soup at wedding banquets held at the resort. Despite the dish being a traditional Chinese cuisine,
That's
activists
not
were
good.
worried about the declining shark population and the animal abuse conducted in order to obtain a shark's fin, which included fishermen pulling sharks out of the water, cutting off their fin,
Shalu,
and
don't
throwing
look.
them back into the ocean to die. Disney attempted to find an environmentally sustainable way to provide the dish, but a study revealed that no such options were available. The park took the dish off the menu and stated that they would only serve it for parties that specifically requested it. On top of this, they would provide those that ordered the dish with a pamphlet explaining the horrors committed in order to make the meal possible, which would have certainly been a hit among newlyweds. Even with these accommodations, activists would not back down, and Disney decided to not serve shark fin soup whatsoever. The month after the shark fin backlash, a news report broke claiming that Disney had rounded up and killed nearly 50 stray dogs that had been roaming around the Hong Kong Disney site. The headlines were sensationalized, as Disney merely called in government dog catchers who took the strays immediately to a shelter. The shelter, having no time to find homes for the animals, were only able to relocate 3 of the 45 dogs, giving lethal injections to the remaining 42. Media also reported that some of the dogs were unofficial guard dogs used by construction workers, but both Disney and the construction company denied these allegations, instead claiming that the dogs, traveling in packs, put crews in dangerous situations. The bad press, deserved or not, was just the beginning, as these types of negative reports on Hong Kong Disney would increase exponentially as the park's September opening neared. On August 19, 2005, reports were released accusing Disney of running manufacturing plants in mainland China that overworked and underpaid employees, reportedly compensating some 33 cents an hour, which was 9 cents under China's minimum wage of 42 cents an hour. Disney promised to investigate the matter, while the factories denied the allegations. On August 27, 2005, Hong Kong actor Daniel Wu voiced opposition to the park and announced a personal boycott. He claimed that when him and the other stars were filming a promo for the park, the American workers were disrespectful to them. A spokesperson for Hong Kong Disneyland chalked the incident up to miscommunication and hoped that everyone would come to the park themselves to see the fantastic service. On September 4th, Hong Kong Disneyland held a rehearsal day, bringing in 29,000 guests to test attractions and traffic flow. The event was created to avoid an opening day disaster like Disneyland's 50 years prior, but it actually achieved the opposite. The day was a disaster. Guests waited in some lines for hours just to have the ride break down, and the park's restaurants did not have nearly enough seats to accommodate the crowds. It certainly didn't help that Hong Kong Disneyland was the smallest Magic Kingdom-style park ever created. While some early concept work showed a more ambitious version of the park, the budget
They were
park
expecting
seemed that it was
people to
going
come
live
from
up to
mainland
its
China,
title.
right?
It also appeared that Disney was
So
planning to
why
expand
wouldn't
the
they
resort
make
before
bigger
they expanded the
venues?
park, pre-planning for a second gate and more hotels.
Considering that
Weeks before opening,
China
a
is
case
like
of
one
food
of the
poisoning at
most
the park made its way
populated,
into
if
the
not the
news.
most
Worse,
populated
when Hong
places
Kong
in the
authorities
world.
came to investigate, Disney security demanded that they remove parts of their uniform before entering. When the story broke, Hong Kong residents were outraged, and there was potential that Hong Kong authorities would pursue legal action over the encounter. Luckily, the park's opening would overshadow the incident. Before the opening, Disney seemed anxious to distance themselves from the past year of controversy and to see just how well their budget park would perform.
I step over negative perceptions and create my own.
Shut up.
佢哋是嚟做足準備。迪士尼樂園9月12號開幕啦，記住訂定飛喎。到時有好多交通工具俾你揀，記得提醒內地親友最好經羅湖過關，避開繁忙嘅時間，同埋喺度留多幾日。香港有好多嘢玩㗎。計劃行程記得睇埋呢個網址或者打呢個熱線。迪士尼做足準備，玩得開心至勝得你。
On September 12, 2005, the Hong Kong Disneyland Resort officially opened to the public. Both Iger and Eisner were in attendance for the big day.
Disney stinky.
Reportedly,
Yeah.
while Iger was watching the opening day parade, he noticed that children responded to the featured Pixar characters more than they did to the classic Disney animated characters. This realization fueled Iger to repair Disney's relationship with Pixar, which he would do less than 6 months later by acquiring the computer animation company. Hong Kong Disneyland featured only 4 themed lands: Main Street USA, Adventureland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. The park advertised 22 attractions, including Autopia, which would not open until 2006. For reference, this is about half of the attractions currently offered at the Magic Kingdom. Of these 22 attractions, one was City Hall and Guest Relations, and another was the Main Street Vehicles. Another was a large set of tiki statues.
Guest
that sprayed
Relations
guests
is an
with water.
attraction?
Sleeping Beauty Castle and a Snow White themed wishing well were another 2. The Railroad and its only stop in Fantasyland were listed separately. Of the remaining 15 attractions, 2 were live shows found elsewhere: Festival of the Lion King from Animal Kingdom and the Golden Mickeys from Disney Cruise Line.
Not a
In
Levi's
Adventureland,
ad.
Tarzan's Treehouse and the Rafts
I'm
to
sorry.
Tarzan's Treehouse were listed separately. In Fantasyland, there was Mickey's PhilharMagic and a character meet and greet. The remaining 9 attractions would be considered by guests to be the park's only rides. This included the Jungle Cruise, the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Dumbo the Flying Elephant, Cinderella Carousel, Mad Hatter Teacups, Orbitron, Space Mountain, Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, and the soon-to-open Autopia. And that was it. No Peter Pan's Flight, no Pirates of the Caribbean, and no Big Thunder Mountain. The Scamp Park was more fleshed out than Walt Disney Studios Park in Paris upon its opening, but Hong Kong Disneyland was no doubt made with a similar financial hold. This is not the fault of the Imagineers or the cast members. Those designing and operating the park were still able to create a sense of magic and add beautiful features and flourishes despite the financial restrictions, and the park was a huge success in delivering the perfect mix of American and Chinese culture. However, executives couldn't care less about how the park looked on the guide map. They were focused on how the park looked financially. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that 5.6 million people would visit the park in its first year, with around 10 million visiting every year after that. Hong Kong's population was only 6.8 million in 2005, so the park was relying on 2/3 of its estimated visitors to come from mainland China and other countries in Asia. Right out of the gate, things
It's
were not
literally
looking good.
everywhere I go.
Quite the opposite, really. Despite the worries of Disney executives and Hong Kong officials that the park's low capacity would result in unmanageable crowds, the park's opening week attendance did not meet predictions. An indicator of the weak performance was the resort's inability to fill the rooms in its 2 on-property hotels, a similar issue faced in Paris. For Hong Kong, this meant that mainland and international tourists were not showing up in droves, and it seemed that locals were not about to make up the difference. The month after the park opened, an employee climbed to the top of Space Mountain, threatening to take his own life. Luckily, the attempt was thwarted.
Oh my
However,
gosh.
an opinion poll following the incident revealed the extent to which the public relations nightmares that the park had endured were affecting the public's perception of the resort. 24% of those polled by Asian trade magazine media reported that they had a negative view of Hong Kong Disneyland. Only 42% claimed that their view was positive. The negative publicity, combined with high ticket prices, Hong Kong's struggling economy, a lack of attachment to Mickey and Company by the people of China, and a lack of attractions, revealed how much trouble the park could be in. Worst of all, Hong Kong Disney was having a difficult time competing with the nearby Ocean Park, which saw a jump in attendance after Hong Kong Disney opened. And visitor numbers seemed even between the two, with the possibility that Ocean Park was doing better. As if things couldn't get any worse, Hong Kong Disney finally saw the crowd that officials had been fearing. During the Chinese Lunar New Year festival, a swarm of guests crowded the park. Hong Kong Disneyland hit capacity day after day during the festivities, doubling its regular crowd size. Disney, not anticipating the crowds, did not have special holiday tickets, and crowds of guests with valid entry passes were turned away at the gates. Furious over being denied entry, many engaged in screaming matches with the cast members and the police, while a few took a more active response and tried to scale the park's fences. This brought more bad press for Hong Kong Disneyland, and park officials apologized profusely, issuing official statements almost every day of the festivities. A simple special event ticket would be required the following year to avoid a similar disaster, but the damage had already been done to the struggling park. Hong Kong
That's what
Disney's
happens when you
first
have a
year
bunch of
underperformed,
Americans
with
build
5.2
a
million guests visiting the
American
park,
in
nearly half a million
China.
short of projections.
Oh,
The
in Hong
news would
Kong.
only get worse from there. The projected attendance in 2006 of 10 million visitors was a bit off. The actual attendance was even lower than the first year, at 4.17 million visitors. In 2 years, the park had created a $200 million deficit. Hong Kong legislators began to publicly criticize the park's poor performance. Hong Kong owned 57% of the park, with Disney owning the rest. With an initial cost of $3.5 billion and a large deficit, the park's debt was just going to keep growing. Disney was already making attempts to remedy the lack of attractions. 4 new shows and the classic boat ride, It's a Small World, were set to open in 2008. This boosted attendance slightly, however it was not enough. Disney and Hong Kong knew that they had to do something big to save the resort, especially since a deal between Disney and Shanghai was close to being reached. The solution was a $465 million expansion to Hong Kong Disney. This would add up to 30 new attractions to the small park and 3 new lands: Mystic Point, Grizzly Gulch, and Toy Story Land. This would also increase Disney's stake in Hong Kong Disneyland from 43% to 48%, with Hong Kong's falling from 57% to 52%. Toy Story Land would be the first to open, debuting on November 17, 2011. The park was a near clone of the quick fix land that had opened at Walt Disney Studios Park a year prior. Both feature small carnival attractions themed to the Toy Story franchise. On July 14, 2012, Grizzly Gulch opened with a new roller coaster, the Big Grizzly Mountain Runaway Mine Cars, a unique spin on both Frontierland and its famous e-ticket, Big Thunder Mountain. Big Grizzly Mountain featured audio animatronic bears, changes in direction, and a launch. The new additions brought great news for both Hong Kong's government and Disney. The resort had finally turned an annual profit. The new attractions motivated attendance to jump to 6.7 million guests, and the resort was poised to climb its way out of its debt. There was only one issue. The long-rumored Shanghai Disneyland project had been approved, and it was set to open in 2016. This meant that fewer mainland guests would visit Hong Kong as the date approached. The bad news, while expected, put a damper on the park's recent success. All Hong Kong could do was continue its expansion with unique attractions and hope that guests would continue to travel to the resort. On May 17, 2013, Mystic Point opened with its signature attraction, Mystic Manor. The ride takes the place of the Haunted Mansion found at other Disney parks. Due to Chinese traditions and censorship laws restricting depictions of the supernatural, the popular dark ride featuring departed spirits could not be cloned to the resort. The new ride, Mystic Manor, told the story of Lord Henry Mystic and his monkey Albert. When Albert opens Mystic's music box, the house comes to life. The trackless dark ride is one of the best attractions ever created by Disney. It was a hit among guests and solidified the park's expansion as an overwhelming success. 2013's profit was even higher than 2012's, and it would be even higher in 2014. Unfortunately, this was the last year of profit that Hong Kong Disneyland has seen to date. Shanghai Disneyland opened on June 16, 2016. The high-capacity park boasted state-of-the-art rides and unique attractions. Unlike the budget park built in Hong Kong and possibly learning from its mistakes, Disney in Shanghai spared no expense, and it reflected in attendance. In its first year, over 11 million guests visited Shanghai Disneyland. The park's massive success was one of the main factors in the loss of profits in Hong Kong. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, the park reported increasing losses, despite revenue being up as of recent. This is partly due to the cost of expansion, including a third resort hotel and the new simulator, the Iron Man Experience, both of which opened in 2017. A new Moana stage show opened in 2018, a new Ant-Man and the Wasp ride opening in March of 2019 replacing Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, a Frozen-themed land and another Marvel attraction to be opened within the next few years, and perhaps the most symbolic of the park's transformation, a new castle. The small Sleeping Beauty castle will be renovated and built to a much larger and more elaborate centerpiece. This seems to mark the end to Hong Kong Disneyland's years as a budget park, and while the resort will most likely continue to report losses during the $1.4 billion expansion, there is hope for Disney's worst-performing Magic Kingdom. The expensive reimagining of the park is a typical strategy used under CEO Bob Iger, and he has had to conduct similar financial rescues with Disney California Adventure and Walt Disney Studios Park in Paris. Large price tags have never scared Iger during his years at the helm, and it is too early to see the return on some of these investments or evaluate Iger's strategies as a whole. It is possible, however, with his predecessor. Since Michael Eisner left Disney in September of 2005, he has continued his entertainment career, albeit on a much smaller scale. He has funded a few TV shows, including the successful Netflix animated comedy BoJack Horseman, and his investment company recently bought the Portsmouth Football Club. He left a mixed legacy at Disney. He no doubt saved the company from takeover and financial ruin in the 80s and 90s with the help of Disney president Frank Wells, bringing about the Disney Renaissance, revitalizing old assets and creating and acquiring new ones. However, after Wells' tragic death, Eisner let the Walt Disney Company slip into a similar situation to the one in which he found it, with Eisner having to fend off a potential Comcast acquisition. Disney was much larger, more diverse, and more poised for success than it was 2 decades prior, but it was no doubt in trouble. No better indication of Eisner's fall was his relationship with those around him, such as Roy and Gold and the endless list of executives that left the company because of him or refused to work with the company with him at the helm. So what happened that reversed Eisner's Midas touch? It is hard to narrow it down to one event: the death of his partner, the failure of Euro Disneyland, the backlash over Disney's America, the fallout with Katzenberg and Ovitz, the failure to expand the parks, the difficulties creating programming for ABC, and the series of box office failures in the early 2000s all played a role in the downfall. Perhaps the greatest factor was not a single event, but an overall change in mindset. Eisner was a one-of-a-kind creative executive. As he told Disney War author James B. Stewart, quote, "I'm not sure you're going to see another chief executive in Hollywood like me. I think I'm probably the last of the creative types to run a company like this." Eisner constantly stressed the power of creativity, how a quality, unique product is all that is necessary to be successful. He did this early in his reign at Disney and even before when he was at Paramount, greenlighting lower-budget films with good concepts as opposed to high-budget, low-quality scripts. He continued to stress creativity even to his last days at the company, referencing his concern with Iger's lack of creative abilities numerous times before his departure. While he continued to mention the creative process and its importance, his understanding of it became twisted. In his final years at Disney, he either forgot or had difficulty implementing one of the most important aspects when producing and releasing a creative work: risk. Producing art is unpredictable and difficult. Producing an artistic experience is even more so. When it is done wrong, whether on purpose or by circumstance, it can make risk seem like the enemy and make the safe option much more attractive. But when it is done right, when the balance between financial responsibilities and creative aspirations is found, it is beautiful, memorable, special, magical, profitable, and powerful. A world devoid of such creations is bland, and an artistic landscape full of copiers and imitators is not much better. These colorful, larger-than-life experiences become part of who we are as people, and it is crucial to continue creating them, regardless of the risk. It is everything, and it all comes from one thing, that one little spark of inspiration. And despite forgetting it for a short period of his career, Eisner knew this, possibly better than anyone.
Because mediocrity is what fearful people will always settle for. Again, think of the pointless painting. One bad dot cannot ruin the painting. You fix it and you move on. However, if people are afraid to take risks with bright and bold colors, then the entire work will be very dull and very bland. If you want to discover inspired ideas, you simply have to accept that you will have to encounter more than a few that don't make the grade.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
What the shit? We're in Defunct Land. Hi, Jula. Yeah, we're just we're just watching some Defunct Land to make up for the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing on my art. Tasty Japanese jams.
それから仲良くなって奈良にゴルフ場を作るって計画を聞いてうちのママに紹介したんや。内藤から立石に応答願います。おい、こちら立石だ、どうぞ。黒田の女が現れました。尾行します、どうぞ。よし、すぐ。
Bring back the singing Japanese man. I like his voice.
On July 17, 1955, Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California opened its gates. The park was a near instant success and changed themed entertainment forever. Walt Disney had been told that his concepts for an elaborately themed entertainment park were unprofitable and that he was out of his element. Of course, Disneyland would be the biggest thing to ever happen to the theme park industry, and Disney
And
theme
then he
parks
said,
are now the
"Watch
most popular
this."
theme parks in the world. Not long after the opening of Disneyland, Kunizo Matsuo, the president of the Japanese
And
Matsuo
then Disney said,
Entertainment
"I'm
Company,
about to do
flew
what the kids
California to
call
see
a
the park
gamer
for himself.
move."
He was more than impressed, and strongly believed a park like Disneyland would work perfectly in Japan. Matsuo became a mediator for the Japanese Dream Sightseeing Company, and got in direct contact with Walt Disney himself. Though Tokyo might have seemed the best location for a Disney park, Matsuo had a background as a kabuki actor, and was deeply invested in the history and culture of Japan, hence the proposed location of the country's former capital, Nara. Walt took to the idea of an international park, and agreed on building it in the city of Nara. Construction began on Nara Disneyland with the guidance of Walt and his creative team. The park was heavily influenced by Disneyland in Anaheim. It was designed in the same spoken wheel pattern and featured a replica of Sleeping Beauty Castle. Also in the hub was a great fountain and a small stage used for character shows and events. Nara Disneyland would feature a Main Street, a Fantasyland, a Tomorrowland, an Adventureland, and a unique Ancestorland in place of Frontierland. Park admission was to be free, and guests could experience attractions by purchasing tickets at ticket booths scattered throughout the park. Near the end of construction, Matsuo and Disney began to argue over licensing fees. An agreement needed to be reached for Matsuo to feature Disney properties in the park. The two were unable to compromise, and Disney pulled his support, meaning that Nara Disneyland had to be scrapped. However, the park was already near completion. Because of this, Matsuo quickly rebranded the park to Nara Dreamland, and new mascots were created in the form of Ranchan and Dory-chan, two children dressed as British Royal Guards. While the end result was incredibly similar to Disneyland, there were still very few parks of its type in the world, and its design was especially unique to Japan, whose leisure industry was just beginning to recover after the devastation the country faced in and after World War II. The Happiest Place in Japan opened on July 1st, 1961, and while those familiar with Anaheim's park might have seen a shoddy knockoff, the visitors saw a world of fantasy.
奈良は今歴史的な文化財とは別に新しい観光資源を開発し、規模の大きい観光地に飛躍しようとしています。子どもたちを対象にしたデラックス遊園地、アメリカのディズニーランドをモデルにしたと言われるだけに万事が大規模で日本離れしています。それだけにアメリカインディアンと古都奈良の佇まいは対照的でありすぎることも事実のようです。
At the park entrance, guests were greeted by Nara Dreamland's train station, which served as the sole stop for the Nara Dreamland Railroad. This narrow-gauge railroad took guests on a grand circle tour of the park, and journeyed through a tunnel that showcased a Wild West diorama. Upon entering the park, guests could then choose one of the 4 tunnels to take them to Main Street. This area included vehicles such as an omnibus, a fire engine, and horse-drawn carriages. The street included a town hall, a fire station, an opera house, a church, and a handful of shops and eateries. The focal point was the castle, which also functioned as the primary entrance to Fantasyland. Fantasyland included a classic carousel, a teacup ride, multiple boat attractions on a small lake, a haunted maze, and a skyway. Upon first glance, it might seem as though both the lake boats and the haunted maze were not Disney knockoffs, but this is only half true. When Disneyland first opened, it featured both the Phantom boats and the motorboat cruise, attractions similar to and probably the inspiration for Nara's boats. One of the boating attractions was Turtle Boat, a ride which took guests on small turtle-shaped boats that led them into Ryugu Palace to meet Princess Otohime and a group of mermaids. This was one of the many Nara Dreamland attractions to have its roots in Japanese history and folklore. Its design also drew inspiration from Disneyland's Storybook Land canal boats. The Haunted Maze predated Disneyland's Haunted Mansion by 8 years, although the classic Disney ride had been in development before Dreamland opened. The Haunted Maze's facade was shaped like a witch, a grotesque image, especially for the fantasy section of the park. The opening year brochure describes the attraction with the line, "Satan and many goblins await you." Guests were given a card upon entry to the maze and were challenged to find 3 checkpoints within the building to get the card stamped. The maze was very dark and had scattered theming, primarily skeletons behind metal bars. Fantasyland also featured an attraction called the Miracle House, a ride in which guests would enter a show building, board a small pirate ship, and fly over various scenes from around the world. This was clearly supposed to be Nara Disneyland's Peter Pan attraction before the licensing rights fell through. The Miracle House attraction would open with guests flying over the United States, Egypt, and the South Seas Islands. Fantasyland also had a variety of attractions added after the park's opening. These included a handful of kiddie attractions and carnival rides such as Flash Dance, Pirate Swings, and Pirate Octopus. An update of the opening day teacup ride featured extra theming, more elaborate paint on the cups, and a canopy that covered the ride area. Fantasyland also saw the addition of 3 coasters over the years. In 1979, the famous Screw Coaster opened to the delight of park guests. This was the popular corkscrew model designed by Aerodynamics, with similar iterations found at parks such as Busch Gardens Tampa and Alton Towers. The Kids Coaster and Fantasy Coaster, both milder family rides, would later open on the northwest side of Fantasyland. Tomorrowland opened with a familiar popular attraction, Bobsleigh, a tubular steel coaster modeled after Disneyland's Matterhorn bobsleds. The mountain didn't just house the coaster, it also served as a midway point for Nara Dreamland's Skyway attraction that ran from Fantasyland to Tomorrowland, similar to Disneyland's setup at the time. In addition to Freeway, an Autopia-inspired attraction, Tomorrowland also had smaller family-friendly rides such as Astrojets, Loop-the-Loop, and a truly remarkable hovercrafts attraction, where guests could steer hovercrafts around a small lake near the bobsleigh. The land also opened with an attraction familiar to Disneyland fans, the Flying Saucers. This attraction sat guests in round seats on top of an oversized air hockey table. Guests could lean side to side to maneuver their seats over the air holes, with the goal being to bump the other guests. Some attractions added later on didn't quite fit the theming, such as Aero Development's Antique Car Ride attraction. Though Aero made many iterations of this classic ride, Nara stood out, as the ride vehicles were actually a combination of 2 different car models. the top portion of the Ford touring car and the bottom portion of the Aero Cadillac, which may have been done to cut costs. The antique car ride sat on the filled plot of the submarine voyage, a ride in which guests boarded a partially submerged submarine in a lagoon and journeyed into a show building. Tomorrowland also housed an unthemed classic log flume ride, which ran close to the monorail track. In 1998, Asuka, a wooden coaster manufactured by Intamin and inspired by the classic Coney Island Cyclone coaster, opened on the border of Tomorrowland and Main Street. For a park that was starting to slump financially, Asuka was a great addition to the park. Riders were surprised at just how good the coaster was, some claiming Nara Dreamland didn't deserve it. Adventureland sported a familiar wooden archway over its entrance and seemingly only ever housed one attraction, Jungle Cruise. This followed the same idea and plot as the Jungle Cruise at Disneyland. Guests embark on a cruise through the jungle to admire the local flora and fauna, only to end in a confrontation with a native tribe. Guests encountered a variety of animals, the skipper used a gun to scare away predators, and guests could delight in the backside of water. Ancestorland was Nara Dreamland's version of Frontierland, and it celebrated the history and culture of Japan. The land consisted of replicas of historical Japanese structures and was bordered by a river. Guests could take a variety of boat types along the river to navigate the land, as well as view miniature replicas of Japanese sites. The land ultimately served as a way for guests to take a trip through the rich history of Japan, and everything from samurai residencies to markets to brothels were represented in the area.
Not like in a mean
Ancestorland
way, but like...
ultimately met a sad fate, as it was demolished
like,
to make way for a water park area.
Of
Small remains such as shrines were left behind, though unkempt. The water park area that replaced it was pretty standard, and featured a variety of slides and pools. At its peak, Nara Dreamland brought in 1.63 million visitors a year. This led to its sister park, Yokohama Dreamland, to open in 1964. This park focused less on rides and more on entertainment and landscaping to entice guests. Despite that, Yokohama did sport a handful of attractions, which could also be ridden in exchange for tickets bought throughout the park. An opening day monorail, the Dream Development Dreamland Line, was unique in that it made a stop at the railway station outside of the park itself. It was short-lived though, as cracks began forming and support beams and repairs could not be made. After a year and 4 months of operation, all service of the line was suspended, and ultimately never returned.
And
the park also featured 3 roller coasters, a Ferris wheel, a children's train ride, and a submarine voyage. Both parks were well loved, and their popularity proved that Japan was ripe for major theme parks. Unfortunately for Dreamland,
you have to
this would
answer
also
6
be its
questions
downfall.
that are like chosen at random. And she was like so ready for them to give her like really complicated questions. Like one of the questions that they had in the video that she watched was like, name 3 or 4 of the Native American tribes. And you know, it's if you recognize some of those tribes, it's pretty easy. But the ones that she got were like, what's the rule of the First Amendment? Freedom of speech. Okay. Who was the first US president? George Washington. Okay. And it, like it was like first edition US questions. And she was just like, "That's it? Like you're not going to ask me like who was the president during World War II? Like come on, man. I studied for this." And she wasn't like, you know, mad or anything. She was just kind of disappointed. She's like, I expected there to be more to this, but come on, man. It's very sweet. My mom is a very cool lady. Anyway. Nara Dreamland.
I'm in Anaheim.
It just looks so sad.
Never mind the fact that it's actually 10 o'clock, but
Congrats to your mom for getting the citizenship. Yeah. She's been waiting for this for a while. And it's just before we move, so it's the perfect time. Or didn't register. Congrats for he. It's for Skipper, who has to work while there's literally nobody else at the park. It's just so barren, yeah. It looks so sad. He's like, yeah, I fucking did it. There's nothing sadder than going on a jungle cruise and there's nobody else on the boat. This is what dreams are made of.
In 1983, a true Disneyland would finally open in Japan. Tokyo Disneyland came with immersive theming and creative properties that blew Nara out of the water. The knockoff was hit hard by Disneyland's opening, and attendance sank to 1 million guests a year. The park quickly suffered from lower budgets and poor upkeep. And by the mid-90s, the park was littered with trash, rides were standing but not operating, and stray animals could be found roaming the property. In 2001, both Tokyo Disney Sea and Universal Studios Japan opened. This was the final nail in the coffin for Nara Dreamland. Attendance slumped to a depressing 400,000 visitors a year. By 2004, the shops on Main Street were quickly closing. Building facades were noticeably rotting and beginning to lean from foundational issues. Rust gathered on the coasters, and small rides shut down but remained standing. Some attractions, such as the Log Flume in Tomorrowland, would operate despite no riders. Yokohama Dreamland was facing the same set of problems, and the park closed on February 17, 2002 due to the financial issues. The park sat abandoned for 3 years before the rides were dismantled and the remaining buildings were repurposed for the Yokohama School of Pharmacy. Nara Dreamland continued operation until August 31, 2006. The park's closing was made known, but few guests showed up to experience the final day of operation. Midway through the day, it began to rain, and most visitors headed home early. The park closed its gates and was left abandoned. Nara Dreamland was frozen in time, if anything, gaining visitors looking to explore the remains. The park gained a huge following online, with people taking pictures and videos of the creepy, abandoned Disney knockoff. On top of urban explorers, vandals also frequented the park. Aside from the expected graffiti, many of them moved the park's props around in order to depict sinister scenes. No initial effort was made to preserve what remained of Nara Dreamland, and unlike most amusement parks that close, no attractions were sold to other theme parks in the region. The Nara Dreamland property was put up for sale in 2011 with no bids. The property was foreclosed in 2014 and finally sold to SK Housing in 2015. Renovation remained stagnant for a while, supposedly due to the demolition being too expensive for SK Housing. After a year, demolition finally began, and the entire park was gone by December 21, 2017. All rides were scrapped and the ground was leveled to make way for senior housing. Nara Dreamland is most known for its abandoned state between 2006 and 2016, and is often believed to be the most elaborate Disney knockoff of all time, but it was so much more. The park began as the next Disneyland, with guidance from Walt Disney himself. It opened with immersive theming and rave reviews, and it paved the way for theme park companies to realize how profitable expanding overseas could be. While Nara Dreamland couldn't keep up with the giants in the entertainment industry, it should be remembered for its valiant attempt to bring magic and fantasy to a new part of the world.
F. 07. Just saluting to the falling amusement park. Quick Japanese lesson, guys. Did you know that egao in Japanese means smile?
Introducing Eminem's album art pack.
Shut up. Silence. Silence, brand.
1992. 4 officers of the Los Angeles Police Department were acquitted of charges of use of excessive force after being caught on videotape for beating a black man named Rodney King.
The
The acquittal was the breaking point for the city of Los Angeles, long plagued by rising racial tensions, specifically between white, black, and Asian Americans. The ensuing riots, termed the LA Race Riots, lasted for over 6 days, resulting in 63 deaths, over 2,000 injuries, and around $1 billion in property damage. 2 months after the riots, Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley announced the creation of a new organization named Rebuild LA, founded to repair the city both physically and figuratively. The private organization solicited help from dozens of major corporations, raising around $500 million in the months following the riots. Rebuild LA was an unfocused and often unhelpful attempt to mend the city, but it did feature a few creative approaches to tackling issues related to racial inequality. One of these attempts was announced 1 year after the riots took place.
From an anime
on April 8, 1993, it was reported that Rebuild LA was granting $3.5 million to public television station KCET Channel 28 in order for them to produce a new preschool series to address issues related to race and culture. The show was named The Puzzle Factory. Development on The Puzzle Factory had begun 2 years earlier in 1991, when the Corporation for Public Broadcasting decided to modify its approach to allocating funds for the creation of programming. The CPB funded programs that were pitched to them from show producers. However, they were now interested in focusing their funds more deliberately, searching for a specific type of show rather than just sifting through proposals. The CPB noticed 2 gaps in their slate of children's programming: diversity and problem-solving skill development. In response to this, the CPB offered the largest grant ever for a children's show, $4.5 million,
Honestly,
tasking the public broadcasting service with finding a new series that met their requirements. Lancet Media Productions, a studio famous for producing the Emmy Award-winning series Reading Rainbow, stepped up to the plate with a pitch called The Puzzle Factory. The Puzzle Factory would feature a culturally diverse cast of human puppets that would learn to solve problems and recognize and celebrate their differences. Los Angeles PBS station KCET signed on to produce the series. KCET president William Coben explained that the show would operate to, quote, teach kids the value of diversity and that differences are to be celebrated. They are living in a multicultural world, and they have to learn to accept their differences, to be non-judgmental, and to be tolerant. On November 19, 1991, it was announced that the Puzzle Factory was awarded the $4.5 million grant from the CPB, and KCET and Lancet set out to secure the remainder of the show's budget, which was set at $10 million for a 65-episode season. The show was originally set to debut in the fall of 1993, but producers were not able to secure more funding for nearly 2 years. It would not be until Rebuild LA's contribution that the show's budget would finally increase, reaching $8 million total. Utility provider Southern California Edison funded Rebuild LA's contribution. Edison CEO John E. Bryson explained that, quote, we want to be the leader in showing that we can build on the strengths of diversity. Rebuild LA's co-chair Barry Sanders believed that, quote, the most effective way to make a difference in race relations is to get to the youngest members of society, adding that the national show was still related to Rebuild LA's mission because, quote, the experiment in race relations is uniquely LA. By this point, the Puzzle Factory's proposed $10 million budget had increased to $13 million. In order to support an outreach program to disperse supplemental materials to daycare centers, where KCET and Lancet believed a significant portion of their audience would be exposed to the series. This meant that the Puzzle Factory needed to secure an additional $5 million in funding quickly, as the show was set to debut in the winter of 1994. Coincidentally, at this time, conservative members of Congress were making another in an endless series of attempts to defund the public broadcasting service.
Because of course they were.
The argument was that PBS's failure to retain the merchandising rights to hit series such as Sesame Street and Barney and Friends had lost them millions of dollars in revenue, with this money instead going to the small production houses producing the series. Under pressure, PBS made efforts to secure profit sharing for merchandise stemming from their new children's shows, and this effort began with The Puzzle Factory. PBS pitched the series to various companies, and they were able to secure 7 licensing agreements for a total of $8 million over 3 years. PBS was also given a $3 million advance from these companies, which allowed KCET and Lancet to begin production on the show. The Puzzle Factory tapped many Sesame Street and Muppet performers for its cast and crew. Kevin Clash, a Muppet performer best known for puppeteering Sesame Street's Elmo, was hired to build the series' puppets and serve as the show's creative consultant. The Puzzle Factory would be centered around 6 kids, each with a different background, that would be magically transported to the puzzle-themed hangout space. Julie Wu was a third-generation Chinese-American girl from San Francisco. She was to be proud of her heritage, empathetic to her friends, and always happy to break into song. She was puppeteered by Sesame Street performer Alice Deneen. Kiki Flores was a first-generation Mexican-American from San Antonio, Texas. Kiki was described as an outgoing and inventive leader.
Hey, my name is Kiki. And did you all know I can speak to you in English y también en español?
Kiki would be performed by puppeteer Carmen Osbar, best known for puppeteering the character Rosita on Sesame Street. Ben Olafsson was a boy of German and Norwegian descent from Renner, South Dakota. Ben grew up without a father as his dad passed away before the events of the show. He was to be puppeteered by Jim Martin, known for his work on The Great Space Coaster and Sesame Street.
Yeah, the kids at school make fun of me because I wear glasses. So I don't want to have my picture taken with me wearing glasses.
Leon McNeil was an African-American boy from Manhattan's Upper West Side. Leon loved basketball, hip-hop, science, and joking around.
I don't think I've ever
Will
seen
there
this
be
one
good
before.
weather for the family picnic on Sunday? Shake, 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 shake. And it says, outlook cloudy, check with me later. Well, at least this time it's a straight answer.
Leon McNeil was played by puppeteer Noel McNeil, known for his work on Sesame Street and Eureka's
I
Castle.
love Noel
Sky
McNeil.
Nakai was an Apache boy from the White Mountain Apache
He
Reservation
was
in
the
Arizona.
bear in a big blue
he had
house.
a deep respect for his culture and a close relationship with his grandfather.
Oh, Leon, this is a special Apache pollen pouch. Yeah, my grandfather gave it to me.
Ooh.
See all these little beads here? Those are all sewn on by hand. And the little bells at the bottom are made out of tin.
Sky was performed by Sesame Street puppeteer Peter Lintz. Finally, Jodie Silver was a Jewish girl of Lithuanian descent from Cincinnati, Ohio. Jodie's parents were divorced, and she lived primarily with her father.
First, I was kind of mad at my dad. That's why I didn't say anything. But then I thought,
Ben comes out of nowhere. At least you have a dad.
more important to him than I am.
What?
Jodie was puppeteered by Pee-wee's Playhouse puppeteer Allison Mork. While the show was clearly well-intentioned on the issues of diversity and inclusion, it was by no means perfect in its behind, or more accurately, under-the-scenes representation. While Kiki and Leon's puppeteers shared the ethnic background of the characters they were portraying, other characters such as Julie and Sky were performed by white puppeteers. The show's writers did consult with a panel of experts to ensure that all of the details of each character's cultural backgrounds was accurate, but the show could have done more to accurately represent these members of its cast. The Puzzle Factory, now renamed to The Puzzle Works, shot 2 pilots. The first saw Julie introducing all of the kids in the Puzzle Works kitchen.
Oh, hi! Welcome to the Puzzle Works! We are so glad that you could have a chance to come and share breakfast with us today.
So loud.
Leon and Jodie explained that the Puzzle Works is a special place all its own.
A land of shadow and substance.
Leon! It's a place where we hang out and share and have fun.
What?
The pilots were successful, and the series began taping
sounded
the first
so
40
annoyed.
episodes at KCET Studios, despite still being a couple
Just the
million
hand
dollars
on his
short
hip.
of their
What?
funding goal. When
What do
asked
you
by the
want?
Los Angeles Times in the summer of 1994 whether the show was guaranteed to obtain the remaining funds, KCET Vice President Stephen Kolsaiki said, quote, "Guarantee is a state of mind. We're going to get there." A few months later, Kolsaiki reported that KCET was so close to finding more funds that he stated that, quote, "I can feel it in my nostrils."
Leon
Despite
out
the
of
confidence,
pocket, yeah.
the Puzzle Works wrapped filming on its first 40 episodes without securing the funding needed to film the remaining
better smack
25 that
somebody.
were required by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's grant. The decision was made to begin delivering episodes to PBS stations in hopes that the show would be received well enough to secure the missing funds. The show was also renamed one final time, with the performers dubbing over mentions of the Puzzle Works with the new title. On January 16, 1995, the new show, named The Puzzle Place, premiered on PBS stations throughout the country.
The puzzle something.
Move
You gotta name it the puzzle
study
something.
breakers. And multitasking actresses like
Get up.
I know something, Julie, that I want to share.
Along with me to find it. It's everywhere. Puzzle place, the puzzle place. We're going to the puzzle place.
Yeah, fuck all the other characters. It's only Julie and Ben this episode.
Pilot. Julie Wu is in the Puzzle Place's basement, talking with her teddy bear puppet, Tippy Wu. Julie laments that children sometimes make fun of her last name and how it hurts her feelings. Her friends eventually find her and ask her what she was talking about with Tippy. Julie explained that she was telling Tippy that if his last name was going to be Wu, that he should be ready for other kids to make fun of it.
Aww.
Julie thought the other kids wouldn't understand,
I feel that.
but all of them share their own examples of how
My
their
real
names have been made
last
fun
name is
Oh, you mean like when people
very,
say to
very
me,
easy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jody's
very
silverware,
easy cannon fodder for
how's your
kids to
knife
make fun
and
of me.
fork?
Or like when they call me Cloudy Sky instead of just Sky.
Yeah. You mean it happens to you guys too? Sure. All the time.
Julie appreciated her friend's sympathy, and the six started a song about how
Yeah,
you should
they're
be
all
proud of
puppets
your
with
name.
weird last names. It's kind of easy.
My name says a lot about me.
My name makes me me.
I got my name when I became part of
Does
my
Sky even have a last
family.
name?
This type of conflict was a trademark of the Puzzle Place. The show touched on the issues of discrimination and prejudice in a very personal and specific way. In another episode, also featured in the original pilot, Leon is invited to his friend Jimmy's birthday party, but Jimmy's mother does not want him to come.
Well,
Ah,
I could be
she's
wrong,
racist.
Leon, but I don't think she wants you to come to the party.
What? That's impossible.
After this,
That's
a series
impossible.
Of clips from
Who
real
wouldn't
children
want
will
me to
play,
come there?
with each describing their own experiences with discrimination.
Some kids won't play with me just because I have dreads.
Sometimes I'll approach somebody and they're hearing, and I start to converse with them, but they find out I'm deaf. And then they kind of walk away and I get lonelier, and there I am by myself.
As much as the show helped kids navigate discrimination, it
That's
also
really
helped
sad,
them
though.
celebrate their diversity. In the
Doing
20th
my man
episode,
Leon
Julie shared the
dirty.
Lunar New Year tradition with her friends, who were eager to learn more about her culture.
You know, Julie's showing us all about the Lunar New Year celebration.
Yeah, and the good luck that comes with the dancing dragon.
The way that they
In
say
addition
it,
to
the
the
way
six main
like super
characters, the show
slowly and like
featured a dog
really
and cat
accentuated,
named
it's
Nuzzle
just like,
and Sizzle.
are you
Nuzzle and Sizzle
making fun
inhabited
of
the
it,
puzzle
or are
place
you
and
trying to
frequently
like
observed or paralleled the main
explain
story
it
of
to
the
me as
episode.
if I'm
The animals
4?
often spoke to one another, but were quiet when around the show's human characters.
He called me a pretty cat and a snooty patootie.
No.
Yeah.
Not
No.
Tootie.
It made me so mad.
Sizzle was performed by Alice Denis, and Peter
Oh,
Lintz
I would
performed
love
Nuzzle
to see
in
the
first
person
season.
controlling
In
the
addition to
arms.
Nuzzle and Sizzle, the puzzle place featured the Peace Police, P-I-E-C-E. The 4 policemen did not have names, but each had a distinct color: orange, blue, green, and purple. Their vocabulary was limited, with the Peace Police only speaking in grumbles.
Peace police. The way they talk about Lunar New Year was giving rise.
As the first 40 episodes made their way
I
to
know,
PBS
right?
stations,
They're just like,
families and
"It's the
critics praised the show and
dancing
its powerful messages.
dragon."
One of the series' creators, Cecily Truitt,
Uh-huh.
spoke to the intent of the series. Quote, "The fundamental message of the show
I
is
get
that
that
we are all
the
human beings. We are individuals
main
and we have
audience is
things
like
about us
4
that
to
make us
5-year-olds
special.
or
We are not
whatever,
just
but,
tipping
like,
our hats
dude.
to a political issue." A few critics of the show claimed that the messages of tolerance were too politically correct or liberal for a publicly funded show. Truitt
Yeah?
stated bluntly, quote, "Anyone who says multicultural education is creating conflict has their head in the sand." In episode 39, Willing and Able, Sky introduced the gang to his friend Kyle O'Connor, a redheaded, basketball-playing Irish-American who used a wheelchair. Throughout
Cool.
the episode, Kyle educated his new friends at the puzzle place on his chair and what it was like to use one.
Can you show us how it works, Kyle?
Well, sure, no problem. I just put my hands on the wheels here, and I let my arms do the pushing.
Pixel, please.
Yeah, my wheelchair is built to be safe, fast,
Stop
and
turning into
flexible.
my
The
uncle.
episode also featured live-action footage of other people that use wheelchairs, shopping, working, playing sports, and having fun in various ways. The episode also explained the many ways vehicles and buildings could be built to be more accessible to people with disabilities. While the first 40 episodes aired, merchandise for the puzzle place began to hit store shelves. Dolls, games, lunchboxes, electronic games, children's clothing, and videotapes went on sale. The puzzle place was a success, but it still lacked the additional $2 million in funding to complete the 65-episode season. Despite this, the show went into production on these 25 additional episodes based on the prospective merchandise sales alone. This put intense pressure on KCET, but they were still confident that they would be able to secure the rest of the funds. It would not be until June of 1995, nearly 6 months after the show went on the air, that the producers would finally receive another contribution, this time $1 million from Sears. With the new funds, the puzzle place pushed forward on the remaining 25 episodes of Season 1, which many consider to be the series' second season despite being part of the initial order. Luckily, in August of 1995, IBM contributed $2 million to the show, finally achieving and surpassing the show's production budget. This was fortunate because many of the puzzle place merchandise lines had failed, as they were released too soon after the show premiered, not giving time for audiences to get to know the characters before the merchandise hit store shelves. The cast and production team remained unchanged for the final episodes of the initial order, with the exception of Allison Mork leaving the show, with puppeteer Stephanie D'Abruzzo taking over the character of Jodie Silver. Jim Martin also directed an episode of this season, and Noel McNeil became a writer. The remaining episodes of Season 1 continued the show's themes of multiculturalism and problem resolution with the same passion and care as before.
If you like something, you should do it, even if other people make fun of you.
On January 15, 1996, the puzzle place began airing these new episodes, starting with the holiday-themed Deck the Halls. The episode started with Leon in New York at an outside skating rink, waiting for his friends. He shared a video of New York's many icons decorated for Christmas time. Leon then recalled a time that he and his friends set up a giant Christmas tree back at the puzzle place. In the flashback, Julie, Kiki, and Ben added candy canes and ornaments to the Christmas tree, but Jodie refrained, as she did not celebrate Christmas.
Jodie,
you know, because she's
you don't
Jewish.
seem very excited about Christmas.
Well, we sort of don't do Christmas at our house, Ben.
Oh, don't do Christmas? Jodie!
This was a surprise to Ben, who knew Jodie was Jewish, but did not realize that meant she did not partake in Christmas festivities.
Yeah, but Jodie, don't you feel left out?
No. Well, maybe sometimes. A little. But that still doesn't make me want to celebrate Christmas.
This made Ben sad that his friend was missing out. Ben then found Jodie's menorah and placed it on the Christmas tree, believing that it would make her happy to have her tradition merged with his.
Yeah, that'll work.
Jodie will be so happy. She'll feel like Christmas is her holiday too.
Instead, Jodie was upset as she discovered her
Ben?
menorah was
I
missing,
know.
and Ben eventually told her that he had put it on the Christmas tree.
You stole my menorah and put it on the capitalist Christmas tree.
Ben, how could you put my menorah on a
Inclusion, though.
Jodie became
no,
upset
that's
and
not
asked
how
for
that
Ben
works.
to take it down, explaining that the menorah's significance had nothing to do with Christmas. After listening, Ben apologized, and Sky noted how beautiful the menorah looks with all of the candles lit. Later on in the episode, everyone returned to the Christmas tree in their best clothes for a holiday celebration. Leon arrived with the Kinara, a candle holder used by his family during the celebration of Kwanzaa.
You're carrying a menorah.
Ben,
No, you dumb
this
white
is a
fuck.
Kinara. A Kinara is an African-American candle holder, and you use it to celebrate Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa?
Mm-hmm.
You mean there's
Leon has every right to smack these stupid
At
assholes.
the end of the episode, all of the characters exchanged gifts and reflected on the similarities between all of their celebrations. With the conclusion of the flashback, Leon continued to wait for his friends at the ice rink. After his friends arrived, they each had their own difficulties mastering ice skates. Finally able to reveal his surprise to his friends,
why did they
Leon
invite Ben?
introduced Patty LaBelle, who hooked
Why
them
is
up
Ben
with
in
hot
the club?
chocolate and initiated a round of holiday music.
Ooh, Patty LaBelle.
Noel McNeil recalled the puppeteers having to lay on top of one another on sound blankets placed on the ice rink
Just
in
say
order to
black,
get the
we
shots
ain't
for this
all
episode.
African American.
4 out of 5 women with sensitive skin would
My
recommend
spine
Dove.
skating. Did you actually?
Other episodes featuring celebrity cameos
I sprained
included
it, but
Bully
still,
for
don't
Jody,
scare me
in which
like
Jody
that.
looked to actor and comedian Sinbad for advice on dealing with a guy at school who stole her lunch every day.
Well, there's this guy at school who picks on me all the time.
That
He steals
framing
my
is
lunch
weird.
every day, and he scares me.
You know what? You do have a problem there, Jody.
Sinbad
That's rough,
said he
buddy.
could offer 3 recommendations to Jody. Option 1 was to talk with him, which Jody was uncomfortable with. Option 2 was to avoid him, which she also did not feel was the best option. Lastly, he offered option 3, which was to tell a grown-up. Jody vowed to do that the next day, and Sinbad told her to call him and let him know how it went, though he also
That's
offered
rough,
another
buddy.
option if option 3 did not work.
Plan B is you can call Sinbad, and I'll talk to the bully, all right?
Another episode, titled Leon Grows Up, featured Terrence T.C. Carson of the sitcom Living Single giving advice to Leon.
You know, Leon, lots of groups have these ceremonies to help boys become men and girls become women.
I know.
But the ceremony alone isn't enough to do the trick, man.
What?
The show would also sometimes feature guests from other PBS shows, like when Lynn Thigpen made an appearance as the Chief from Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. These cameos most often appeared on the Puzzle Place's smart computer, Weebus.
Weebus, please call my cousin Mark.
The new episodes of The Puzzle Place premiered on weekdays from January 15th through February 16th, 1996. After this, PBS stations continued to air the 30-minute episodes as reruns. The Puzzle Place characters also made appearances at public events, including the White House to support PBS and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and in the Rose Parade. A final season of Puzzle Place was ordered, but with a much smaller commitment of 10 episodes. By the time the final season began production in 1998, some of the performers had moved on to other shows, such as Noel McNeil, who began starring in Disney Channel's Bear in the Big Blue House. McNeil continued to provide the voice for Leon, with puppeteer Eric Jacobson taking over the performance. Peter Linz, who also began puppeteering Bear in the Big Blue House, left the show as well, and his character Sky was taken over by puppeteer Matt Vogel.
I don't know what to say, or even how to say it.
Stephanie D'Abruzzo began performing on Nickelodeon's Webulous World of Dr. Seuss, so Jody's puppeteer was changed once again, with performer Terry Hardin taking over the role. The additional 10 episodes aired in late 1998, with the final episode airing on December 4th, 1998. This would be the final episode of The Puzzle Place. By this point, the show had expanded its mission to live shows and mall appearances, which continued until around 1999. The show was also broadcast outside of the US in numerous countries and languages. Reruns of the show continued to air until 2000. The show received a few VHS releases throughout its run, and home recordings have made their way to YouTube. But unfortunately, half of the series has been lost, and there are no current plans to make the series available, with many unsure who holds the distribution rights to the show. The Puzzle Place was a groundbreaking show for children's entertainment. The show came about during and directly because of a tipping point in the United States, caused by a failure to address generations of racial prejudice and discrimination. The Puzzle Place stepped up to the challenge by teaching a generation how to address the topic and many others. The show taught children to recognize their similarities and celebrate their uniqueness, not just in broad strokes, but with ultra-specific and ultra-authentic conflict. The show admitted that navigating race, ethnicity, religion, culture, and gender could be a complex puzzle, but one that could be solved with kindness, understanding,
Sorry, my
and
mother
love.
came into the room
And for
this
many
time.
children growing up with the show, they found hope and comfort
She
that
said
no
she's
matter
getting
their
pizza tomorrow.
background, there would always be a place where they could be accepted and celebrated. The Puzzle Place.
Yay. That was cute. Stop it! Stop trying to give me a copyright strike!
Busch Gardens Williamsburg, then
Hi,
named Busch
Mom
Gardens
V.
the Old Country,
I'll tell her you
unveiled a
said
brand
that.
new ride from popular coaster manufacturer Aerodynamics. Drachenfire was a steel beast, providing riders with plenty of whiplash and headaches during its tenure.
Drachenfire.
The coaster did not reflect well on Aero. The company had a long history of producing some of the most famous amusement park attractions in the world, and Drachenfire was part of a series of missteps that would eventually lead to their bankruptcy. Perhaps the most ironic part of Drachenfire and its failure was its placement, the Oktoberfest section of Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Where in this
Oktoberfest.
section of the park, 8 years prior to Drachenfire's debut, Busch Gardens had unveiled another coaster designed by Aero. This one, however, received a much different response.
Dun, dun, dun. Williamsburg, AO. Where is Williamsburg? Virginia? Oh god, roller coasters and alcohol do not mix.
In 1902 in Long Beach, California, a new type of roller coaster debuted. Its
Hell no,
design was much different than the simple
Williamsburg
wooden coasters of the time. The ride was called Bisbee Spiral Airship, and it is considered to be the first suspended roller coaster in the world. Riders boarded square gondolas and were taken to the main tower by a large lift hill. The gondolas then followed a simple spiral downward.
Yes,
this revolutionary ride closed around 1915, and a coaster of this kind would not be seen again until 1975 in Munich, Germany. Coincidentally debuting at the real Oktoberfest, Messerschmitt, a German airplane manufacturer, premiered their suspended coaster at the fair. Prominent German coaster designer Werner Stengel also worked on the project until Messerschmitt made the decision to cut costs by not implementing banked turns. Messerschmitt believed that the banking would occur naturally since the ride cars swung. Stengel left the project due to this issue, leaving Messerschmitt to debut the coaster alone. Another famed German coaster designer, Anton Schwarzkopf, supposedly hated the fact that Messerschmitt was attempting to enter the coaster industry since their company had previously only manufactured aircrafts. Messerschmitt's suspended coaster, named Alpenflug, premiered at Oktoberfest to rave reviews. However, Stengel and Schwarzkopf were ultimately correct, as after its 16-day run, the coaster never reopened, despite Messerschmitt already starting construction on a second. This was because Alpenflug's lack of banked turns was already causing structural stress during its short operation period. It wouldn't be until 6 years later, in 1981, that another suspended coaster would open, and it seemed that this one was here to stay.
It swoops and dives from 100 feet above the ground, and there's no track beneath it. Designers call the Bat the world's first and only hanging roller coaster. More than a dozen men at the Aero Hus Company developed the plans. It took them 3 years. Then construction began, and John Rood made sure their dream came true.
Well, I've babysat this one for about 8 months now.
So, do you like this more than probably any other ride around, or is this one of your favorites?
I think this is a revolutionary ride. One thing you can consider that when you rode this, you rode one of a kind, the only one in the world.
It cost Kings Island close to $4 million to provide the thrills.
Who's gonna tell him?
Of the Bat. The public will begin defraying that cost when the park opens for the season on Sunday.
On April 26, 1981, the Bat debuted at Kings Island in Mason, Ohio. Designed and manufactured by Aero Development, the coaster received a large amount of media and public attention. Since the vast majority of the public were unaware of the world's first two suspended coasters, the ride was considered to be completely new and original. Audiences loved the Bat, and it quickly became one of, if not the most popular ride at the park. Unfortunately, it was also
of course you have World War II facts.
The ride was wearing much quicker than expected, eventually leading to damage and cracks in the supports. An analysis of the ride's damage revealed a major problem. They forgot to bank the turns. A quote from the report explained that the natural force of the ride was trying to twist the track to a banked position. Fixing these proved to be costly, and Kings Island decided to close the ride a mere 2 years after it opened in 1983. Despite its failure, the Bat proved that general audiences and thrill seekers alike wanted more suspended coasters, prompting the development of the ride type to continue.
They didn't bank
Having been open for just over 5 years, Busch Gardens The Old Country took note of this. A suspended roller coaster would certainly have a huge draw for the still young park. With this in mind, Busch Gardens turned to Anton Schwarzkopf, who had already provided his popular Jumbo Jet and Wildcat coaster designs to the Virginia Park. Perhaps still bitter about the Messerschmitt incident, Schwarzkopf agreed and began designing a suspended coaster of his own. In his factory, he designed a transportable flying coaster, and he even constructed around 75% of it before abandoning the project due to financial issues. Busch Gardens Williamsburg then turned to Aero Development, which had recently been absorbed into Aero Hus. Around this time, Aero was also asked by Six Flags Astroworld to resurrect the concept used to create the Bat. Aero agreed to build a suspended coaster at both parks, and they made adjustments to their original design to ensure that these coasters would last. Busch Gardens was to receive theirs first, in March of 1984, but due to construction delays, it would open after Astroworld's. However, the Six Flags coaster was nothing compared to what Aero and Busch Gardens were able to construct.
The big bad wolf.
Imagine yourself alone in the woods, and then it happens.
You're alone in the woods. There's nobody around and your phone is dead. Out of the corner of your eye, you see him.
You've just been bitten by the wolf. The big bad wolf. Then you ride
just
coming
hoping.
to life at Busch
VOD.
Gardens.
The Big Bad Wolf opened at Busch Gardens on June 15th, 1984. The majority of the coaster was hidden within the Oktoberfest woods, with only the main drop being seen from the park's pathways. Guests could cross the Rhine River from Italy and enter the German Oktoberfest. They were then immediately greeted with the attraction's entrance. Once inside the loading area, guests boarded their cars, and the ride operator told them to enjoy traveling at the speed of fright. The cars then exited the loading area and the ride began.
See you never.
The Wolf is about to take us on a seemingly out-of-control race through a maze of buildings and obstacles. The ride takes about 3 minutes to travel the 2,800 feet of track at speeds of up to 48 miles per hour. And the chase
Speeds
is
that
on.
not even God
After
can
leaving
handle.
the loading area, the coaster immediately dips to the left and reaches the first lift hill. It then climbs 50 feet, and guests plunge a short distance, the track turning to the left as guests swing to the right. The coaster twists and turns through a Bavarian village, their cars free swinging whichever way their momentum takes them. The village was intricately themed, and the track was placed in such a way that guests believed that they were about to crash into the models.
48?
Perhaps the best part is that these were a complete surprise to new riders,
don't know.
as they were hidden from the queue and the park's pathways, with
That's
the
as
only
fast as
viewing
a
area of the
moped
village
going
being parts
full
of
blast.
Drachenfire's queue. After the sequence, the cars hit a brake run, leading to the second lift hill. Using the park's terrain, this lift hill takes guests 100 feet in the air. Since the hill rises with it, riders often didn't realize how high they were before it was too late. The coaster plunges 80 feet toward the river, sharply banking right and throwing guests over the water. The turn is ended by a bank in the
Imagine
other
going
direction,
that
then a
fast
left
and you're
turn,
also in
and
a
return to
swing.
the station.
The Big Bad Wolf, Busch Gardens roller coaster with a new twist.
It's like a mom running
Cars
through a
hang from the
Walmart
track.
with a baby
So those of
carriage,
you
and you're
with
the
hang-ups
baby.
over hanging out at an angle of 110
Like not even
degrees,
a
had better stay home.
not
They
even
let
a
us take our
pram,
turn on the ride today
just
before they
carrying the
shut it
thing,
off.
just
But I
running
can
full
tell you
speed, swinging it
authoritatively
back
that
and
those who
forth.
yell wolf aren't crying wolf.
Oh,
The
that's
ride
really
is
funny.
scary.
If that experience sounds mundane, that's because
Just
it was
thinking of the
considered
baby
to be a
just
family
flying
coaster. The
back
drops
and
over
forth.
the 3-minute ride were relatively small, and the coaster kept close to the ground. The extra thrill was added through the swinging design, and the experience was elevated through the theming and placement. The experience at night was an extra thrill, as lighting was scarce, making swinging through the woods and village all the more exhilarating. The coaster was practically
Batman
flawless,
coasters also
so
had
why did
similar
it
swinging
close?
tech. Yeah, it was
On
made by
July
the same company.
24th, 2009, 25 years after the coaster debuted, Busch Gardens announced that it would close at the end of the season. As with most coasters, rumors circulated that it was due to an accident. While this isn't the reason for its closure, Big Bad Wolf was not free from incident. In 1993, an employee was killed when he was sent into a restricted area to remove a branch from a security camera. The 63-year-old was struck by an oncoming vehicle and later died after being taken to the hospital. 10 years later, in 2003, an employee painting ride cars fell to his death when one of Big Bad Wolf's cars overturned. Despite rumors, neither of these incidents had to do with the coaster's closure. It was also believed that high operating costs and low ridership contributed to the decision, but the main reason Busch Gardens closed Big Bad Wolf seems to be that they just wanted a change. As they stated in the press release announcing the ride's closure, the Big Bad Wolf offers a thrilling ride experience coupled with aggressive ride dynamics. While it remains a safe attraction, it has simply reached the end of its service life. This press release also claims that Big Bad Wolf is the world's first suspended coaster, which it is clearly
It's
not.
safe for
A year
riders,
after
not
Big
for
Bad Wolf
people
would be
working on it,
demolished,
apparently.
The park announced a major renovation of the Oktoberfest area. The new area would be much more colorful and modern in an attempt to draw audiences to the far corner of the park. Big Bad Wolf seems to have been a mere victim of the renovation.
Start.
Strange things happen in the Black Forest.
Busch Gardens. Honey, are you angry about Busch Gardens for some reason?
Always what they seem. Because thrills hide in the shadows. Just waiting at every turn. Verbolten, the new multi-launch coaster coming to Busch Gardens.
Intense vacuums.
The Black Forest.
Yeah.
Big Bad Wolf was
I
demolished,
don't know
the only
why
remnants
that's
being
the
bits of
that's
the
the ad they
concrete
decided to give me.
3 years later in 2012, the land formerly occupied by the coaster would become home to Verbolten, a family coaster themed after the Autobahn. It is a worthy successor, with unique ride elements and a large indoor portion. It also pays tribute to its predecessor. The indoor section has 3 randomized storylines, with the lighting and sound changing depending on the program. These are The Spirit of the Forest, Lightning Storm, and Big Bad Wolf. In a tribute to the closed ride, some Verbolten riders are given a trip through a dark forest, where they are being stalked by a red-eyed wolf. Also, each car has a specialized license plate. The orange car reads,
It's
Wolf
trashy
X8,
roller coasters
or Wolf
are very
Crossing, in
unsafe.
another tribute to the Big Bad Wolf. Finally, the finale of the ride follows the exact same path as the former suspended coaster, diving toward the river and turning a few times before entering the station. For Bolton is a quality ride, and it makes the loss of Big Bad Wolf a little easier to stomach. As for the rest of the world's suspended coasters that remember to bank the turns, many have faced a similar fate to that of Big Bad Wolf. While many rides by other manufacturers still exist, only 5 of the Arrow suspended coasters are still operating today. One is actually the Bat at Kings Island, on the other side of the park from the original. This coaster was originally themed after Top Gun, before being stripped of its branding. Kings Island paid tribute to the former coaster by retheming it to the Bat. That said, no suspended coaster, operating or defunct, seems to be as beloved as the Big Bad Wolf. It was a truly impressive ride, and it will be remembered as one of Arrow's best, which says a lot. Many fans are still upset that it's gone, but it is far from forgotten. So that said, were you afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?
It's KD.
You guys made it happen. We love hearing your suggestions.
King's
Ron
Dominion.
Toomer
I
is the
see.
undisputed king of roller coaster design. A former rocket engineer, Toomer has been involved in the creation of 83 coasters. He always starts in the same unassuming way, with a simple piece of wire, twisted into a few loops and turns for maximum terror.
Somebody once called me a fright merchant, and I don't, you know, I don't think we have to try to scare them. I just think by virtue of the product we have, it scares them already. Some people like to get beat up and bashed around, and others don't. So we have to sort of walk.
Some people like to get beat up and bashed around.
Ride that's gonna, you know, scare people or whatever without damaging them.
But how new is the ride?
Interesting.
What's behind the Drachenfire and all the other coasters that have ever been built?
You just can't escape these kinds of ads. I'm trying to keep pre-roll ads off of my Twitch channel. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
On March 31st, 1959, beer company Anheuser-Busch expanded on their Tampa brewery for beer tastings and company events. Part of this expansion included the addition of a bird garden, coining the name Busch Gardens. This was not the first brewery of this type for the company, as a few had been opened in California in the past, offering tasters and visitors additional attractions. 6 years later, in 1965, the Serengeti Plain exhibit opened, expanding the number and types of animals at the park. Along with this, a monorail was added to enhance guest viewing experiences of the freely roaming animals. By 1968, Busch Gardens Tampa was Florida's most popular tourist destination. A few years later, in 1971, Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom opened, giving Busch Gardens a major competitor in the state. That same year, another Busch Gardens would open in Houston. 4 years after that, everything changed for the wildlife and beer parks. Busch Gardens Tampa opened its first roller coaster. In 1976, Python opened to the public, fitting with the park's African theme. The Busch Gardens in California was themed after the South Pacific, and Busch Gardens Houston was themed after Asia, but neither of these would develop into fully fledged amusement parks.
They meant South
Busch Gardens
Pacific,
Houston would close in 1973, and
play.
Busch Gardens California would
That just
close
shows
in
how much of a theater
1979,
nerd I am.
both
Good
due
Lord.
to lack of attendance. But there was a fourth park.
I guess just about everybody at one time or
We're
another
scared.
dreams of a trip to Europe, but just how many of us can afford it? I'd like to show you what you can do on this side of the Atlantic for less than $7.
Ignore that, not a link. It's fine. I don't even think you're allowed to post links in the chat. I think the bot will bonk you if you do.
This is the old country,
Like actual links.
now being built by Busch Gardens at
I don't know.
Williamsburg,
I may be
Virginia,
wrong.
near Washington, D.C. In this book, we'll help you plan a visit this spring when the old country opens. For your free copy, write Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, Virginia, and start planning to join us in the old country.
I hate that it does that whenever I type
Atlantic.
Dr. Mr. Mrs.
On May 16,
something.
1975, Anheuser-Busch
Well, I think it does
opened an
that
amusement
whenever
park outside of their
I think it does that
Williamsburg
whenever
brewery
you
as a
type
method to promote the Virginian town. The park opened as Busch
whenever you
Gardens,
put
the Old
a
Country,
dot
accompanying
before
Busch Gardens
something.
Tampa, then named Busch
Like a
Gardens,
period
the Dark
and then
Continent.
something.
They would be renamed around the same time.
Or are you talking about like the autocorrect on your pad?
And Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. In 2006 to 2008, they would be renamed to Busch Gardens Europe and Busch Gardens Africa, respectively, before reverting back to their previous titles. The two parks had more continuity than just their names, though, and they would remain closely tied to one another as they developed and grew. A few years after opening, in June of 1978, Busch Gardens Williamsburg opened the Loch Ness Monster, the world's first roller coaster with interlocking ropes, which mirrored the style and specs of Tampa's Python.
For 1,400 years it has eluded man. Fake rumors, questionable evidence, all have led to dead ends in man's endless search for the monster. Until now, for as surely as you hear
Until
my
now,
voice, the
when
Loch
some
Ness
schmuck in
Monster
Tampa
lives.
Bay found it and
Terrible in its
turned it
power
into
to
a
drive
theme
men
park
mad with
attraction.
fear. See for yourself when the Loch Ness Monster surfaces. At the Old Country Busch Gardens, Williamsburg.
In 1996, Tampa received Montu, a record-breaking inverted coaster, followed by Williamsburg's Alpengeist in 1997,
Takes out the
which was
space and
another
then it
inverted
seems like a
coaster
link.
breaking Montu's records. This practice of back and forth continues today, but if you look at the lineups of the two parks, you might notice one coaster is without a sibling. In 1993, Busch Gardens Tampa Bay opened Kumba, an inverting, wild, and thrilling coaster that implemented many unique and new elements.
Don't miss the daily afternoon race between the Heron and the monorail.
What?
Someone obviously enjoys it. Then there's the main attraction.
We're so bored, we test out how fast the train is by putting it up against a heron.
And this coaster really rolls.
Designed by Bolliger and Mabillard of Switzerland and opened in 1993, Kumba introduced three first-of-a-kind elements. The camelback, a maneuver which creates 3 seconds
Ah, the
of
camelback,
braking
so that's what
while
the kids are calling it
spiraling
nowadays.
360 degrees. A diving loop, which plunges you into a loop from a height of 100 feet. And a 108-foot vertical loop, the world's largest.
During the 2-minute, 54-second ride, you'll also be taken through a cobra roll, an oblique loop, vertical spiral, and a double corkscrew at speeds of up to 60 miles per hour and pulling 3 3/4 Gs. Do you want to get off now, or, uh-oh, too late now.
Kumba is still operating today, and there's not a similar coaster in Williamsburg. So was Kumba destined to be an only child? Not at all. In fact, it was actually the second born. In the small town of Monty, Switzerland in 1987, the roller coaster manufacturer Giovanola underwent a change in management. Two of their employees, Walter Bolliger
Camel
and Claude
Bussy,
Mabillard,
shut the fuck
decided
up,
to leave
Pixel.
the company and form their own, hiring 2 other employees during their startup. After leaving Giovanola, Bolliger and Mabillard decided that they would not design any more amusement park rides. That was until Six Flags contacted them, persuading them to build their first coaster. After hiring more employees and
Ghibli,
finding
I will not
contractors,
make a new
B&M
movie. I
constructed
am
Iron
retiring.
Wolf at
Also
Six Flags
Ghibli.
Great America. 2 years later, B&M would design Batman the Ride, also for Six Flags Great America, creating the world's first inverted coaster. This began their long and prosperous career manufacturing thrill rides, and over time, they developed a unique style recognizable to parkgoers. While at Giovanola, Bolliger and Mabillard would work with another Switzerland-based roller coaster design company, Intamin. Intamin has manufactured and/or designed past defunct line editions Back to the Future the Ride, Jaws the Ride, and Disaster Transport. Intamin and B&M's work are
Ooh,
often
Back to the
compared,
Future?
as the
Damn.
company's products appear incredibly similar. The style of the track and supports, for example, are nearly identical, as Bolliger and Mabillard helped develop this while at Giovanola. However, there is one main difference between the two companies: their willingness to take risks. Intamin is not afraid to push the limits on their designs. For instance, Intamin built the tallest roller coaster in the world, King Dakar, at Six Flags Great Adventure. Most of the time, the results of their risks are worth it, and result in incredible and new attractions. Sometimes, though, the products are less than reliable, such as Knott's Berry Farm's Accelerator, which Intamin manufactured. Accelerator is a launch coaster that reaches over 80 miles an hour in 2.3 seconds, and the cable responsible for the launch has snapped on 2 occasions, one time injuring a rider. B&M
Wait,
is the
Accelerator
antithesis
is
to
not the
this.
name of
They're
it
often criticized for
currently, is
playing it
it?
safe and not innovating outside of different car and restraint styles. The upside of this is
Could've
obvious, as
sworn-
B&M's coasters are notoriously
'cause
safe
I've-
and efficient, and they have
I haven't
incredibly
been on
high
that, but I
uptimes,
know
especially
of
when
Knott's
compared
Berry
to
Farm. I
Intamin,
don't
whose
remember
coasters
one
are
being
sometimes
called the
infamous for their
Accelerator.
downtimes. B&M's mindset of careful and thoughtful production resulted in them declining Busch Gardens' request for 2 coasters, one at each of their parks. At this point, B&M had only created a few coasters, and the overwhelming success of Batman the Ride brought a flood of requests for copies and new inverted coasters from the company. Busch Gardens had requested the coasters for a 1993 release, which would have been difficult for B&M, as they were already working on a Batman clone for Six Flags Great Adventure and another inverted coaster for California's Great Adventure. Busch Gardens did not take no for an answer, and B&M once again gave in to the pressure, agreeing to build just one of the 2 requested coasters. It was settled that the company would build Kumba for Busch Gardens Tampa, but Busch Gardens did not wish to leave Williamsburg without a new coaster, so they went searching for another company. The problem with this is that the concept and design for Kumba had been settled, so the second company would have to match B&M's coaster, a ride that hadn't been built yet. So what poor company did Busch Gardens hire to match the strength, power, and reliability of B&M's coaster? In 1942, a machine shop near Mountain View, California was opened under the name Aero Development, founded by Andy Anderson, Carl Bacon, William Hardiman, and Edgar Morgan. Originally operating as a simple parts manufacturer, Aero took notice of the boom of the amusement park industry following World War II. They began to dabble in ride manufacturing, and in 1948, they built their first ride, a merry-go-round for the city of San Jose. They expanded their production of amusement park rides, even reaching out to Walt Disney after hearing the news of Disneyland's construction in 1952. Aero hoped that Disney would be interested in their new paddle boat design. However, Disney was more interested in the other attractions the company was producing. He contracted the company hoping they could innovate new types of ride for Disneyland. Aero got to work, creating ride after ride for the new park. Their contributions led to the creation of opening day attractions King Arthur's Carousel, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, Mad Tea Party, Dumbo the Flying Elephant, the Casey Jr. Circus Train, and Snow White's Scary Adventures. They would later help create Alice in Wonderland, Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, and past Defunctland edition, Submarine Voyage. Perhaps Aero's biggest contribution to Disney parks was the Matterhorn bobsleds in 1959, with which they ultimately invented the steel coaster. While they were Disney's go-to manufacturer and designer, Aero ventured into plenty of other parks, becoming a staple of the amusement park industry. When you think of a looping roller coaster, you're probably thinking of an Aero corkscrew. When you think of log flumes, splash boats, mine trains, suspended coasters, all Aero. They were the king of the industry. But industries change, new companies enter, and existing ones progress. In 1971, Disney opened their own in-house manufacturer, Central Shops. Executive Vice President Dick Nunes broke the news to Aero that their help was no longer needed, saying, quote, "I have to admit that we could not have done this without you, but it's over now. We built this big facility and we're going to do everything ourselves." The next year, Aero Development was sold off, and it would be passed along, being bought by company
They're just like,
after
yeah,
company,
thanks, we're
eventually
good
becoming
now.
Aerodynamics
Thanks,
by
bye.
the late 80s. Dizzy from the absorptions and dissolvements, and still trying to find their footing in an ever-changing industry, Aero was still able to hold on to some incredibly talented designers, such as the legendary Ron Toomer. Aero also had an advantage in that it had a long record with most of the major amusement parks. They had produced some of the original monorails, the Python and Loch Ness Monster coasters, and the Big Bad Wolf suspended coaster, all for Busch Gardens. So when the company approached them about building a new coaster for their Williamsburg park, they accepted. There were just a few conditions.
Here's to
Silence, Brand. I don't want to hear it.
We're Aerodynamics, and while other manufacturers are content to coast along, Aero continues to speed down the fast track that's advanced our coaster technology light years beyond anyone else. In fact, we've helped America's most exciting parks have record-breaking attendance for the past 20 years.
Sure you have.
Busch Gardens Williamsburg cranked up the heat to a scorching new level when they unleashed Aero's Drachenfire. A mile-long ride on the back of this tubular steel dragon will fire up even the coolest coaster fan. Drachenfire from Aerodynamics. The monster has left its lair and is now the hottest ticket in town at Busch Gardens Williamsburg.
It's the hottest ticket in town,
the general
right.
manager of Busch Gardens, Keith Kaysen, announced Williamsburg's newest attraction, a steel coaster named Drachenfire. The coaster would be placed in Williamsburg's Oktoberfest area, near Aero's Big Bad Wolf. Construction began in 1991 and was completed in early 1992. The coaster was set to open on April 4th, with a special appearance by comedian and self-proclaimed roller coaster enthusiast Dana Carvey. However, the ride experienced issues on its opening day, which Carvey compensated for through means of an impromptu stand-up routine. But its technical difficulties would not be a major problem for the ride during its lifespan. In fact, guests had more reason to be afraid when Drachenfire was operating correctly.
Hang on, because the ride's just begun. For within
Ride never
earshot
ends.
of your fading screams is Drachenfire, Busch Gardens' newest and most spine-tingling coaster experience yet. A dizzying 15 stories
Dad, I
tall
wanna
at
get
its
off the
highest
ride.
point.
The ride never ends.
Drachenfire is one of the largest steel coasters in North America. Busch Gardens wanted Drachenfire to be one of a kind, with first-time elements, a new car design, and a more freestanding, non-traditional support system for the tracks. All in all, a moving monument to the physics of fun. And fun and thrills are what Drachenfire
I love
is
hearing the
all
screams
about.
of children.
Anticipation builds as riders make the quick 15-story ascent to Drachenfire's highest point.
Quick and
As the
15
cars
story does
begin their
not
first plunge.
does not
They are
mix.
inverted briefly before careening 120 feet to the ground at over 60 miles per hour. After this disorienting first drop, riders are turned upside down 5 more times, hurtling along 3,550 feet of electric blue track through a series of inverted elements, including 3 corkscrews and 3 new elements never tried before on any other roller coaster. Daring riders will first encounter the famed camelback hump, which produces a few seconds of near weightlessness. Next in the series of unique elements is the fiery bat wing, which rolls passengers upside down twice in a boomerang type of effect. With hardly enough time to catch their breath, passengers will then whip through a corkscrew where they will encounter the cutback element, which rotates cars upside down inside a loop and then whips through yet another corkscrew, leading to the grand finale, a fast 360-degree spiral before returning to the station.
Drachenfire reached a height of 150 feet tall, with a ride time of just under 2 minutes. Drachenfire is one of the most unique and baffling coasters ever created, obviously built by a company out of their element. Drachenfire's similarities with Kumba and other B&M coasters are obvious yet mind-numbing. Arrow's desperate attempts to match the look and feel of a B&M coaster is what would eventually lead to Drachenfire's failure. For instance, Arrow coasters have a very distinct support structure, a cluttered cross-beaming mountain of metal. B&Ms, on the other hand, implement simple and elegant tubes for their supports. Instead of using their own method to build Drachenfire, Arrow attempted to recreate B&M style. This is the first Arrow coaster to have this type of support, and the company's lack of experience with such structures not only led to a coaster that was awkward to the eye, but also had an imperfect amateur feel. After seeing the designs of Kumba, Arrow wanted to have a similar loop over Drachenfire's lift hill, but supposedly they couldn't figure out how to with the track's layout. They opted for an inversion during the
Go
first
back
drop
to work
instead.
now, skirt
This
time on the
awkward
model.
corkscrew is jarring,
Okay.
as guests come out of it fast, eventually reaching 60
enjoy
miles
your
per
lurking.
hour. Arrow went as far as to use a similar computer system to B&M's, which they had never used in the past and would never use again. The new elements and unique design were fascinating, and for some, worth the ride. For the general public, however, Drachenfire was simply too rough. With the first few weeks of operation, riders were already choosing not to ride the coaster for this reason. Busch Gardens attempted to remedy this around
It hurt
1994
my
by
neck.
eliminating one of the 6 inversions, the diving corkscrew element, replacing it with a straight piece of track. The head-rattling nature of the ride was still so intense that Busch Gardens warned riders to remove their earrings so they would not lose them. Still, it was Williamsburg's newest coaster, and they weren't afraid to shove it in front of a camera for press releases and publicity.
Although it's nestled in the rolling hills of Southern Virginia, a visit to Busch Gardens Williamsburg is like taking a mini tour through Europe.
Oh my God,
It's
shut
a very
up.
large theme park, and this thing looks more like a field map to the Normandy invasion than a map to a theme park, so I can't really figure out exactly where I'm going or what I'm doing, but there's a lot of great things to see here, apparently. It's the fastest roller coaster here, upside down 5 times.
This is the guy you hired to take you around Busch Gardens? This is the guy you hired to talk good about your theme park? Oh, he's dead. Well, that sucks.
Fortunately, my vertebrae snapped like a twig, or I'd get up. But the doctor should be here shortly, and then we'll continue on with our adventure.
In 1997, however, the rambunctious dragon, the B&M wannabe, would be put in its place. In 1997, B&M opened their first addition to Williamsburg's lineup, the aforementioned Alpengeist, the tallest and fastest inverted coaster in the world. It was an instant hit, not only drawing audiences away from Drachenfire, but also exemplifying its inadequacies. By 1998, the small section where Drachenfire was located was looking less like an attraction and more like a ghost town. In the middle of the 1998 season, Drachenfire was closed. Busch Gardens spokesperson Cindy Sarko said, "There has been a steady erosion of ridership. Combined with the high operating expenses of the ride, it helped officials make the decision to shut it down." She would add that Busch Gardens might attempt to modify the ride, giving fans hope that it would open once again. However, this became more and more unlikely as time passed. In 1999, Drachenfire was listed for sale. While there were several potential buyers, no agreements were made, and Drachenfire sat still in Oktoberfest, waiting for its eventual demise. However, hope was reignited during the 2001 Pass Holders Preview Day, 3 years after the ride closed. Several guests reported seeing the ride running, with Busch Gardens seemingly testing the ride for a reopening. But this wasn't the case. The next year, in February 2002, Drachenfire was dismantled and recycled for scrap. At this point, Arrow couldn't care less, as the company had moved on to other, more disastrous projects that would eventually lead to their bankruptcy and demise. B&M, on the other hand, is still creating high-quality coasters all over the world. Drachenfire's remaining queue and maintenance structures are now used for the park's Halloween events, and the former land occupied by the ride is now used for concerts at the park. In 2016, Busch Gardens apparently began selling Drachenfire t-shirts again, trying to capitalize on those nostalgic for the ride. Drachenfire was a monster, a wild, untamed, rough monster that was trying to be something that it wasn't. The attraction was only open for 5 years. It is impressive that it is so widely regarded as a disaster despite the fact that there were no major accidents or incidents with the ride. It might be because it was destructive to everything evenly, so it is hard to pick out one single case. The riders, designers, and managers alike all felt the damage of Drachenfire's flame, and none of them could handle the heat.
Check out this Verbo.
Yet.
Welcome to Epcot Center, where soon you'll be able to immerse yourself into the 20 countries of the World Showcase. From life down under in Australia to the relaxing beaches of Costa Rica, and even ride a magic carpet aboard...
Sorry, you have an early script. They removed a few of the countries. Let's roll again.
Welcome to Epcot Center, where soon you'll be able to immerse yourself into the 15 countries of the World Showcase. From the quaint villages of Holland to the mighty jungles of Africa, and even take a ride on a cable car to the lost city of...
Sorry, they made a few more changes. Let's do it again.
Welcome to Epcot Center, where soon you'll be able to immerse yourself into the 12 countries of the World Showcase. From the...
Well, this is awkward.
Welcome to Epcot Center, where soon you'll be able to immerse yourself into the 9 countries of the World Showcase. Wait, only 9 countries? What happened to the others?
Well, the history of Epcot's World Showcase is a troubling one, from the original version that never came to be, and what led to the creation of Epcot itself. It's filled with incredible but unrealized pavilions, abandoned attractions, cancelled expansions, and a lot of unkept promises and constant revisions. So, one more from the top. Hello?
Hello?
The story begins in 1955 with the opening of Disneyland, and more specifically, on Main Street, USA. You see, as we've covered many times in the past, the park fell victim to many budget constraints during development and forced Walt Disney to put a number of lands and attractions on hold. One of them was International Street and was set to be located on the corner of Main Street, USA. In fact, when the park opened, visitors could actually get a peek at this future edition. International Street was to be a place where guests could essentially immerse themselves into the shops, restaurants, and overall atmosphere of countries from all over the world. However, within a couple years, this was seemingly abandoned in favor of Liberty Street, which I covered in a previous episode. But I use the word seemingly because unknown to the average visitor, International Street wasn't abandoned, but instead evolved into International Land. Instead of Main Street, this version was to be constructed in between Fantasyland and Tomorrowland, which at the time was the amazing attraction of just a giant hill. The larger section of property would allow for the countries to be far more elaborate and built at a much grander scale for an even deeper level of immersion. However, International Land was abandoned just a short time later, as it turns out the Giant Hill was a much more fitting location for Matterhorn Mountain in 1959. So the idea for an international something was put on the back burner. But then in the mid-1960s, Disney began developing his experimental prototype Community of Tomorrow, or Epcot.
And Epcot will always be a showcase to the world for the ingenuity and imagination of American free enterprise. I don't believe there's a challenge anywhere in the world that's more important to people everywhere than finding solutions to the problems of our cities.
Within this futuristic city was to be a sort of International Street 2.0, simply listed as the International Shopping Area. Of course, the specific countries Walt Disney had in mind is up for speculation, but through conceptual renderings, we can at least get an idea of what could have been. Now, it's really tempting to go down a huge bunny trail about Walt Disney's original vision for Epcot, but for simplicity's sake as it pertains to this episode, it was the driving force behind the Florida Project, aka Walt Disney World, and the Magic Kingdom theme park was only to be a very small portion of the much larger picture Walt Disney had in mind.
Everything in this room may change time and time again as we move ahead. But the basic philosophy of what we're planning for Disney World is going to remain very much as it is right now.
Unfortunately, Walt Disney's untimely and tragic passing in 1966 put Epcot on indefinite hold, so the focus was placed on the Magic Kingdom theme park. But fast forward to within a year or so of the Magic Kingdom's opening, as executives turned their attention to the prospect of finally building Epcot. However, they soon realized that without the personal guidance of Walt Disney, the initial vision had to be abandoned and reimagined, or at the very least simplified. And thus was born the Epcot Future World Theme Center and the Walt Disney World Showcase. Future World Theme Center was to be constructed several miles away from the Magic Kingdom, with an emphasis on showcasing technology, communication, and the progress of mankind. The World Showcase, however, was initially planned to be near the entrance of Disney World Drive, but eventually it was decided to instead build it near the Magic Kingdom at the Ticketing and Transportation Center. This was envisioned as a quote-unquote permanent international showcase, a place where nations or individual countries from all over the world were able to demonstrate their culture and their products. The original vision was to have a whopping 30 separate countries or nations represented by separate pavilions. The catch was that each country or nation would have to be sponsored by their government or a corporation representing the territory. In other words, it would be their responsibility to provide the vast majority of the funds to build and maintain the pavilions. This would also include the restaurants, shops, and as we'll get to in a bit, attractions. Unfortunately, this was a much tougher sell than Disney originally thought, so over 20 ambassadors and dignitaries were invited to the Magic Kingdom for a 4-day all-expenses-paid vacation, basically to wine and dine them into becoming sponsors. However, while Disney reportedly spent over $1 million hosting the honored guests, by the end of their vacation, only 8 of the representatives showed interest in committing. Nevertheless, Disney was still optimistic that they could have 30 nations, or countries, represented at the World Showcase and pressed onward. But then the US economy took a nosedive, due in part to the Vietnam War, the Watergate scandal, and the energy crisis in America. So building both the Walt Disney World Showcase and Future World Theme Center as separate tourist destinations became incredibly unrealistic. But legendary Imagineers Marty Sklar and John Hench had a solution, in which they quite literally pushed the two separate physical models of both parks together, and Epcot Center was born.
Epcot will be a community of ideas, a public forum for information transfer about emerging new technologies, prototype systems, and promising new concepts.
Battleface's Cancel for Any Reason coverage is an optional upgrade that provides partial reimbursement for...
Initially, Epcot Center's World Showcase was still planning on having 30 separate countries, but with a number of negotiations still ongoing and only a handful of official commitments, this number was scaled down to a more realistic 20. But even this version of the World Showcase was still envisioned as having every single pavilion connected to each other, and rather than individually designed show buildings, they would have all been housed within the same massive structure. The reason for this was then President Card Walker, who felt the showcase should have a unifying theme on the outside, with the country's individual theming on the inside. However, artist and Imagineer Harper Goff strongly disagreed, as he felt that each country's cultural history and architecture should influence the design of the pavilions. So thanks to a far from accidental incident where investors were somehow shown as detailed renderings during a tour, their enthusiasm for his version of the showcase won over. However, the plan was to still keep the now individually designed showcases interconnected, but eventually this was abandoned in favor of completely separate pavilions. And that brings us to, more or less, the final initial vision for the World Showcase, which would evolve, or devolve, into what eventually came to be.
The experimental community will be divided into two major areas: the World Showcase, where many nations will be able to present their cultures, commerce, and architecture, and Future World, which will present the challenges and alternatives man will have to face.
Beginning the tour, the first country was initially going to be America. Kind of, as this pavilion was purposefully unthemed to be a sort of bridge from Future World into the World Showcase, featuring the American Adventure. But the attraction wasn't originally a theater show, but a ride using an Omnimover vehicle system.
We went through 6 abject failures before we got to an American Adventure that we all felt comfortable with. For example, one designer decided that the American Adventure should be a happy, fun ride-through.
That one designer was actually Imagineer Mark Davis, whose vision for the American Adventure was, quote, an illustration of American life and what makes America different from every other country. However, this version was ultimately rejected, so he designed a more serious theater show as a celebration of American heroes and icons, and while this version would also ultimately be rejected, it would provide the foundation for what eventually came to be. From the American Adventure, the tour of the World Showcase officially begins, and in our case, we'll be going in a clockwise direction. Also, I took the liberty of adapting the layout from 1977 to the 1978 model, as while the countries remain the same, a few pavilions were in a different order. The first country on our tour is Costa Rica. What's interesting about this one is that the original scale was pretty minimal. However, soon it received a major facelift, and the size of the pavilion dramatically increased. Though no traditional attractions were planned, it would have featured cascading waterfalls and luscious gardens. It would have also had an aviary, a place to do a little fishing, with at least one restaurant and shopping destination. Next would have been Morocco, which, similar to Costa Rica, was initially pretty small in overall scale. However, this evolved into a much larger country and was to feature entertainment, plenty of shops, and a massive 2-story something, though some plans do indicate it would have been some sort of movie theater/dining experience. In fact, as originally envisioned, Morocco would have been one of the largest pavilions in the entire World Showcase. After that would have been Taiwan, but like a handful of others on our tour, based on the size of the pavilion, it would have likely been limited to small shops and quick-service restaurants. Next was to be the Australia-New Zealand Pavilion, and while it seems no attractions were planned, the size indicates it would have had plenty of restaurants, shops, and places to explore. You then would have arrived to the Switzerland Pavilion, and as tempting as it is to dive into its planned attraction and experiences right now, that was still a good 10 years away, so we'll come back to this one. Next was to be Holland, which is one of the 10 countries where expansions were planned from the very beginning, and not as part of the absolute disaster of Epcot's infamous Phase 2, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We then finally arrived to the first real showstopper on our tour, the Germany Pavilion. Now, if you're a longtime subscriber to the
Welcome
channel,
to Germany.
and if not, why aren't you? You know that I have a special sort of obsession with Epcot's Germany Pavilion. Why? Because of the Rhine River Cruise. This mysterious boat ride was to be one of the signature attractions of the World Showcase, taking visitors through Germany's cultural heritage and folklore. Specifics are pretty difficult to come by, but I recently stumbled upon some amazing conceptual models, which even without context gives you an idea of this incredibly unique adventure. That being said, if anyone is in possession of this detailed ride specification document that was auctioned off in December of 2008, how'd you like to become my new best friend? Up next was to be the Brazil Pavilion, but very little was known about the original intention beyond a simple conceptual model. We then arrived to the Japan Pavilion, which aesthetically is more or less what became a reality, but not so much with its attractions. One of them was a motion simulator in which visitors boarded what appeared to be a bullet train as they were taken on a tour through Japan's historically significant locations. Another was an Omnimover dark ride, which would have taken visitors through iconic environments of Japan. This was first imagined as Japan's signature attraction, and possibly only attraction, for the initial vision of the World Showcase. For this later version, judging by the concept art, it was still a major consideration. That is until the focus was placed on Meet the World. This massive theater show would have taken guests on a journey through Japan's history and cultural heritage, featuring the use of state-of-the-art animatronics, projections, and other astonishing effects within a revolving theater. Basically a Japanese Carousel of Progress.
We meet the world with love. We meet the world with
for your
love.
secret Disney documents about Epcot Germany.
After Japan was to be the Poland Pavilion, but much like the Holland Pavilion, it would have more than likely just featured the typical assortment of shops and restaurants.
You'd be friends with benefits
After
at that
crossing a
point.
bridge and viewing a very impressive water fountain, we move on to Italy. Italy was originally going to feature a two-story building, which was to house a signature restaurant as well as the entrance and queue for a gondola dark ride. The restaurant was to use both floors of the building, with a beautiful waterfront which featured nightly entertainment. However, very little is known about the specifics of the gondola dark ride, though it would have also featured a Roman ruins walkthrough. Next was the United Kingdom Pavilion, or more specifically, Great Britain. As can be seen in early conceptual models, within the country's gigantic show building was to be a state-of-the-art animatronic theater show. Now I feel like a broken record, but very little is known about the specifics other than it being based on A Christmas Carol. Although we do know that it was scheduled as a day one attraction and was still the plan very far into the World Showcase's development. Next is Safari Africa, or as later known, Equatorial Africa. As described by Disney, the pavilion's architectural motif is a treehouse, in which visitors will overlook a jungle watering hole in a simulated nighttime environment, where even the scents of the forest will be recreated. These elements will be blended skillfully with a rear-projected film to convince visitors they're actually in the heart of Africa. The pavilion was also to feature an elaborate theater show called The Heartbeat of Africa, with an equally elaborate pre-show. There was also to be another show called Africa Rediscovered, and supposedly the movie portions for both of these attractions were actually filmed in preparation. The expansive pavilion would have also featured a safari zoo with live animals, as well as a museum with African artifacts and exhibits. Finally, there was to be a recreation of an African village featuring authentic traditional performers. Next on the tour is the Saudi Arabia Pavilion, but once the other nations showed interest in joining, this was revised into the United Arab Emirates Pavilion. In addition to the name change, the pavilion was also given a pretty drastic redesign to appear less specific to one particular country, and along with the usual restaurants and shops, was to be one of the showcase's signature attractions, a magic carpet ride.
Over, sideways, and under, on a...
No, this was many years earlier. Here, visitors would find themselves soaring over physical sets and locations, showcasing the region's past and present history. There also could have been a people mover attraction, but much like Japan's Omnimover, this was also originally part of the earlier vision for the showcase. Up next was France, but minus the exterior of the pavilion, very little would end up changing from its initial vision. We move on to Scandinavia, which as you'll see later is one of the few pavilions to be both abandoned and realized. But for now, you just need to know that initially this was to encompass Norway, Sweden, and Denmark as one massive pavilion. This is why so much empty land was left as expansion space, but like some of the other countries, the story continues further down the timeline. Up next was to be the Israel Pavilion, and while it doesn't seem like any rides were planned, we can see that it would have featured the typical World Showcase treatment, an assortment of shops, restaurants, and a theater show. Next would have been South Korea, but as I'm sure you can probably guess, little to no information has surfaced about what was specifically planned for the pavilion. We then travel past Canada, as other than the outside, little would be changed. The same cannot be said for Mexico, as originally the temple was to have glass walls, a massive water fountain in the entrance plaza, and a much larger waterfront. This was for Mexico's boat ride attraction, Las Tres Culturas de Mexico. Here you would journey through pre-Columbian Mexico, Spanish colonial Mexico, and modern Mexico. I know it doesn't sound too different from what eventually came to be, but this version would have been nearly twice as large and far more elaborate, with a mixture of outdoor and indoor sections and state-of-the-art animatronics. Now there are a couple additional pavilions that were in development around the same time, but are mysteriously absent from every layout and model I've ever come across. One of them was a Venezuela pavilion, which was a big contender from the very beginning and supposedly got very far along. This is further evidenced by the incredibly detailed conceptual artwork, which is among some of the most extensive of any of these pavilions. There's even a very detailed description of its main attraction, but for some reason the entire pavilion was abandoned within months of the World Showcase press reveal, but then back on the table within a single week of Epcot's grand opening. But I'm getting ahead of myself. One last pavilion to quickly mention was the Philippines Pavilion, which like the previous country got very far along in development. However, even despite a press release with a surprisingly detailed description of its pavilions and attractions, for some reason this was also left out of the finalized-ish 1978 version. And with that, we finish our circle tour of the original vision for the Epcot World Showcase, and the first part of this two-part series. I know, I really didn't want to split this into two parts. Originally, I wanted the second half of this episode to finish the stories of everything we just covered, but I just kept finding even more abandoned pavilions and attractions of the World Showcase later in its timeline, and realized that I just couldn't do them all justice in a single episode. So rest assured, part 2 will be out next week, and if you're watching this sometime in the future, are the parks back open yet? And you can find the link in the description below, and we'll see you again very soon in Yesterworld.
Dun, 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 dun. Swagger Pete.
No more.
Shush.
Boy, I really don't want to split the episode into two parts, but there's just so much to the story, I'm sure my subscribers wonder, what the? Mark, don't do it. Just look at what happens if you do. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. What do? Wait a minute. This is for the history of Walt's frozen head from 2022? Wait, do I really get that desperate for views? Whoops, wrong timeline. Wait, what about my World Showcase episode? Oh, it actually turned out to be a good thing. I mean, with all of the abandoned attractions and pavilions from both the 1978 version and later expansions, everyone totally understood not wanting to shortchange the additional stories. Well, almost everyone. Our Yesterworld!
What? Did I come back to? I'm not sure myself, actually. I don't know why Sitch was there.
Okay, so just for a quick refresher, in the previous episode, we took a deep dive into the inspiration for Epcot's original World Showcase, and how it evolved from a standalone destination to a part of Epcot Center. We then covered every single one of the initially planned countries for the World Showcase, what they would have looked like, and the attractions within. We now continue the story of Epcot's abandoned World Showcase, beginning with what killed the vast majority of these pavilions, a lack of sponsorship.
Epcot will be the window on the world of tomorrow, through which people will not only be able to see the future, but they'll be able to touch it. It will be the gathering place of nations where the cultures of the world will be shared.
You see, Disney really struggled to get many of the planned countries, or the corporations representing them, to sign on as official sponsors. Part of the issue was convincing them how spending millions of dollars sponsoring a pavilion would benefit them directly. Also keep in mind that many in the industry were still skeptical about whether Epcot would be a success, period. So with Disney also requiring sponsors to sign on for 10 years or more, the vast majority were hesitant to invest so heavily in the World Showcase.
$800 million? $800 million?
By the time Epcot was ready for construction in 1979, between the park's massive budget and a serious lack of sponsors, major changes were made to the initial vision of the World Showcase. One of them was making the American Adventure an official country of the World Showcase, instead of the so-called bridge from Future World into the World Showcase. Now it was to be used to lure visitors through the other countries to the back of the World Showcase. But not only would it replace the once magnificent water fountain, but it would take up the space of 2 entire pavilions, reducing the World Showcase from 20 eventual countries to 19. Another change was putting Holland, Poland, Brazil, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, United Arab Nations, Costa Rica, and the Philippines pavilion on indefinite hold, as negotiations had either fell through completely or were far from finalized. The rest were separated into 2 different categories, those to be open and operational by the grand opening of the park, and those to be a part of the infamous Epcot Center Phase 2 construction. However, Switzerland and Africa fell somewhere in between. You see, the Switzerland pavilion was initially intended for opening day, which was originally to include Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. However, of those 3, only Denmark found official sponsorship, so it was revised into a much smaller Day 1 pavilion, with plenty of space for Norway and Sweden as part of Phase 2. Equatorial Africa was also kept on the master plan right up until construction. However, squabbling from African nations over which country would have a larger presence and a lack of proper funding put most of the pavilion on hold. Instead, the plan was to feature just enough on opening day to tease visitors, such as a themed construction fence, partial rockwork, a cultural center, and the safari walkthrough, but this was eventually cancelled as well. And that finally brings us to the construction of Epcot Center, as well as the beginning of the Phase 2 World Showcase nightmare.
Here's the spaceship Earth, where we'll board a time machine and journey through thousands of years of history into tomorrow. And right over there, Communicore, the center of it all. New horizons, 21st century living, journey into imagination.
Why is he standing on a bunch of dirt?
The universe of energy, the world of motion. And this will be the World Showcase. A community of nations brought together by the American Adventure. And that's only the beginning. There are over 27,000 acres to play with.
Now keep in mind, the pavilions for Germany, Japan, and Italy were to still have opening day attractions. The only ride that was supposed to be a part of Phase 2 was Mexico's elaborate dark ride, which was now called El River del Tiempo. But then financial issues began to surface. Unfortunately, midway through construction, Disney had already spent Epcot's entire $800 million budget.
$800 million?
The new budget was in the ballpark of $1 to $1.5 billion, but to keep costs from ballooning even further, priorities were shifted in both Future World and the World Showcase. The first World Showcase victim was Germany's Rhine River Cruise, as despite the fact that the show building was already partially built, the attraction was postponed for Phase 2. Another victim was Italy's Dark Ride and Roman Ruins walkthrough, as while the building for the queue entrance / restaurant was also partially constructed, the rest was also delayed for Phase 2. Thankfully, Japan's Meet the World show building was constructed to completion and on track for a Day 1 grand opening. That is until it came to install the Carousel Theater, as somehow the dimensions of the show building structure were built, well, wrong and couldn't be installed properly. The problem was so severe that the entire second floor would have had to have been torn down and built all over again. However, since the park's overall budget and sponsorship funds were already stretched thin, Meet the World was yet another attraction postponed for Phase 2. Finally, there was the aforementioned Scandinavia, but now reduced to Denmark Pavilion, as while even by 1981 was still planned for a Day 1 attraction in at least some form, this was also abandoned and delayed for Phase 2. But it seems the decision was made after the Danish-themed restrooms were built. The final victim was the also scaled down Africa Pavilion, which was simply reduced into a vaguely themed refreshment center. But with all the additions to the World Showcase's Phase 2 expansion, executives realized they now had a major problem. The World Showcase had 0 rides for opening day. So the once incredibly elaborate Mexico boat ride was taken out of Phase 2 and fast-tracked as a Day 1 attraction. Unfortunately, this resulted in the removal of animatronics, 4 separate show scenes, and a drastic reduction in overall scale.
Welcome to Equatorial Africa.
Well, thank you very much. Am I too early?
About a year, but it's always nice to see you.
When Epcot Center finally opened in October of 1982, Disney made no attempts to hide the fact that much of the park wasn't finished or had been put on hold. In fact, visitors could even find a souvenir book highlighting many of the upcoming attractions and pavilions. Officially, the countries of Africa, Israel, Morocco, and the recent addition of Spain were promoted as coming soon as part of Phase 2. As a sign of confidence, literal signs could be found around the World Showcase where visitors could eventually visit these countries. But strangely, others such as Venezuela, Switzerland, or at the very least Denmark, which were still in development, were nowhere to be found within the park, unless you count those confusingly out-of-place restrooms. As far as the attractions for Phase 2, Japan's Meet the World was listed as a 1983 grand opening, with Germany's as simply coming soon and only a tease for Italy. If you visited these pavilions on opening day, you'd find that Japan's show building and first floor was initially blocked off. As unknown to visitors, this was initially going to be a pre-show / exhibit for Meet the World, but with the delay of the attraction, it was in the process of being transformed into a gift shop. Over at Germany, the entrance for the coming soon Rhine River Cruise was also blocked off, with what appeared to be large wooden beams.
This makes me sad.
For a time, it even appears that some sort of tease or display was on display near the entrance, a mystery I've yet to find an answer to in all of my years of researching. Italy was probably the least obviously unfinished, although it didn't take someone with a degree in architecture to see that something was missing. There was also the brick wall at the end of the pavilion and along the edges, which was pretty telling that more was on the way. In the meantime, the building that was to be part of a much larger complex was used as a marketplace of sorts. Oh, and if you want a fantastic view of the expansion minus the attraction show buildings, here you go. I may have forgotten to put that in part 1, but now let's fast forward a few years.
No, I don't want to become a marketable gift shop. It went from my childhood dreams to also become a gift shop.
For the Norway Pavilion.
No,
after Morocco arrived to the World Showcase in 1984, the next was Norway 4 years later, which had replaced Denmark and was now the gateway into Scandinavia. As far as the others such as Israel, Spain, Venezuela, and Africa, they would arrive never. Ultimately, these were completely abandoned within a few years of the park's opening, due to a combination of further budget constraints, political issues, or sponsors pulling out of negotiations. As far as the Germany boat ride, this would also arrive never, and the queue entrance was eventually replaced with a large mural, although the partially built show building was eventually used, but for rehearsal and storage space. However, the fully constructed but improperly built Meet the World in Japan would arrive, never. Though technically visitors could see the attraction at Tokyo Disneyland, but the Epcot version was abandoned entirely. But how about the Phase 2 Dark Ride and Roman Ruins walkthrough for Italy, or the Africa Pavilion, or the other in development countries, I hear you asking? Nope, those were ultimately abandoned as well.
Cannot answer that
Though it is worth mentioning that many of the ideas and concepts for Equatorial Africa would go on to serve as a major influence for Disney's Animal Kingdom theme park. But the story of Epcot's abandoned World Showcase pavilions, expansions, and attractions is far from over.
One of my favorite Kittleson paintings is this one, of the Nøkken.
Around the same time work was proceeding on the Norway Pavilion and Maelstrom, the World Showcase's attraction-less UK Pavilion was to receive its very own dark ride, the Thames River Cruise. As the name implies, this was to be inspired by the actual river cruises of the Thames River in London. The ride would have featured iconic landmarks and historical locations.
I'm going to earn 3% on dining, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That's a lot of cash back. Are you going to stop me?
Thames River, such as Buckingham Palace, Big
up,
Ben, London Bridge, and many others. This would have also finally realized some of the ideas for Disneyland's abandoned international land from the 1950s. However, while extensive pre-production was done on the Thames River Cruise, ultimately this became yet another abandoned attraction of the World Showcase. But have no fear, because Disney had plenty of other pavilions and attractions in development.
We are going to be dropping in on Imagineering a lot more in the future. There's just so much happening here that it's impossible to cover it all at once.
Presumably to make up for Meet
Sure,
the World's
Christy.
cancellation and the serious lack of rides within the World Showcase in general, towards the end of the 1980s, the Japan Pavilion was to receive a brand new attraction, a mountain-based roller coaster based off the real-life Mount Fuji. Similar to the Matterhorn, the ride would have had visitors sliding down the mountain in toboggan-like ride vehicles. Interestingly, in a curious bit of Imagineering, Mount Fuji would have utilized the abandoned Meet the World second-floor show building as a queue or entrance into the attraction. Very little is known about the coaster specifics, other than, and I'm not making this up, a Godzilla-like creature attacking visitors as they slid down the mountain.
Hug!
Although, speaking of a Godzilla-like creature, it's worth mentioning that there was an alternate version involving the actual Godzilla. You see, while developing Disney's MGM Studios, in addition to the great movie ride and the studio tour, another attraction was being developed, which was basically a spoof of the Academy Awards involving movie monsters. The host would have been an animatronic Eddie Murphy, as Eddie Franken-Murphy, who would have presented awards for categories such as Best Alien Invader. Again, I am not making this up. However, the true star of the evening was to be Godzilla, who would have made his way over from Epcot to accept a Lifetime Achievement Award. This would have taken advantage of the rights to use Godzilla within both parks, as an alternative to Mount Fuji was an attraction where visitors attempt to escape Japan aboard a bullet train as they're terrorized by the monster. Of course, this was basically just an updated version of the unbuilt motion simulator for the original World Showcase. Regardless, at the same time the Matterhorn-like Mount Fuji was being developed, Disney was also planning to bring the actual Matterhorn to the World Showcase, and finally realize one of its original abandoned countries, Switzerland.
Epcot Center's World Showcase will soon welcome 2 new countries. The one most requested, the Soviet Union, and Switzerland, with its thrilling Matterhorn Mountain Bobsled ride.
You see, when developing the Matterhorn for Disneyland, the original idea was to include a Swiss village at the base of the mountain. Ultimately, for logistical and budgetary reasons, this was scrapped in favor of just the mountain itself. But when developing the Switzerland Pavilion, the idea was given life again and would have been one of the showcase's largest pavilions. As initially envisioned, the proposed location was in between Germany and Italy. Within the Swiss village was to be a nice and cozy restaurant, capable of seating over 200 visitors with a fantastic view of the mountain range. On the other side of the village were a number of merchandise shops, offering the usual assortment of country-based souvenirs, treats, a clothing store, and even a woodcrafting shop. As far as the Matterhorn attraction itself, as taken from the original storyboards, at the base of the mountain you'd enter a remote Swiss village. Here you, the visitor, stumble upon a cabin with a secret entrance into the mountainside. This leads to an ice cavern with, and I'm quoting this directly from the proposal, super chilled water fountains to quench guests' thirst. As you continue, you pass by bobsleds and various mountain climbing equipment as you make your way up an avalanche-protected walkway. A short time later, you find the entrance into a secret command center filled with high-tech gadgetry, and eventually make your way to a loading platform to take part in a bobsled competition. You enter your vehicle side by side with the competing bobsled team and prepare for launch. After a lift hill, it seems as if you would have randomly taken one of 2 paths, and at first get to enjoy the beautiful and panoramic views of distant mountains and glaciers. You then approach another lift hill and pass by, again, I am quoting the ride description, a paramedic who's trying to open a door to his cabin while his rescue dog is inside and wags his tail. You then approach another lift hill, which functions as a high-tech starting gate for the competition. On the way down, an avalanche checker, their words not mine, pulls herself out of the way as you zip by and notice she's wearing shorts in sub-zero temperatures. My words not theirs. Suddenly, you approach an overturned sled, which unfortunately leads you completely off course and down into a dark crevice with sparks and scraping noises. You then pass by stalactites and stalagmites as you venture deeper and deeper into the mountain, eventually soaring past ice crystals, which provide a colorful light show. Then, in the true Disney fashion, it seems as if you're about to collide with the other vehicles, so you veer off to the right, or left if you're on the other side, at the very last moment. The finale of the adventure features a deafening avalanche via projection effects, huge translucent ice cubes and glaciers, and another near collision with the other riders. After exiting through an underground waterfall, you arrive back to Civilization, where cast members pull a Universal Studios and clap as it's revealed that you beat the previous race time. As you exit the
Yay.
attraction, you're treated to a beautiful
almost
view
died,
of a
but you won the
mountainside
race.
lake, which of course leads to a gift shop. Evidently, there was also a far less elaborate and cheaper version designed, but this one was completely in the dark and relied on projection and lighting effects, so basically it was a hybrid of Adventure Through Inner Space and Space Mountain. However, the World Showcase had one more addition in the works, as alongside Mount Fuji and the Switzerland Pavilion, Disney was hard at work on yet another country, Russia.
Over at Epcot Center, the Imagineers are hard at work on a space pavilion for Future World and a new Russia pavilion for World Showcase.
Set to reside on the west side of the Germany Pavilion, pre-production on this much-needed World Showcase expansion was pretty extensive. From the replication of the country's beautiful architecture and iconic landmarks to an elaborate theater show, this would combine stunning animatronics, projections, and advanced lighting effects, telling the story of Russia's origins and historical achievements.
A cast of audio animatronic figures and a sweeping musical score will bring to life the songs, the triumphs, and the passion of the people of Russia.
There was also to be yet another boat ride, but this one based on the Russian folktale Ivan and the Magic Pike, where visitors took a journey through the enchanted and colorful world of Slavic fairy tales, and was to be nothing short of mesmerizing. The pavilion was also to feature the usual assortment of heavily themed restaurants, shops, and street performances. But as I'm sure you know where the story is going, ultimately the Russia Pavilion, the Switzerland Pavilion, and even Mount Fuji were completely abandoned. However, the 90s saw another attempt at utilizing one of the other vacant World Showcase properties with the Enchanted Forest. This was to be an expansion of the UK Pavilion, consisting of various walkthroughs and meet and greets based off Winnie the Pooh, Alice in Wonderland, Robin Hood, and Mary Poppins. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, this was ultimately abandoned as well.
At Epcot, the World Showcase of 11 different nations has always been a big favorite. For the Millennium Celebration, the showcase has been expanded by more than 25 countries in a popular new attraction called Millennium Village.
The year 2000 finally saw the first real addition to the World Showcase in over a decade. Kind of, as the pavilion space for the Enchanted Forest was utilized for the short-lived Millennium Village. In 2010, the Italy Pavilion finally saw its Phase 2 expansion. Sort of, as the restaurant Via Napoli took the place of the originally intended walkthrough and dark ride. However, 2016 finally saw an expansion of the World Showcase as originally intended. Okay, not really. It was a frozen meet and greet in one of the other vacant spots, which is ironically right next door to the original Denmark restrooms. Today, the World Showcase features just 9 countries, 8 if you don't count the American Adventure, which is pretty crazy considering the original plan was for 20 countries, which of course was already scaled down from the initially envisioned 30, and currently there's only 3 mostly vacant properties left for any additional countries. That being said, and I realize this will totally date the episode, with upcoming attractions like Ratatouille, the rumored Brazil Pavilion, and even the Mary Poppins ride, it seems like the World Showcase may finally live up to its true potential.
Planning a Mary Poppins ride?
SeatGeek. Just this month, I went to a...
Oh, good. I wanted to see ass this morning. Ugh. Yeehaw.
WED Enterprises, Glendale, California, Walt Disney's amusement park design firm, a creative playground for artists and engineers. All that came were directed, instructed, and mentored by Walt Disney himself, who considered the Imagineers to be his top artists. These included Herb Ryman, concept artist, Xavier Atencio, show writer, Yale Gracie, special effects, Claude Coates, show designer, Bob Gurr, ride designer, John Hench, designer and futurist, and the most recent recruit, George McGinnis.
These are
designer.
the usual suspects.
While reviews of Walt within his animation studio were mixed, the Imagineers loved working for Uncle Walt. They knew to give each project their all. Walt instilled in them his philosophies of entertainment and storytelling. Walt did not want to create rides. He wanted to create experiences, stories that could be lived. Under Walt's eye, the Imagineers became a family, creating groundbreaking attractions and developing friendships among each other. But this group, in 1966, was just at the beginning of their journey. Their true test was on its way. In January of 1965, executives from the Monsanto Chemical Company traveled to Anaheim, California to visit Disneyland Park. Among them was Monsanto's chairman, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas. The 64-year-old chemist had been working with Monsanto since 1936, and his claim to fame was his work on plutonium research for the Manhattan Project, which he conducted alongside Monsanto's Central Research Department. Thomas and his associates were traveling to Disneyland to view Monsanto's 3 exhibits in the park's Tomorrowland area: the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, and the newest edition, Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages. All 3 had been overseen by Thomas, who had worked closely with Walt since Disneyland's opening, resulting in a friendship between the two men. Thomas and the Monsanto team were fresh off of a trip to the 1964 World's Fair, at which they had seen the latest in attraction technology and speculative futures. With the fair fresh in their minds, Monsanto's Tomorrowland exhibits were looking more antiquated than ever. Thomas and his associates were not alone in their opinion. Walt Disney and his Imagineers had participated in the 1964 fair, creating 4 popular and groundbreaking attractions. After the fair, Walt turned his attention to the company's Florida project and his proposed City of Tomorrow, Epcot. But he also greenlit several other projects for his amusement design firm to complete, including a pirate-themed boat ride and a haunted house attraction. The largest of these post-fair projects was a complete refresh of Disneyland's Tomorrowland area. Outside of its 1959 expansion and a few other minor changes, the area had not evolved since its opening in 1955. Walt had never been satisfied with Tomorrowland. The rushed area was overly reliant on corporate sponsors, and some attractions had become noticeably outdated, while others were never futuristic to begin with. The Tomorrowland renovation would usher in a wave of new attractions that would engage in actual speculation of the future, with an emphasis of the transportation of tomorrow. Possibly Walt's greatest fascination, the entire new Tomorrowland project would be given the unique theme, World on the Move.
New ideas for Disneyland are first visualized in artists' renderings like this overall view of the new Tomorrowland area. The painting begins to take on form and dimension with construction of a scale model, detailing every attraction. This scale model represents more than 5 acres of new attractions in Tomorrowland.
The main avenue of Tomorrowland would be completely overhauled, with almost no inch untouched. The area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, would be demolished and rebuilt with larger theaters. It would also be given a pre-show starring an animatronic named Mr. Tom Morrow. The attraction would be renamed to Flight to the Moon and was set in a future in which, quote, travel to outer space will be an everyday adventure. The Circarama 360 film America the Beautiful would be replaced by the CircleVision 360 film America the Beautiful. The new film of the same name was shot with a new method, using 9 cameras as opposed to the original 11. The theater itself would also be expanded, taking up more of Tomorrowland's North exhibit building, closing the Art of Animation exhibit permanently. The rest of the show building, where the Art Corner exhibit once was, would be replaced by the Tomorrowland Terrace restaurant. The addition of the Tomorrowland Terrace would also result in the closure of the Yacht Bar. The Astrojet spinner would be replaced by the Rocket Jets, which would be elevated to rest on top of the loading platform for a brand new Tomorrowland attraction, the People Mover. The People Mover was a ride that gave guests a tour around Tomorrowland and through its attractions, with onboard audio describing the various sites. The People Mover was an evolution of the technology first used for the Ford Magic Skyway attraction at the 1964 New York World's Fair. And the ride was meant to act as a prototype to the transit system that would be integral to Walt's experimental community project. The People Mover would also travel to the front of the land, passing above guests' heads, in the area that the Clock of the World once was. Another attraction from the 1964 fair, the Carousel of Progress, would be relocated to Tomorrowland, taking the place previously held by the Space Bar restaurant. The new show building would have 2 stories, with the Carousel show taking up the first floor and the second floor giving guests a view of Walt's experimental community concept in model form. The often unreliable Flying Saucers attraction would also be removed and replaced with a new Tomorrowland stage. What would become of the remaining Tomorrowland space was up to one sponsor, Monsanto. 2 out of 3 of Monsanto's attractions were located in the South Exhibit Building, alongside the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea exhibit. The other was the Monsanto House of the Future, which sat at the entrance to the land. Given that the House of the Future was now nearly a decade old, Monsanto and Disney decided to close the attraction, but not until after the rest of the new Tomorrowland project was complete. Monsanto would also close their other 2 exhibits, the Hall of Chemistry and Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages, and Disney would remove the 20,000 Leagues exhibit, freeing up the entire building for a larger Monsanto attraction, a brand new ride, utilizing a familiar concept. For Monsanto's attraction, Disney would resurrect a concept that had been on the drawing board since the early days of Disneyland, a proposed Tomorrowland pavilion named Adventures in Science, or Science Land. This small area would have featured multiple new attractions, one of which was named Micro World. Micro World would have sent guests through a microscope, shrinking them down and allowing them to explore the inside of a drop of water. The attraction was given the nickname the Protozoa Ride among the Imagineers because of the protozoa-shaped vehicles in the initial 1957 concept art. Disney pitched the concept to Dr. Thomas and Monsanto, who liked the idea with one major note. Thomas wanted the molecule through which guests traveled to be a man-made polymer that Monsanto produced rather than a drop of water. The Imagineers pushed back on this idea. Water made much more sense, as it is one of the molecules most important to life and universally recognized among audiences. Thomas and Monsanto dropped the issue, and guests would end up traveling through water as opposed to a Monsanto creation. This would ultimately be the right decision, as the public's opinion on man-made chemicals was about to take a turn for the worse. Imagineers fleshed out the original Micro World concept. The new ride would still star water, but in a more visually interesting state, a snowflake. The ride vehicles would also no longer resemble protozoa. Instead, an entirely new ride system would be developed, thanks again to the 1964 New York World's Fair. The fair featured numerous attractions with unique ride systems, such as GM's Futurama, which featured a unique conveyor system that allowed guests to ride through visions of the future. Another ride, sponsored by Bell's System, featured an even more unique continuous system. Not only was this ride system efficient, but it allowed for dark rides to tell stories in new ways. Most dark rides up to this point place guests in a vehicle with their view unrestricted, taking them along a curved rail, although always facing in the direction the vehicle was moving. However, the Bell System Pavilion had guests facing perpendicular to the direction in which they were traveling. These and other unique rides populated the fair and impressed crowds, including Dr. Thomas and his associates, who pressed Walt for an attraction that utilized moving vehicles, or at the very least, a moving sidewalk. Walt and his Imagineers had also been impressed with the unique ride systems of the fair, having contributed 2 themselves. Challenged with bringing a unique ride system to the Monsanto attraction, Imagineers considered multiple concepts, and it was at a meeting between 2 Imagineers that a novel idea was introduced. Imagineer Bob Gurr, who had created Disneyland's Autopia cars and contributed to the attractions for the 1964 fair, was in a brainstorming meeting with Imagineer John Hench, who had helped design the original Tomorrowland at Disneyland. Hench wondered if it was possible to place guests on a vehicle capable of rotating as it moved along the ride track, allowing guests to see in any direction or forcing them to focus only on certain parts of the ride. Gurr casually grabbed a toy from Hench's desk that resembled a candied apple. Gurr then turned the apple using his fingers, gripping the stick, asking Hench, quote, "Like this?" Hench responded, quote, "Yeah, like that." Gurr and Hench passed the concept along to Imagineers Roger E. Brogy and Burt Brundage, who got to work designing the ride system, which Gurr would dub the Omnimover. The Omnimover vehicles that would be used for the new Monsanto attraction would be referred to as the Atom Mobiles, and they would feature a large blue shell that would surround guests. Each shell would include a speaker that would place the ride's audio directly into the ears of riders. Most importantly, the shell prevented guests from viewing peripherally, forcing their sightlines so that they would only see what the Imagineers wanted them to. The Omnimover would be able to move 3,000 guests per hour throughout the attraction. Walt asked the team to make the system as smooth as possible, specifically so smooth that a martini glass could ride it without spilling. But in the end, each turn of the vehicle would be quite jerky. The ride system would not be the only innovative aspect of the Monsanto attraction. Another proposal from the original Microworld concept would be utilized. Imagineer Ex Atencio, who would write the script for Pirates of the Caribbean, had an idea for, quote, a visual effect that will give the patrons the sensation of being reduced to the size of the atom. Atencio pitched the idea to Imagineer Herb Ryman, who illustrated the concept. Ryman and Atencio's initial concept showed a brass microscope with portholes, giving the illusion of guests getting progressively smaller. Some thought the design could be improved. The most recent hire at WED Enterprises was George McGinnis, an artist that was hired straight out of college after Walt, Hench, and Gurr had viewed his student project. One day, McGinnis was eating lunch in the WED cafeteria, sketching concepts of his own for the attraction's giant microscope on a napkin. Atencio looked over McGinnis's shoulder to see what he was working on. Liking what he saw, Atencio immediately took the napkin to the model shop to mock up the microscope. The mighty microscope, originally the magic microscope, would be the icon of the new Monsanto attraction, which was soon given the name Adventure Through Inner Space. Atencio was to write the script. Claude Coates, an Imagineer that had done extensive work on Disneyland and the World's Fair attractions, was set to design it. And Yale Gracie, a special effects artist that had worked on the Carousel of Progress, would contribute illusions to the new ride. In August of 1966, Walt suggested placing a ceramic mural on Interspace's otherwise plain exterior. He pitched the idea to Thomas, who loved the concept. Walt assigned artist Mary Blair to the mural. Blair would end up creating two separate pieces, one for the Circle Vision show building and another on Interspace's show building. The murals would be named The Spirit of Creative Energies Among Children.
Cool.
Disneyland's Tomorrowland closed in September of 1966 for the renovation. Demolition of the old attractions began in October, but just 2 months later, on December 15, 1966, Walt Disney would die of lung cancer, leaving the world in mourning, and Walt Disney Productions and WED Enterprises in a state of shock. The future of many projects at WED, namely Walt's Florida project, were suddenly uncertain. However, the Tomorrowland renovation was never under question, as Walt had seen and approved the entire refurbishment before his passing. The Imagineers continued construction on New Tomorrowland and Adventure Through Inner Space as planned. Paul Frees, a voice actor known for his work in numerous science fiction films and for narrating Disneyland's Man in Space specials, was recruited to do a voiceover for the ride. Reading the script written by Atencio worked closely with Dr. Thomas and Monsanto, even traveling to Monsanto's headquarters and back to ensure the ride's scientific accuracy. Claude Coates' plans for the dark ride were unlike any ever created. The majority of the ride would be in pitch-black darkness, with only certain props and shapes illuminated throughout the journey, an experiment in minimalism. Coates' son, Alan, would later say, quote, "It was the psychedelic 60s after all, a real head trip," they used to say. This experience was exemplified by the ride's music, composed by musician Buddy Baker. In May of 1967, Baker conducted an orchestra, performing 47 different, unusual scores. Baker attempted to add a unique musical experience that would reflect the strangeness of the ride's story, with unexpected instruments that represented each part of the molecule. A more standard Disney song would also be featured in the ride, written by the famous songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers. This theme was titled Miracles from Molecules.
Miracles from molecules around us everywhere. There are miracles from molecules in the earth, the sea, the air.
The attraction would take up 21,733 square feet of space, and the ride would be 6 minutes in length. New Tomorrowland debuted in phases throughout June and July of 1967, with the Carousel of Progress, the People Mover, America the Beautiful, and the Rocket Jets all debuting. However, Adventure Through Inner Space remained under construction. It would not officially open until August 5th, 1967. The wait was worth it, as Disneyland guests could now experience a journey unlike any other.
Tomorrowland is not just the realm of outer space. One of the most unusual new attractions is the Adventure Through Inner Space. These cars are called Atom-mobiles. Aboard them, Disneyland guests ride through a giant microscope.
Guests would enter the attraction by passing under its marquee, a large Navy block. At the time, Disneyland used a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase a ticket to the main gate as well as a ticket to each ride they wanted to experience, with each attraction given a designation of A through E. However, as part of the Monsanto sponsorship, Adventure Through Inner Space was one of the few attractions at the park that required no ticket to ride, so any guest could experience Adventure Through Inner Space as many times as they wanted.
Dope.
Adventure Through Inner Space's queue and pre-show was one of the most elaborate created at the time. As guests entered the queue, they immediately saw McGinnis's mighty microscope. The microscope was a striking icon and, for many children, a convincing illusion, appearing to shrink the ride vehicles and guests right before their eyes. The microscope was aimed at a large petri dish. Inside, snowflakes danced, backlit by an illuminated pH scale. To the right of the microscope, a large rainbow target displayed the guest destination, the center of a snowflake. Pre-show narration, some of which was voiced by Atencio, depicted scientists making final preparations to send guests on their daring journey.
Phase blue. Light wavelength approximately 0.5,000 millimeters. Definition excellent.
Phase green. Resolving power decreasing.
Plaques lined the queue, spelling out the entire adventure to guests before they even boarded. As guests reached the end of the queue, they were greeted by cast members, dressed in costumes made of polyester, a material that Monsanto manufactured.
Like they had to tell
Guests
them.
boarded a moving platform and took a seat in their Atomobiles to begin their adventure through inner
What
space.
do you want?
The attraction began with guests entering the mighty microscope, shrinking in size just as they had seen previous guests do. In reality, the Atomobiles simply turned to the left. Through the ride's narration, Freeze played the voice of the first scientist to journey to inner space. At the beginning, this scientist could be heard calibrating the microscope to send guests into the snowflake.
Now your adventure through inner space has begun. Through the mighty microscope, you will travel into the incredible universe found within a tiny fragment of a snowflake.
During the rest of the ride, guests are only able to hear the suspended thought waves of the scientist preserved from his first journey.
I am the first person to make this fabulous journey. Suspended in the timelessness of inner space are the thought waves of my first impressions. They will be our only source of contact once you have passed beyond the limits of normal magnification.
As Freeze told guests of their journey, snowflakes, of significant size, danced around them, in effect achieved through projection. The vehicles continued to move, now rotating guests to face a large snowflake structure, confirming that they had now shrunk to the size of a snowflake. These enormous structures were enhanced through projections as well. But the journey was far from over. Guests continued to shrink, passing by walls of ice and entering a gorgeous scene of porous crystals. Atencio was a genius writer, and many of the lines delivered by Freeze are beautiful and haunting.
And still I continue to shrink. What compelling force draws me into this mysterious darkness?
Guests then shrank smaller and broke into inner space. Riders viewed molecules floating around them, represented by wire balls on string. Mirrors on the walls gave the illusion that there were many more molecules than there actually were. Guests then learned that they had shrunk even further, as they could now see H2O molecules almost as big as they were. Dancing electrons could also be viewed. The journey continued, as guests entered the oxygen atom, with light swirling to show that the electrons now surrounded the guests.
Electrons are dashing about me like so many fiery comets. Can I possibly survive?
Then the ride reached its climax, pushing guests straight toward the nucleus of the atom. The nucleus of the atom was represented by a flashing red light bulb.
Which I will.
The narrator considers shrinking even smaller to explore it.
Do I dare explore the vastness of its inner space? No, I dare not go on. I must return to the realm of the molecule before I go on shrinking.
Especially considering I'm planning to stream Final
Guests
Fantasy
then began their journey back, growing from the size of an atom to the size of a molecule. Projections revealed that the snowflake is melting.
Yes, the snowflake has melted, but there is no cause for alarm. You are back on visual and returning to your normal size.
As guests continued to grow in size, a large human eye peering at them through the other end of the microscope could be seen above their heads. After turning a final corner and returning back to their normal size, guests exited the microscope, disembarking from their vehicles, but not before passing a brilliant rain illusion called the Fountain of Fashion, showing off Monsanto products. As guests exited their automobiles, they entered a post-show dedicated to select Monsanto creations. depicted by elaborate and impressive animated posters and product
Sleep is
displays.
probably good. Wait,
the
why
carpets
is your
at the
bro
exit
awake?
to inner space
I know,
were
right?
made from Monsanto acrylion fibers and Cumuloft fibers.
Tries to tell
the post-show
me
area
go to
also
sleep even
featured
though
a
he's
unique
awake.
global clock that displayed the time anywhere in the world,
I think it was 'cause he
similar
was
to the
asleep
former
most of
entranceway
today,
icon of
so.
Tomorrowland. But this clock also showed all of Monsanto's facilities worldwide. Guests riding the People Mover, which passed through the show building, were given a unique perspective of the attraction's pre-show and post-show, as well as an exclusive view of a second-story mural. Guests flocked to the attraction, including some celebrities.
One of the early travelers through inner space was Prince Rainier of Monaco and his attractive children.
The ride thrilled audiences, but it also terrified them. Those young
Why
enough
would-
to buy into the illusion
why
in
would
the
you
pre-show
describe them
actually
as
believed they
attractive
were being
children?
shrunk down, unsure if they would ever grow back to their normal size. However, even kids and adults that knew the experience was fiction couldn't help but get chills from the pitch-black darkness and the echoing
That's
voice
kinda
of Paul
sus of
Frees.
you, sir.
Teenagers were the least affected by the ride's atmosphere, but this did not keep them away. A few rowdy teenagers made it a challenge to grab and steal the hanging props throughout the ride, taking them home as souvenirs. Others made a
Neat.
game of trying to spit at the eye projection at the ride's end. This prompted Disneyland to be more strict in their envelope of protection, which exists to prevent guests from being able to reach and touch objects along a ride track. This also led to more CCTV cameras installed on rides to monitor guest behavior. But as much as teens took from the ride, they would also add to the ride's narrative with chemicals of their own. Hormones. Adventure
Oh,
through
God.
Inner Space became a
Oh,
favorite
God.
among teen park goers.
They were
hoping for some
fucking on the
private time at the
ride.
park. Not only was the ride dark, but the OmniMover ride system provided unique privacy, as
Oh,
guests were never
God.
facing one another, and even during the brief times in which they were adjacent, the large shell blocked much of the view. Adventure through Inner Space would be added to the park's ticket system in 1972, designated as a C ticket. Rumors say that this is due to teens taking
No.
advantage of the free attraction, so requiring a ticket on the ride would discourage this behavior, or at the very least, Disney would profit from it. However, this did not work, and Disneyland operators
did not
reportedly
work.
sped up the attraction in order to shorten it, which seems more like a challenge than a solution. This strategy messed with the ride's effects and the pitch of the narration. At the time of Inner Space's debut in 1966, Monsanto was the 33rd largest company in America. Even more interesting is that they were only the 3rd largest chemical company in America. Monsanto was primarily focused on agriculture, but they had recently found success with Chemstrand, a subsidiary that was the largest manufacturer of synthetic fiber at the time. This venture meant that Monsanto not only created herbicides and pesticides for farming and the opposite of farming, but they also had a strong presence in the consumer product space, producing everything from carpets to rugs to clothes, as can be seen throughout Adventure Through Inner Space's post-show. This is
Cool.
one of the reasons that the company's relationship with Disney was so attractive, as Disneyland would end up being the company's primary way of presenting themselves to consumers and demystifying their work in the chemical field, convincing customers that Monsanto was not creating anything to be afraid of, just a few years before it was revealed that they were responsible for creating something that people should absolutely be afraid of.
Ayo.
Wait, Batista's more than dry shampoo? Yep.
In 1968, the year
Dry
after Adventure
shampoo
Through Inner
bug.
Space opened, was a tumultuous year in the United States. From the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. to the assassination of Robert Kennedy, to the passing of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, to the election of Richard Nixon,
There was a lot of
America was
assassinations in
fractured
that year.
and chaotic. At the forefront of Americans' minds was the Vietnam War, which was at its peak. Over 500,000 U.S. troops were now in Vietnam, and the Tet Offensive, launched by the North, was reducing any hopes America had of winning the conflict. The given reason for America's involvement in the conflict was to spread democracy and stop the growth of communism. But this was becoming less convincing and accepted as more about the war was revealed. Anti-war protests broke out across the country, leading to a thriving counterculture movement that sought to bring peace to the world and tear down many existing social norms and restrictions. Not even Disneyland was exempt from the conflict. On August 6, 1970, around 300 members of the Youth International Party, or Yippies as they were popularly known, invaded Disneyland to protest the war. While an increasing number of Americans began to speak out against
Of course they
Vietnam,
did.
the conflict continued. Ground troops were constantly being outmaneuvered by the North, who were able to hide soldiers in Vietnam's dense forests. To combat this, the U.S. initiated Operation Ranch Hand, in which U.S. planes began
Oh
spraying
God, no.
defoliants and herbicides over the forests of South Vietnam. in an attempt to remove the lucrative foliage cover and damage the food supply of the North. By 1968, this was a primary tactic utilized by the U.S. Air Force, who used many different chemical agents, each named after the colored marking on their drums, such as Agent Blue, Agent White, and the most commonly used, Agent Orange. The main manufacturer of the chemicals, and the manufacturer who produced the most toxic of the formulas, was none other than the Monsanto Chemical Company.
Miracles from molecules around us everywhere. There are miracles from molecules in the earth, the sea, the air. Now men with dreams are furthering what nature first began. Making modern miracles.
Kill him, just kill everything around him, yeah. Good lord.
Making modern miracles from molecules for man.
That is haunting.
Tragically, the true effects of Agent Orange were not immediately realized, and Monsanto was rarely the target of counterculture protests in this period, with that honor going to the Dow Chemical Company, who also produced Agent Orange, but were targeted by protesters for producing the flammable gel napalm, which was also being used in Vietnam. This extended Monsanto's life in consumer products, and the company continued to turn to Disney as their major outlet of reaching the public. Also in 1968, Monsanto president and CEO Edward J. Bach announced that the chemical company would be one of the primary corporate partners of Walt Disney World's construction in Orlando, Florida. Operation Ranch Hand continued until 1971, when a government study linking the herbicides to birth defects was leaked to the press. After this, President Richard Nixon ended the program. Throughout the early 1970s, more reports began to emerge on the damage of the herbicides. With Monsanto's involvement revealed, reports would worsen each year, and by the mid-1970s, as the US pulled its last troops out of Vietnam, the true effects of the herbicide could finally be seen. From 1961 to 1971, the US sprayed over 19 million gallons of defoliants in Vietnam. Agent Orange, which contained dioxins, a highly toxic class of carcinogens, resulted in unquantifiable suffering on the environment, Vietnamese people, and US troops. It is estimated that
they forget that
people were either
we sent guys in there
critically
too
injured as a result of the herbicidal warfare. As Monsanto made headlines for their involvement with the herbicides,
not
Adventure
think of
Through
that?
Inner Space continued to entertain guests at Disneyland. At some point, the pre-show target effect was refurbished, with a sign explaining that the piece represents miniaturization control. The Fountain of Fashion would change to simply display rotating Monsanto signs. The post-show would eventually lose the world clock, and more product displays took its place. These were eventually removed, when the entire back wall was removed and traffic was redirected through the neighboring character shop, resulting in one of the first theme park gift shop exits. In 1977, Monsanto's 10-year contract for Adventure Through Inner Space was up for renewal. Despite the company's long-held relationship with Disney, the company declined to renew their sponsorship. Disney was certainly better off distancing themselves from Monsanto, whose public image was falling rapidly and would continue to decline. The same year that Monsanto declined to renew their Disneyland sponsorship,
fun fact, they didn't really
the
care
company
that
funneled
much.
millions of dollars into a new campaign aimed at convincing consumers that Monsanto's chemical products were good for them, despite the fact that they were alleged carcinogens. Monsanto was removed from the ride's narration, and their logos were removed throughout the attraction. The post-show was heavily altered, with the water effect being turned off, and the animated Monsanto posters replaced with attraction posters. The year after Monsanto declined to renew its sponsorship, the first of a series of class action lawsuits were filed by U.S. veterans, attempting to hold Monsanto and other manufacturers responsible for the toxic and carcinogenic herbicides. 4 years after this, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas would pass away. His obituary lamented the public's newfound perception of big business as evil. This perception had worsened significantly throughout his lifetime. Many factors contributed to this decrease in institutional trust.
I mean, it's not exactly,
few, if any,
and
are
it's not exactly
as the
big
Vietnam War,
business.
which
It's the fact that
fundamentally
you
changed
made
the way Americans
chemicals
thought and
that
perceived
killed
themselves.
people.
Not only was trust in institutions down, but the post-war patriotism of the 1950s that had in part led to the success of Disneyland was more or less gone.
Oh, woe is
a once
me.
optimistic America
I made
was
chemicals
suddenly
that destroyed the lives of
Corporations that had
millions
once
of
branded
people and
themselves as
created
the
birth
shepherds of the future
defects.
and had taken up residency in
Oh,
Disneyland's
why do
Tomorrowland
people hate
were
me
now
so?
in
I
full
wonder.
damage control. And this was just the beginning.
My sourdough patty melt has 100% beef, 2
Shut up.
melty cheeses, and grilled onions, all between 2
Shut up.
A sponsor, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain throughout the
It's a
1980s,
big pharmacy,
but its
yeah.
age was certainly showing. The snowflake effect in the queue was now broken. Many of the effects throughout the ride itself
broke.
were either turned off or barely visible, and fewer guests were taking the voyage through inner space. Some complained that the cars were too cramped and that the speaker was too loud against their ear. Tony Baxter, an Imagineer who had risen the ranks to become the first prominent creative mind in the company's second generation of theme park designers,
We stand
admitted to
Tony
the press
Baxter.
that Adventure Through Inner Space needed to be revised or eliminated, explaining that audiences don't respond to light shows and that the ride contained scientific inaccuracies. However, the company had no refurbishment or replacement plans in mind. That was until 1984, when newly appointed CEO Michael Eisner reached a deal with filmmaker George Lucas to create a new Star Wars-based attraction for Disneyland. While Imagineers were initially hesitant to place the fantasy attraction in the science-based land, they eventually agreed to a simulator
Fantasy,
concept named
sure.
Star Tours, which was set to open in 1986. It was determined that the best location for Star Tours would be Inner Space's show building, meaning that after 18 years of operation, Adventure Through Inner Space would shrink its last guest.
18 years.
The final day of
Jesus.
operation would be on September 2nd, 1985. Most of the ride was destroyed. The mighty microscope was torn apart, and all but a few Atomobiles were sent to a landfill in Mexico. Its closure would be a quiet one, but its legacy on Disneyland and the theme park industry was significant. One of Adventure Through Inner Space's biggest impacts on Disney parks would be its Omnimover ride system, a technology that would be used again for multiple attractions, most famously as the Doom Buggies in the Haunted Mansion. Adventure Through Inner Space was also Disney's first edutainment dark ride, and their most educational attraction at the time. Tributes to Inner Space could also be found in its successor. The ride's pre-show layout was retained for Star Tours, with the mighty microscope being replaced with a Star Speeder 3000 in the queue. This layout was retained when Star Tours was cloned for multiple other Disney parks throughout the world. The original Star Tours did not make use of Inner Space's post-show, and it became a storage area for the neighboring gift shop. This was until 1998, when it was replaced by extended queue space for Star Tours. One of the small Atomobiles from the Mighty Microscope could be found for a short time in the overhead conveyor system, and the Mighty Microscope could be spotted in Star Tours ride film. This Easter egg carried over into Star Tours' successor, Star Tours: The Adventures Continue, which also added another reference to Inner Space and a luggage scan gag in the queue. In 1998, a new Tomorrowland mural made reference to Inner Space, and that same year, the exhibit Innoventions opened with a parody of Inner Space in its phone booth.
Yes, your phone time is up, but there is no cause for alarm. You can deposit more.
These are just a few of the
Cool.
many references Disney has made to the
Innoventions
defunct
was
ride
what it was
throughout the
called.
years. Adventure Through Inner Space was immediate proof that the Imagineers could create something spectacular even in the absence of their former leader. Whether it was Yale Gracie's illusions, Claude Coast's production design, or Atencio's writing, Walt had left his park and WED Enterprises in great hands. However, Adventure Through Inner Space, as well as other attractions already in progress at the time of Walt's death, were mere trial runs for the challenge that was awaiting the Imagineers, as Walt had left them with more than just his philosophies and a few unfinished rides. He had left them with 27,000 acres of swampland in Florida and a dream called Epcot. And this is where Adventure Through Inner Space's true legacy would be seen. As the Imagineers continued developing the Florida project, opening the resort with the Magic Kingdom theme park in 1971, they were still deciding what to do with Walt's Epcot. It was eventually decided that instead of a city, WED would build a second theme park for the Florida resort, filled with edutainment attractions sponsored by major corporations. A permanent World's Fair dedicated to the idea of the future and optimism, to debut to a post-Vietnam, cynical America. This would be the Imagineers' greatest challenge yet. This was
Science is a fantasy that
Epcot
coincidentally
Center.
so happens to be perceivably repetitive by multiple perspectives. Man. Yeah. Florida.
New Max Stack Mascara. Stack.
Oh my god. Stack. Mr. Fisher. Tomb Raider.
Well, I hope everyone's ready for the ride. here we go. First, there was the game, which sold more than 25 million copies worldwide. Next, there was the Paramount summer blockbuster, which grossed more than $48 million in its opening weekend. Now, Paramount Parks Design and Entertainment, in conjunction with Paramount Pictures and Eidos Entertainment, are proud to unveil Tomb Raider: The Ride, a heavily themed, totally immersive, dark ride adventure.
This is the bigger part.
Womb waiter, shut up. Tomb Raider, more like Coon Raider.
The year is 1992, and the theme park industry is booming. The Walt Disney Company had opened their third theme park in Florida, Disney MGM Studios, 3 years prior, and were preparing to open a second international park, Euro Disneyland in Paris, that April. Universal Studios had opened Universal Studios Florida 2 years prior, and the previous year they had expanded Universal Studios Hollywood with its first dark ride, the E.T. Adventure. Cedar Fair had recently changed management, with Richard Kinzel taking over as CEO. This saw the rapid development of Cedar Point, with record-breaking coasters such as Magnum XL 200 in 1989 and Mean Streak in 1991.
Oh god,
and then there was Keko,
raid the
recently
jars.
formed
Shut
Kings
up.
Entertainment Company that owned 4 regional parks, Kings Island, Kings Dominion, Carowinds, and Great America. Keko had purchased the former 3 from the Taft Broadcasting Company a few years prior. Under Taft, these parks were able to license the properties of Hanna-Barbera, using them to build a park with Disney-esque theming. Mason, Ohio's Kings Island had done this since its construction in 1972, with the park being designed with the Disney model in mind. However, 20 years later, the park was at a crossroads. They did not have the budget or the properties to provide their guests with immersive story experiences. At the same time, they had not taken on the thrills first model that the nearby Cedar Point had. This left them stagnant, while the rest of the industry was experiencing rapid growth. Luckily, they would not have to find a way to solve this problem themselves, because a solution was already looking for them. Noticing the success of Universal Studios and Disney MGM, Paramount Communications Incorporated was becoming increasingly interested in the theme park industry. Not only could they profit off of day-to-day operations at the parks, but they could engage in elaborate cross-promotion between their film and television franchises and park guests. This led Paramount to purchase Keko's parks in 1992 for $400 million, creating a new division, Paramount Parks, in the process. In 1993, Paramount would increase their parks portfolio with the purchase of Canada's Wonderland. With 5 regional parks to work with, Paramount began integrating their properties.
Well, Cabot Ray is on the road again tonight looking for the best summer fun spots in Ohio.
And he certainly has
Who the
found
fuck is
one
Ray?
in Cincinnati. He is at Paramount's Kings Island.
Thank you there, Doug. Thank you, Colleen. Another stressful assignment as we go on the road down south to Kings Island, actually Paramount's Kings Island. The movie-making giant bought Kings Island and 4 other amusement parks around this country and in Canada last October. The total deal, no one knows for sure, but hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. They have made some immediate changes here to reflect the various movies that Paramount has produced.
Who hired this
and
guy?
now with Paramount's involvement, they say where the magic of movies meet the thrills of a lifetime. So with a little movie magic, why don't you two come on up here?
Wow! Wasn't that amazing? But hey, it's
Shut
magic.
up.
And Steve, with Paramount
This guy is so
taking
annoying.
over, and you've been with the company now for a number of years, was it like a breath of fresh air for you folks here?
It is. It's kind of nice because they bring so much to the park with over 800 movie titles and publishing titles and TV titles. We can take that software and combine it with our attraction hardware, and it's the possibilities are endless.
But it's interesting, real quickly, Taft used to own the organization, and we would see a lot of Hanna-Barbera characters. We continue to see Scooby-Doo and all those people. I understand they're still going to be here for a while.
Right. It's real important to know that the old Kings Island is still here. We're just enhancing the product and expanding to the park. So everything that you know and love about the park is still here, just more.
You must be taller than this. Boy, is this a close one. Brian, come on in here. Brian Seidemann. with Kings Island, Brian? I think she's there. Now look right here. I mean, if you look parallel, she's above it.
Look this child in the eye.
You're in, Meredith. What do you say, babe?
I'm so glad they started caring
Kings
to the
Island would
instant
receive their
information
first
gratification of
franchise-based
Gen Z
attraction that
nowadays.
same
It
year
gets
with
to
the
the
opening of
fucking
Top
point.
Gun, a suspended coaster by Aerodynamics.
Yeah.
This had been in development before Paramount took over, but the company decided to theme the coaster after their hit film. Paramount contracted a production designer from the original film to design the queue after an aircraft hangar.
Yippee
And the train
skippy.
cars were painted a color scheme to match the film's advertising. 6
That's
years
a
later, in
90s kid right
1999,
there.
Paramount would retheme the land that Top Gun resided in to Paramount Action Zone, putting guests on the set of an action movie. This came with the addition of a drop tower, themed after the film Drop Zone, and a steel boomerang coaster, themed after the film Face Off. The next year, while not themed after a specific film but more movies in general, a massive sequel to the park's popular Beast coaster opened, named Son of Beast. If you haven't noticed, Paramount did not possess the landmark properties that Disney and Universal did. Instead of Snow White, Paramount had Drop Zone. Instead of Jaws, they had Face Off. This didn't stop them from skinning their standard amusement park attractions with whatever property they saw fit. And in 2001, Paramount Pictures would kickstart another franchise that Paramount Parks would utilize for
Face
the most
Off
elaborate
Pog.
attraction skinning yet.
Just outside of Cincinnati lies Paramount's Kings Island, home to 365 acres of rides and attractions. But who would have thought that you'd find a mysterious ancient temple in Ohio?
300 degrees of pure fucking
Get ready to
badass.
experience the Far East.
Wait, did
in
they have
the
to journey to the
Midwest.
center of the world?
Paramount's Kings Island really went out of their way to
The true
heavily
tomb
theme this
is the
ride.
center of the earth.
We came up with a one-of-a-kind thrill ride experience that we know as Tomb Raider the Ride that takes combinations of a great thrill ride aspect
Raider the
along
Ride.
with Hollywood special effects, puts those two together kind of like a peanut butter cup, and makes this one-of-a-kind
What?
fun ride adventure.
On June 15th, 2001,
Like a
Lara
peanut butter
Croft Tomb
cup?
Raider was released in theaters. It did
Okay.
well at the box office,
Strange
but with its extremely high
comparison,
budget,
but
it makes sense
alright.
that Paramount was looking for as many ways to milk it as possible. Just a month after the film's release, Paramount's Kings Island announced a new dark ride themed after
Peanut
the
butter
film
cup.
named Tomb Raider the Ride. To promote the attraction, Kings Island unveiled a 17-foot-tall prop of the Hindu goddess Brahma, placing it near the park's entrance. A sign on the construction fence read, "An exciting new adventure is coming in 2002. Not much was known about the construction, besides it was some sort of dark ride and it cost a staggering $20 million to build. This was one of the most expensive attractions that Kings Island had ever built. By the time it opened on April 5th, 2002, parkgoers were thrilled to experience whatever it was that was inside.
Something.
Kings Island purposefully kept the nature of the ride from guests, explaining in a statement, "Part of the thrill of the Tomb Raider property is the mystery and intrigue that surrounds each adventure. We want to preserve this mystery with the Tomb Raider
Like
ride until
what?
the first group of adventurers braves it in 2002. So we aren't going to disclose all of the
I
surprises
don't
in
know.
store for riders."
He could
Fearless
have
Tomb
even said
Raiders
like
James
peanut butter
Davenport
and
the Fields family
and
have
chocolate.
agreed
He
to
didn't
lead
have
us
to
on
say
our
like a peanut butter
expedition.
cup. You
So,
fucking weirdo.
let the adventure begin.
Unlike the majority of Paramount's Kings Island's property-based attractions, Tomb Raider the Ride was not located in the Paramount Action Zone. It was actually located on the other side of the park in Rivertown, the area that also contains the Beast Coaster. Tomb Raider replaced the Kenton's Cove Keelboat Canal, a log flume ride that had inhabited the area since 1973.
As you can see, we're here. This looks nothing like it did a couple months ago.
No, it does not.
As guests approached the attraction, they would pass the Jeep from the film and enter the bold queue entrance to the hidden temple. This was high production value and an immersive experience, if you could ignore the giant tan show buildings looming above.
Inside the tomb, you stood on a small bridge, and there's these little figurines and props and whatnot. It was dim lighting. They had the score from the film. These b****s thought they was Universal Studios.
Guests were expected to have a basic understanding of Tomb Raider and the 2001 film. The
You can say
attraction
that.
story saw guests searching for the Triangle of Light, an artifact that can manipulate time, featured as the MacGuffin in Lara Croft Tomb Raider. After entering the queue, guests found themselves walking on catwalks over rubble, passing under collapsing ceilings, and moving past various artifacts. The film's score played throughout the queue and the ride, timed perfectly with the effects and environment transitions. The next room featured large stone pillars and tall monkey statues, familiar to those that have seen the film. The guests were
Monkey!
split into 3 rows for a total of 77 riders. As the guests prepared to enter the next room, the music intensified, and smoke appeared behind the statues as if they were about to come to life and attack the guests. Then, a large circular door featuring an etching of the Triangle of Light glows to accentuate the icon. With accompanying sound effects, the door slides, allowing guests to enter the next room. Here they find a large statue of the Hindu god of creation, Brahma. An oval projection screen
Oh
displays
no,
a pre-show
I'm stuck
video
in a
featuring
tube.
clips
I
from the
hope a
film and making the story
big-titted
clear for the average guest. Once this is
adventurer
over, an
British
entire
lady
left wall to
doesn't
the
come
room
and
collapses,
find me.
allowing guests to enter the main show area. Sticking with the lines
That
that were
would be the
divided 2 cues prior,
worst.
guests board a mysterious
Oh.
vehicle and pulled down on the
Yeah,
over-the-shoulder
good
restraints.
night,
Everything
honey.
up to
I
this
should
point has
probably
been more
go
than
as
impressive,
well, but
already matching Universal
I
and
wanna
Disney
finish
level
this.
theming. But what would
So,
come next
good night.
was
Sleep
never
well.
seen before in a theme park attraction.
Thanks for coming by.
No more frizz?
Frizz is canceled.
Frizzy hair care.
I'm canceling you.
In 1990, a new amusement park attraction developed by popular manufacturer Huss debuted in Europe. Named Topspin, the attraction rotated and flipped guests seated in 2 rows, holding a maximum of 40 at a time. The ride was popular for a variety of
Look,
reasons,
you're not allowed to.
the high
You're
ride
not allowed to
capacity
king shame
and
me.
comfort level being
Pixel.
given praises. The attraction also
Rip
had the
Frizz, it
ability
was
to run different
canceled via
programs,
Twitlock.
originally 8 different versions, which allowed for varied ride
Miss
experiences.
Frizzle, no.
The Huss Top Spinner was created for traveling fairs and festivals in Europe. A total of 14 were produced for Europe, and an additional one traveled throughout North America. The success of the first model spawned variations to the ride. A second version, named Topspin 2, reduced the capacity to 28
Electric
riders,
Boogaloo.
which allowed for a more portable model. A floorless version named the Suspended Topspin became popular in permanent amusement parks. And finally, a large version of the ride, which featured 3 rows of guests and a total of 77 passengers, was named the Giant Topspin. It was over 80 feet tall and would make its world debut in a large show building in Paramount's Kings Island.
You're spun backwards, upside down about 5 times, and you fall towards the lava.
Our heroes James and Julie are now ready to, shall we say, take the fall for us.
Our heroes, sure.
Croft, the heroine, ready to find my treasure.
Pretty exciting. Oh, here we go. All right, we're being lifted up right now. Sparks going up. Oh, there. Oh. Okay, we're swinging.
I love the fact that half of the people that watched the Tomb Raider movie don't even know that it was based on the video game. It's just really funny to me.
Hang on, you're about to plunge 70 feet straight down.
The heroine!
Tomb Raider is a multi-sensory gondola ride.
It's an absolute fucking blast.
With an axle through the center of it with the A-frame legs on either end, and that holds a 35-ton gondola, which then spins between the 2 A-frame structures, moving
Gondola?
around the giant
Gondola.
room up to 75 feet high.
I'm sorry, Julie, what did you say?
Okay, we're looking straight at stalactites, and the driven rider onto our faces. Oh, Robin!
Was this in the 90s? This feels like it was in the 90s.
Down again. All right, now we're looking at it. What are we looking at? I don't know. Oh, there's lava. Oh, man.
Oh, dang it, there's lava. Oh, shit.
You've escaped the razor-sharp stalactites and a pit of boiling red-hot lava.
Okay, I think we're okay.
We succeeded, yeah!
Unlike a roller coaster, it holds you there for a while, where you just have that centrifugal force that would keep you against the wall. You actually fall against the shoulder restraints.
A great amount of power is required to effortlessly spin 75 riders carried in the 35-ton gondola. So let's check out what powers this prize.
This is an area that a lot of people don't see here at Tomb Raider the Ride. This is the resistor bank room. Because the ride requires so much electricity to lift it up in the air that when it's coming back down, this is where all the energy is released. And it runs through these resistor banks and lets out a terrible screech, and it generates thousands of volts of electricity.
It's a charge that will leave you energized from head to toe.
It felt unbelievable because it felt like I was going to swallow my stomach. I was completely surprised.
I felt like I was
going to
swallow myself.
It was completely different. It's an experience. It's a lot of fun.
It was not obvious to the riders of Tomb Raider that they were about to experience the world's biggest topspin ride, and to those unfamiliar with the relatively new ride design, they were baffled at the mechanics of Tomb Raider's main show.
Looking at a line of seats of this
Can't enter because that requires a power switch
gondola,
lockout.
the seats just resembling a Little Caesars advertisement.
Once guests were strapped in,
What?
their chairs would lift an inch forward. The
What
car
does that
swings
mean?
before shooting upwards. Lights illuminate on the front of the machine to expose a giant idol. The god's eyes open, and light beams shoot from them. The lights on the car are broken, and the idol illuminates.
You hear Angelina Jolie's lips. You rise up this Durga wall carving, which is like 60 feet high. You just stare in her eye like you know you just did something wrong.
The guests then drop, getting a glance at the triangle of light below the statue of the goddess. The car is then sent out of control, rotating guests in near pitch-black darkness around and around before they come face-to-face with giant icicles. The blue begins to melt away, and the icicles appear to be losing their grip. But guests fall first, with the car making another series of rotations before locking into place above a pool of lava. Smoke hovers below as warm water shoots up at guests, who can't avoid the heat as the car falls ever so slowly. Then, the goddess laughs as the car once again swings up and around. Lights around the room illuminate as the goddess tries to finish the guest she's been toying with. Laura's father's voice echoes
Damn, the
encouragement
goddess
to
is
his
a
daughter,
cruel bitch,
and the
huh?
room goes dark. The goddess screams as the guests return to the station victorious. They then exit the elaborate ride. The attraction was stunning and unique, and it is a wonder how it was ever built at a park such as Kings Island.
Translation, it was
Unfortunately,
orange.
the spectacular wouldn't last long.
Okay, guys, we've ridden it twice.
I'm a little wet now.
And now, what is your opinion?
Awesome.
What'd you think, Connie?
Well, at least I knew kind of what it was going to do that time, although that didn't help completely.
John, what do you think?
I think that was the most highly themed, totally
Immersive, dark ride adventure.
that I have
What about you, Roger? I think John summed it up right
here.
You're bad. And we're gonna go again.
Oh, yeah.
And for those that are just asking, it is more than just a flat ride in a box.
Right. And if you don't want to get wet, make sure you sit in the front.
On June 15, 2005, Viacom split into two companies, Viacom and the CBS Corporation. Paramount Parks fell under the latter, and CBS was uninterested in managing theme parks. They attempted to sell the division and the 5 parks almost immediately. They would find their buyer a year later, with Cedar Fair agreeing to take the parks off of CBS's hands with a purchase of $1.2 billion.
But they said no regrets. Now we can hold the state of Ohio captive.
The only issue, not counting the looming recession, was that the Paramount and affiliate brandings would have to be removed from the attractions. At Kings Island, some attractions were easier than others. The recently built Italian Job stunt coaster was changed to the Backlot stunt coaster. The Boomerang coaster Face-Off became in Vertigo. Top Gun was rethemed to Flight Deck, and Drop Zone Stunt Tower was renamed to Drop Tower Scream Zone. For these attractions, the change was simple. Peel off a few logos and the suspended Top Gun coaster becomes a simple airplane coaster. However, this was not the case for the elaborate Tomb Raider. In 2008, 2 years after the acquisition by Cedar Point, the attraction was renamed to the Crypt. All imagery, audio, and story from the film had to be removed. This meant that there were no monkey statues, no triangle of light symbols, and no statue of Brahma. The sliding door was left permanently open. A bat animatronic sat in the former pre-show area, moving its wings slightly and making high-pitched noises, and netting now covered a majority of the ride's sculptures, as if those were copyrighted as well. Guests were not separated from the main show area as in the previous attraction, so the mystery was completely ruined. One of the 3 rows of the ride was removed, reducing the capacity from 77 to about 51. This meant more flips and rotations, which the park advertised as a more thrilling experience. The water and smoke effects were removed, and all of the lighting was gone.
It was not.
The ride's sets remained, now unlit, with new riders not even realizing that they were swinging next to giant iceworks and a Hindu goddess. And as if all that wasn't bad enough, techno music replaced the Tomb Raider soundtrack. The new version of the ride was a travesty, and Kings Island must have known this. The very next year in 2009, the Crypt was updated with more special effects. The Crypt's music was changed from pounding techno to simple drums and atmospheric sounds. That same year, Kings Island would build the Diamondback, a B&M hypercoaster, in the Rivertown section of the park. This saw the destruction of the landscaping of the area that the Crypt resided. For some reason, the painful 9 inversion program was reduced to a mere 2, which is half of Tomb Raider's original programming. The music was changed again to songs from the Midnight Syndicate, a popular band that was formed in Ohio. This would be changed in 2011, when Kings Island started playing the Inception soundtrack in the ride for whatever reason.
They changed the soundtrack like 3 times, all in awkward ways.
That same year, the crypt would receive a variety of technical updates, including more special effects such as bringing back the lava pit lights and adding more lights to the goddess statue. Despite these improvements, Kings Island decided that same year that it was time to close the crypt, most likely due to the continued issues with the giant topspin and guest dissatisfaction for the new programming. On January 20th, 2012, less than a decade after it opened, the attraction was shut down. The ride was dismantled and removed, with the show building and queue structures remaining, reopening as a seasonal haunted house attraction.
I give up. We're just gonna do exactly what we do with any building that we don't need anymore. Turn it into a Halloween haunt house.
Guests often do not realize that they are within feet of the original structures from Tomb Raider the ride, many of which were never removed and just sit in darkness. The majority of the crypt's queue remained as well, and is used, albeit rare, as the queue for the new Rivertown coaster, Mystic Timbers. One guest filmed the queue as he walked through it, revealing the amount of theming and props that still remain inside of the unused building. While Kings Island's Tomb Raider and Crypt have been defunct for 6 years, a similar version is still operating. A second Tomb Raider the ride opened at King's Dominion in Virginia in 2005, named Tomb Raider Firefall. It was also a Huss top spin, but unlike Kings Island's version, it was the more common version of the ride, with only 2 rows of seating and a shorter maximum height. It was also not nearly as elaborate and was not enclosed in a show building. In 2008, it was also renamed to the Crypt, but kept most of the other theming from the Tomb Raider brand. It is still operating today with the majority of its programming and special effects. While it is a solid ride, it can't compete with the theming and the audacity of the original attraction. It was one of the best rides ever created for a non-Disney, non-Universal theme park. And with an uncertain future for seasonal amusement parks, it is unclear when we will go on a surprise adventure like Tomb Raider the ride again.
Okay, yeah. What the fuck is happening? Okay. I'm gonna cut it here. It's about 3:30 and I have a stream at about 7:30. So I should go and get some sleep. Anyway, thank you guys for coming and thank you for watching me fumble about while I try and finish this. It's getting closer. The Halo highlights came out super well. Yeah, I'm kind of proud of them actually. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I'll try and do more art streams. No promises though. I want to get into more like variety games, stuff like that. But we'll see what the future holds. Anyway, I'm gonna go sleep. Let's find someone to raid. If anyone's even awake. Oh, of course Zai is awake. Yeah. Let's raid Zai. I don't have a raid message. So let's just say surprise raid. Good morning and happy, I don't know. Good morning, happy early raid. So yeah, thanks y'all for joining us. Happy holidays, wow. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you when I see you. In about 4 hours, I guess. Bye!